Okay, we get started. Well, ni hao, buenos dias, and good morning. Uh, Welcome to our Spanish workshop on optimizing practical fertigation management of soil-grown crops in greenhouse vegetable production. This is being organized by the University of Almeria in collaboration with the China Agricultural University. It's within the EcoNutri project. That's a European Union China project. Uh, and that has enabled a lot of collaboration, previous collaboration, and this is a further development of that collaboration. I'd also like to acknowledge COSPAL and the research station of the Kakama, who've been important in organizing this trip and the associated visits and in the presentations. And we'll hear more about those organizations later in case you're wondering what they are. Okay? And also I'd like to acknowledge Wageningen, the presence of Imvot, who are making work quite hard today. Just a minute. Okay. I'd also like to acknowledge the three companies that are helping sponsor this workshop. Yufen. I'm not going to try and pronounce the next one. You can read it. And also Hao Chen. They've been very generous in helping us hold this workshop and the visits. What are the aims of the workshop? It's taking place together with 3 days of visits to research stations, commercial greenhouses, laboratories, and producer organizations. COSPAL is the main producer organization in Almeria. And some specific aims. We're interested in demonstrating the fertigation equipment and technologies used in Almeria to our Chinese collaborators. We also, we want to also take into account the equipment and technologies being used in the Netherlands. We all know the Netherlands is kind of the reference for high technology, science-based agriculture or horticulture. So it's always good to have that reference in mind. We want to discuss which equipment and technologies here in the Netherlands, etc., may be of value to China. And also we want to share interesting and relevant developments from research in China. As an editor of a journal, I know that the Chinese are very, very active. I never get to rest because the articles keep on coming. And there are in our area of greenhouses some interesting work, particularly on soil health, and we'll have a presentation on soil health later. So hopefully we can establish some active collaborations in these areas. All right, just moving on to some housekeeping. The toilets are just to the left. In the men's toilet, the heater doesn't work for drying your hands, but in the disabled people, it does work. Okay. There's no heating in here, so it is a little bit chilly. There's nothing we can do about that, so I hope it's not uncomfortable for you. I think you all have the program. We have some breaks because we started a bit late. We may have to be a bit creative and move things around a little bit. Okay. But we'll try and have the breaks on time. We may have to move some programs, some presentations after the break. The presentations are 25 minutes, and I'm going to be quite tough on that. I'll let people know 22 minutes or so but there's time to think about finishing. Hopefully we'll have some time for questions. We also have time for discussion in the 3 main blocks. Okay, the 3 main blocks are fertigation equipment, irrigation management, and fertigation management. And there are discussions scheduled in those blocks. So there will be time for questions in the blocks. Okay. And I think that's basically it. I'd like to introduce people just so we know who we are. If you can just raise your hand when I'll mention your name. I think you all know I'm Rodney Thompson. I'd like to introduce Marissa Gallardo from the University of Almeria. Also, we have Terry, who you all know, from the University of Almeria. That's all we have from the University of Almeria. from Post-Spal, we have Esteban Baeza, who also was at Wageningen for several years, 6 years, I think.
Yeah.
So Esteban's very knowledgeable about both this system and the Dutch system. We also have Jan van der Blom from Post-Spal. He's Dutch, so he also understands the Dutch system. We have Wim Vot from Wageningen, who I think most of you know. We have from the Cacamar, the research station of the Cacamar, Juanjo Magan, we all know as Juanjo. And now we have from the Chinese embassy in Madrid, we're very lucky to have here, very fortunate to have Yan Cao, I hope I'm pronouncing that well, who's the first secretary in the Chinese embassy. And we have Mr. Dong Wang from the Chinese embassy, he's the third secretary. I think that's all the people from Spain and the Netherlands. Maybe, Professor Chen, if you could introduce yourself and the Chinese participants.
Okay, thank you, Rod. And my pleasure to introduce the Chinese visitors this time. And here is our Professor Liu Yifeng from Shenyang Agricultural University. The Department of Vegetable Science, the vice dean of this College of Horticulture, this is that. And this is my colleague, Professor Qiao Yihui from China Agricultural University, Department of Ecology. And the research field is closely related to organic farming. Therefore, nutrient management in organic farming. And here is the CEO of Hui Jinhai, our sponsorship of company for the artificial intelligent AI, and also for this fertigation equipment and controlling systems from Hui Jinhai in Weifang, Shandong province. Please sit down. Now this is Professor Dong Jinlong from Institute of Soil Science, Chinese Academy of Science. And Professor Dong is very interested in the soil quality in fertility cultivation, the soil degradation, etc. And today, Professor Liu and Professor Dong and Mr. Xu has the related topic of lecture. And next is also the CEO of Mr. Zhao Hualin from the Dolphin company. Dolphin company is how to say, the business is to produce the liquid fertilizers, water soluble fertilizers. Therefore, they are interested in this fertigation systems in Spain, and they are wondering how to select the fertilizers for fertigation. Please sit down. And Professor from Qingdao Agricultural University, Professor Liang is studying this. His research field is related precise fertigation in greenhouses, especially for this threshold of soil moisture and nutrient supply. Also includes strategies of water and nutrient management in protected field. And yeah, this is Mr. Zhao Xingyue, also from Dolphin company, and her business is related to this water soluble fertilizers. Please sit down. And also this is Qi Qingzhen, Mr. Qi from Hao Chen. Hao Chen company is produce this organic materials containing the biostimulants from this food industry. Also, they have some specific product, so-called biostimulants install. Yeah, install something like that. Yes, this is very commonly used in plants and animal feed. However, recent years they just extend this product to greenhouses, which means this stress problems. They want to use this stimulants to increase this how to say the bio tolerance to this stress, like a low temperature or high temperature. Yeah, secondly, my colleague and Professor Hu Hanguo from China Agricultural University, and Professor Mu and also Professor Qiao belong to involved in our econutrient project. And the functional fertilizers is Professor Mu's research scope. And yeah, we are lucky. Luckily, we invite the reporter television station, Mr. I'm not know the colleagues that time. So this time they helped us to record and to give a specific program. I think this will be broadcast in Shandong television channel. I think maybe next week or maybe in the future. So this is our Chinese visitors. Thanks very much, Rod, for your kind invitation to come here and for this full communication. Thanks, Rod.
Okay, just two comments. We were hoping for a larger group of Chinese visitors, but I think there were 7 people who had trouble getting the visas. It was a bad time with Christmas and then the Chinese Spring Festival. So I think that made things complicated. We've had one late arrival. I'd like to introduce. It's Paco Padilla, the University of Almeria, at the back there. Paco's working an important part of our research group. Sorry. And I'd like to introduce a very important person here. That's Jose Manuel Torres Nieto. Jose Manuel. He's a technical advisor, an important technical advisor in Almeria, and he'll be hosting us for part of the visit on Thursday morning. Okay. He's an expert in soil management. So I think for Jinlong, you'll be interested to have a chat with Jose Manuel. Okay, well, I think we need to get started. Very briefly, 3 of us will talk about the institutions in Almeria that are involved. I'm going to very briefly introduce the University of Almeria, which you can see there in a photo. It's by the sea. The academic profile, 14,000 students, 600 doctoral students. There are degrees in agriculture, medicine, different branches of engineering, science, humanities, etc. A typical university profile. There is the research activity is a very active research program in many disciplines, but much of it is related to the agricultural system in Almeria. There are the teaching programs. There are at undergraduate level 4-year courses. There are many master's programs. There are masters in horticulture, agricultural engineering, biotechnology, breeding, etc. There are various PhD programs. The research areas you can see, I won't go through them all, but many of the research areas relevant to intensive horticultural production are being researched here. Just some characteristics of the research in the university. A feature is this considerable ongoing collaboration with other local actors. For example, our collaborations with local research centers, such as the research station of the Kakama, with producer organizations such as COSPAL, and also with companies. There's active participation in many European projects, and there's active collaboration with researchers throughout Spain and in other countries. And that's it. Okay, gracias. Okay, now if someone would like, if you can talk about the Kakama, I'll just get that presentation.
这个我简单说一下，才做了一个非常棒的
Okay, or tomorrow, that's good, yeah. Tomorrow Wanta will be introducing. Okay, tomorrow Wanta will be introducing the Kakamar when we actually visit. So to save time, we will leave that for now. And maybe with Cospal, we can do the same.
我们明天参观的单位啊，这个他们的负责人讲，明天介绍，今天不介绍，就是他们。
Okay, so that means we can then go to the first of the presentations, which is Jan van der Blom from Cospal, who will be talking about the Almeria greenhouse industry.
Briefly introduce you
From the local translation of the book.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. All over there if you wish. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, it's a great pleasure to see you here in Almeria. It's an honor to receive you.
很高兴接受邀请啊，现在在这里我们同志们介绍一下他们这个时尚阿尔梅利亚的业。
Originally, I'm a biologist and I worked on pest control. First, I started for a Dutch company who works here in Spain, but since 20 years, I've been working for the Association of Companies, which is Cospal.
他呢以前是做这个生物，是做病的，这个有害生物的防治的这一块。后来呢，他在公司呢做事情。
Tomorrow we'll be there, so then I'll tell more about the organization.
所以明天呢，他会去这个公司呢，大家去的话呢，会给。
Now I want to present this talk focused on the sustainability of our greenhouse system.
所以呢，他想给大家谈一下阿尔梅利亚的可持续的温室生态。
You've already seen some of those pictures. We have 33,000 hectares of greenhouses in a very concentrated area.
所以呢，在非常密集的聚焦的聚集的地方呢，他们这个有33000公顷的设施。
And altogether, we produce 60% of the greenhouse vegetables from all Spain.
像西班牙整个是16%。
But obviously, this huge concentration raises a lot of issues on sustainability. Social sustainability, economical sustainability, environmental sustainability, and of course, biodiversity.
然后呢，布局了社会，实际上对于社会经济环境啊，还有生物多样性啊，都产生了很大的影响。
The basic topics, and I'm going to focus mostly on environmental sustainability and biodiversity. The basic topics here are to minimize the use of pesticides.
对于环境可持续方面来讲的话呢，可以考虑一下，怎么能够减少农药的使用。
100% recycling of the residues, the plastic and the plant residues.
100%的废弃物的循环利用。
Optimization of water and fertilizer use, and that's what we're in for in Ecometry.
水肥优化，特别是这次一款流水项目中所要求的。
And then there's a focus on agroecology.
农业生态的多样性。
I'll start with pesticide use. Pesticide use, of course, in this concentrated area has a huge impact on the environment.
在这么密集的地方，要大规模的使用农药的话呢，对环境产生的影响是毋庸置疑的。
The first real important change we've had in pesticide use was when the pollination of tomato by bumblebees was introduced.
实际上，你看到番茄授粉的时候呢，都是有这种雄蜂的。
That was in the beginning of the 90s, so a little bit more than 30 years ago.
实际上在70、90年以前的时候呢，这个都用这些东西。
And before that, people had to get pollination on a fruit set of the tomato in an artificial way.
在这之前的话呢，人们都用人工方法，用那个授粉棒，叭叭叭一点授粉。
They did it either with these vibrators or they did it with phytohormones, spraying small quantities of phytohormones on the flowers, every flower bunch separately.
有些时候是用植物激素的，然后呢用喷雾器喷的。
That was very labor intensive. People
That's-
spent 20 working days per month per hectare just on this.
所以呢，1公顷土地的话，一个人要干20天，要专门干这个活儿，这个劳动强度很大。
Then the bumblebees did it a lot better because not only because of the bumblebees, people could spare all this labor, but also the production increased because the tomato vines became very homogeneous, tomatoes all the same size, an optimum size. So there was a huge increase in production and a reduction in labor.
因为番茄的开花呢很集中，所以呢很齐。这个时候他们想到了用这个生物的方法，比如说雄蜂啊、授粉，实
Thanks
际
to the
上真正解
bumblebees,
决了很多的劳动强度的问题。
thanks to the bumblebees, now we have a perfect production of delicate tomato varieties with vine tomatoes, all kind of sizes, very homogeneous. Would not be possible without bumblebees.
所以呢，收获的这个番茄的这个产量啊，各方面来讲都很好。
And of course, we've had no problems with pesticides residues in tomato harvest after the introduction of the bumblebees.
用这种雄蜂授粉呢，实际上也使得番茄没有农药残留。
And in that sense, the bumblebees have really represented a revolution because it was the first time that people had a live insect in their greenhouses, which they had to care for, which they had to respect instead of killing it.
所以这样的话呢，这是一个非常放心的一个蔬菜了。
So people had to be very selective which pesticides they could use against whitefly or other pests, and to choose not only which products were compatible with bumblebees, but also to reduce the amount of treatments to a minimum.
所以人们在选择其他的这个像白粉虱的这种病害的防治的时候呢，选择农药的时候就特别小心了，因为它怕对雄蜂产生干扰。
So due to the bumblebees, in fact, from that time onward, we've had a kind of integrated pest management system in tomato.
所以呢，对于番茄的这种综合防治呢，就显得非常重要。病害的综合防治。
In sweet pepper, we've had a very different situation. We've had severe problems with pesticide residues until 2007.
2007年以前的话呢，实际上在甜椒这个生产里面就有很大的农药残留的问题。
And that was due to thrips, most of all, but also to other pests. Thrips does a direct damage to the plant, but also transmits a virus.
这是什么玩意儿？这个害虫呢，实际上对于杀虫剂会产生抗性。它
And this virus was the biggest problem, and many crops were lost due to this virus.
所以你会看到对于这个果皮表面的果表面会产生很大的影响。
People sprayed a lot against thrips with very bad results because thrips had become completely resistant to all active ingredients that were available, to all pesticides available.
所以呢，他现在也在找合适的这种农药。对，
So until 2007, we had a complicated phytosanitary situation, resistance against pesticide, mostly of these thrips, excessive use of pesticides, more and more, increasing the dosage, increasing the number of treatments, and with bad results. And in the end, people also used illegal insecticides, which gave rise to commercial problems.
这个时候呢，就面临很多的挑战，比如说在农药抗性这个问题上，使得农民用了更多的农药。那么这种情况下呢，对农产品的安全呢，就带来很大的影响。
At a certain point, there were supermarkets in several European countries who decided they did not want to buy sweet pepper in Almeria anymore because there were so many pesticide residues on it.
所以呢，在欧洲的一些超市呢，就会遇到这个一些农药残留超标的问题。
So what
你别再
should be done? We knew that
放着
we knew that in other parts of Europe, biological control was already working well. Biological control against thrips with predatory mites and with predatory bugs.
那么综合防治 IPM 这个方法是采用生防的方法呢，对于这种害虫，这两种害虫。
It has taken us a long time before we knew how to make the change from a greenhouse that was stuffed with pesticide residues in the soil, in the plastic, in the poles, until reaching a situation where these natural enemies of the pest could live. It has taken a long time for us to find how to advise the growers to make the change to biological control.
所以呢，这种情况下呢，对于农户来讲的话呢，推广人员要花很长的时间，要告诉他应该怎么做。
But in the end, well, we see that the change has gone quickly once we knew how to advise the growers.
那这个时间很长啊，这个你看这个时间慢慢的，它这个面积，还有绿色防治这一块儿。
150 hectares, 8,000 with biological control. And it worked well. And year after, it went from 150 to 650, which was still not a very high percentage, but it was enough for everybody to see how it works.
所以从05、06年一直往后这几年的情况下，你会看到生防的这个面积的比例呢，逐渐在增加的。但这也告诉我们，推广是一个技术活，这个活需要很长时间。
And then everybody wanted it because people were fed up with so many treatments that didn't work. They felt bad in their own greenhouse. They felt poisoned in their own greenhouse. And when they saw that there was an alternative, they wanted it.
所以后面人们就接受了这个。Okay.
And from there onward, from 2007 onward, everybody in sweet pepper, and that's still today, will use biological control with several natural enemies.
到了09年以后呢，实际上这个方法呢已经完全的被农民接受了。那现在呢，你会看到很多的生防措施。
It's very visible. You can see these natural enemies in the flowers. And if you see this, you know you have the best guarantee that you will not have a problem with thrips.
OK。
We still have challenges. We have new pests. Pests are changing behavior, so we have to adapt the system continuously.
但是呢，现在在害虫防治这一块来讲，还是有很多的一些挑战的。
And there are still pesticides used, which have to be selective because they need to be compatible with this mite and this bug, which I showed before.
所以，比如说农药的种类这一块呢，实际上是有效的产品越来越少。
But there are less and less products available because of the registration of pesticides, because of the environmental effects they have. We have less products available officially.
那么，对于低毒农药的选择的要求越来越高，使得这种有效产品的数量不多。
And also due to climate change, we have big changes in the development of the pests and in the behavior of the pests, because formerly in winter, between say half November and the end of February, we hardly had any pest problems because the temperatures were very low. Now, when the temperatures have gone up, we may have problems with all kinds of pests in the month of January, so in the middle of the winter.
所以全球变暖呢，对整个的害虫的这个危害性也增加了。
So that means that if you need more months in a year to control the pest and you depend on chemical pesticides, it will be quicker that you have resistance, that the pests will not die anymore through the treatments.
那么再依赖于这个化学农药的话呢，它的这个抗性的影响就很大，所以挺难弄的。
So we need to find solution with biological control.
以后怎么办呢？还是得靠这种生防，所以以后走的路要很长的。
And that may mean that we need to find other natural enemies to rear and to release, like we did with these mites and with these bugs. Or it may mean that we have to adapt the greenhouse conditions that where biological control may work better.
所以要找天敌，害虫的天敌，那么得去找这种天敌来防治害虫。另外一个方法呢，不是全球气候变暖了吗？那你在大棚的设施构建的时候呢，你让那个气温下来，所以呢，在这个方面来讲，对于大棚的这种建棚条件也提出了一个适应性的要求。
I'll give you an example on that. Concentrate on agroecology, and I'll explain what that means.
对于农业生态的这一块的影响。
One of the most difficult pests to control in sweet pepper, but most of all also in cucurbit crops, in cucumber and in zucchini, are aphids.
对，这个是蚜虫啊，对于黄瓜呀，或者是甜椒啊等等的。
We have several species which may be complicated and they also transmit viruses, but usually the easiest thing you can do is release a parasitoid, a small wasp that kills the aphids. Aphidius.
这是那个小的雄蜂是吧？什么？芽碘蜂。
What this wasp does, it goes to the aphids and it attaches an egg to each aphid. It goes and
它像在蚜虫上产卵，
next one goes
对
very quick.
产卵，这样的话呢，让那个蚜虫死掉。
And then the aphids die because inside we have this larvae of the wasp,
对，
and they convert into mummies. And finally, out of these mummies, here there is a little opening, and there's a new wasp coming out.
所以呢，这样的话就把那个蚜虫弄死了。
Usually, this can go very, very quickly, but it is a bit unpredictable. Under certain climate conditions or under certain conditions we do not really understand, it doesn't always work.
所以呢，这种情况下看着挺好，但实质上因为气候的变化，有些时候是可预测的，所以这个方法在应用上面来讲，有时候不是很及时，或者是效果不太好。
So we also need other natural enemies to complement these parasitoids.
所以呢，采用另外一个方法呢来补偿它。
This fly, for example, has larvae that exclusively live from aphids. The larvae of this fly
也
lives only on aphids, is a very good aphid predator.
这个它是乔老师，你这个什么意思？这个
它也是只能是在它的那个卵里边生活，就是你刚才那个fly，
对，刚才那种是个苍蝇是吗？
对，
鹰类的一个那个
天敌。
天敌，对。
Also, this lacewing, the lacewing has larvae, which look like small crocodiles, and they eat aphids, and that's the only thing they live on.
所以它这种幼虫呢，也是来吃那个蚜虫的。草蛉是吧？你来翻吧，你对这个比较熟。
So in the end, what you want to see is a situation where there are several natural enemies, different groups of natural enemies, all working together against aphids.
所以它的意思呢，就是对于这种蚜虫来讲的话呢，这个天敌的数量呢要多样性，然后多一点，有一个互相补偿、一个稳定的一个过程。它不是只有一个，有很多种，这个多样性的一个表现。这个
Here you see one which is parasitized by the wasp, and another one, but you also see this crocodile which is predating, and you see these orange larvae, which are larvae of another little mosquito, which is another kind of predator.
就是有点像鸡尾酒一样的疗法。那么实际上把这个很多的天敌呢，都把它给放进来去了。
It's very important that you have several species and that you have this process functioning. And people know that. We did a survey amongst sweet pepper growers already 2 years ago, and 54% of the growers said that they had found natural enemies against aphids, which they had not introduced, that had come in spontaneously.
所以他们发现有很多的天敌呢，以前没有放过的，那么都被农民找到了。
And that's very interesting because that means that you can change the situation inside the crops also to attract these natural enemies.
所以你可以通过改变作物，或者是通过改变这个其他的一些方法来吸引这些天敌们过来。
So now it's common practice to plant this kind of plants with flowering to attract these flies with larvae that live on aphids, the lacewings, everything.
所以他在大棚外面种了很多这个特殊的一些植物，这些植物能够招蜂引蝶呀，就是能把那些天敌引过来，引过来以后呢，在这个地方栖息着，然后呢，将来有这种抑制虫害的作用。
The other thing you can do is you can plant plants which are completely different. They have their own aphid species, their own pest, but will not affect the crop.
你看，它种了一些特殊的一些作物，这个作物可能也会有一些害虫，但这个害虫子，这个虫子它不会影响别的作物。
But so here they've planted a cereal and they introduce cereal aphids there.
Yeah.
Those aphids will not go to the crop, but they serve to rear the natural enemies, which are natural enemies of aphids everywhere. So you can rear a natural enemy population inside the greenhouses before you have a pest problem.
OK，这样的话就会减少农药的一个使用。OK。
Yeah. Banker plants. So in the end, in the greenhouse, you have all kind of extra plants providing a certain service,
嗯哼，
an agroecological service.
嗯哼，它也起到一些生态多样化的一个作用。
That's important in all crops. And a very small example in tomato. In tomato, everybody have pollination with bumblebees.
嗯哼，番茄是自然授粉的。
But also the large majority starts with biological control. And that's done with a bug, this green bug, which is a very good natural enemy of whitefly,
我翻译。
Bemisia.
你来翻吧，这个都是。Sorry。
对，他现在就是说用这个绿色的甲虫，然后也可以来控制白粉虱。
This is the Corystenois. It can also eat other pests. But in 2007, we got a new pest. This one. I don't know if it has already arrived in China, but it came into Spain from Latin America. In 10 years, it was all around the Mediterranean area, Sea, and it slowly expanded into Asia. And I'm afraid that if you don't have it yet, you will have it soon. It's called Tuta absoluta, an invasive pest.
它是属于一种入侵害虫，在07年之前他们就没有这个虫子，但是10年以后，然后好像从拉丁美洲的美洲番茄蝇啊入侵来了，然后
In the leaf miner, it may destroy the leaf completely, and it can also get into the tomato, the larva.
然后这是危害的症状，然后就是会影响到番茄的生长。
But 3 years after we had this pest, we took samples in a greenhouse and we opened it and we found that there were larvae inside. This is the larvae of this little moth, where you could see an egg attached to it.
他们也是发现，当它打开以后，发现它这个幼虫，就半潜蝇的幼虫，然后还有另外一个卵。
These eggs hatch, and here you see larvae of the parasite eating already the dead caterpillar.
那刚才那小的卵，然后孵化以后变成这个，然后就会把斑潜蝇的那个幼虫吃掉。
These larvae develop very quickly, and then finally a little wasp hatches, and this wasp is Necremnus tutae. Necremnus tutae. And we found that it appears in all greenhouses everywhere.
然后这个刚才那个幼虫的话，长大以后就是这种蜂，这种什么野生蜂是对，然后在很多的这个温室里边都会发现。
So now we know that people have to be careful with spraying in order to respect this little wasp. Many companies have tried to rear it to be able to introduce it, but that hasn't worked. It's very difficult to rear.
这种虫子就是在温室里边可以发现，有些公司想把它就是培育出来，然后引到别的温室里边商业化生产，但是很难培养这个。
But also this little wasp needs extra flowering. It needs nectar from flowers. Tomato doesn't have any nectar. So if you plant something like this, you can attract these wasps and you have a far better result with biological control.
然后这种蜂的话，它也需要就是这种花，然后在开花的时候给这个蜂提供蜜源。
That's inside greenhouses. Also outside the greenhouses, you can do a lot. Yesterday we already saw something, but not very beautiful. you can break the monoculture by planting hedgerows.
那个刚才我们看好多的，就是在大棚里边种了很多的有开花的植物。然后昨天我们去参观的时候，其实在外边他们也种植了这样的一些其他的植物来吸引这种天敌。
Excuse me, Joe, let's say 23 minutes.
Okay, well,
Finish up.
I will finish soon, yes. This is when it grows up. We have selected species of shrubs which are native in this area, may have also the species that have a constant flowering or flowering that is successively going from one species to another. And also we like to have species that have their own pests that do not jump to the crop, but serve to rear natural enemies.
所以他们都是从本地植物里边筛选一些这样的一些植物。这些植物的话，就像刚才在大棚里边，它们只有自己的害虫，它不会侵染别的害虫。
Sometimes you do not have a lot of space, but you can do something like here.
对对对，有的地方他们就会种这样的植物，在国内还是很少。其实
This has a very, very positive influence on the pest distribution, on the pest movement. You can avoid that. And it is very visual. So now there are many growers who are enthusiastic on planting this kind of hedgerows.
对，种植这些植物就会避免这些害虫扩散。现在很多的种植者都很愿意做这个工作。
And in other words, people have seen by themselves that biodiversity is absolutely important. We need biodiversity to be able to control the most important pests in this area.
对，所以生物多样性在病虫害防治当中非常重要。
Excuse me.
In fact, it's the key sustainability. The key sustainability. I have. So, yeah, I have. Let me finish my sentence. I have another issue to talk about tomorrow, but for today, I'll leave it here.
所以，他明天还会继续给大家。
Talk with Jan in the coffee break, at lunch, tomorrow at Coast Spa, and also on Thursday, Jan will be coming with us.
I'm not on Thursday. I will not be with the group.
Won't on Thursday, okay. Well, later today and tomorrow, okay. The next speaker is Esteban Baeza, also from Coast Spa. Esteban's got an interesting history. He grew up in Almeria around the greenhouses. Did he study here? His PhD here. He knows the system very well. He worked 6 years in Wageningen. And in that work, he was traveling the world, adapting greenhouses to specific conditions. So he's got a lot of knowledge on microclimate control, on greenhouse structure, etc. Esteban's going to talk to us about comparing the Almeria and Dutch greenhouse systems.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to be here today. I will try to give a little bit more of an overview of the differences between the Dutch greenhouse agrosystem and the Almeria greenhouse agrosystem. Jan has focused most on sustainability. I will talk a little bit more about economics and also a little bit on technology. Please go on. Yes? Okay. We have on one side the Mediterranean greenhouse agrosystem. Here we have a distribution of costs in a typical Almeria greenhouse. We can see that most of the costs are coming from two major sources. One is the capex of the greenhouse, so the investment on structure and all the elements in the greenhouse, and the other one is labor. Okay. So some of the main characteristics of Almeria or Mediterranean greenhouse agrosystem is that we use very simple greenhouse structures with plastic film cover, such as the Parral greenhouse, which you will probably already visited yesterday and you will visit during these days. Our greenhouses have almost no climate control equipment on them. Very simple. Of course, because of this, the energy use is also very low. We can grow different types of vegetables, like tomatoes, sweet pepper, cucumber, and also other crops like aubergine, melon, watermelon. We have done great work, I think, through the years to optimize water use efficiency. Of course, we can improve, but we have really improved a lot through the years. And this system is proved to be sustainable from an economic point of view. And also, like Jan showed, we are working on making it more and more sustainable. We have low CO2 emissions, and it's a very sustainable system. There's no translation needed? Sure. There will be no translation?
Yes, I summarized this, please. 它实际上对比的讲一下阿尔梅利亚的温室和荷兰的温室。现在给你讲的阿尔梅利亚的温室，大家都看到了。实质上呢，它塑料的，然后大棚，然后呢，气候它没办法调太多的这个气候，所以低成本的，低能耗。完了以后呢，要效益。另外一个呢，就是特别注重水肥的利用这个地方，因为它水资源很少。它要考虑经济和环境效益的一个统一。这是这个地方的一个特点。OK，thank you.
You're welcome. And this is more less distribution of costs in a typical tomato grower in the Netherlands. I mean, numbers may change a little bit from one year to the other, but essentially you can see that there are three major costs for Dutch growers. One, of course, is energy that they need to heat the greenhouse.
但是你在荷兰这个
Another
地
one
方，
is the capex again, so the payment of the investment on greenhouse structure, climate control equipment, etc. And third one is labor.
你在荷兰这个地方看北部地区跟这儿就不一样了。一个是种苗，大家看那个蓝色的，sorry，it's OK，能耗很高，红色的，那个蓝色的呢，实际上这个里面还有人工等等的都很多OK。
So Dutch greenhouses are expensive investments on very sophisticated greenhouse, such as the Venlo greenhouse that you probably all know. It has greenhouse typically in the Netherlands has quite advanced climate control equipment to achieve optimal yield in the greenhouse. Of course, it requires important amounts of energy to run it, especially the heating system. Usually this is covered with natural gas, but the Dutch, we will see later, they already have a very ambitious program to defossilize their greenhouse agri-system. They can grow also very different crops. In the Netherlands, approximately half of the growing area is devoted to ornamental plants, also not just vegetables. It is extremely efficient in the use of water, fertilizers, and land because the yields per square meter are very high. It is economically feasible, but like I said, there is a big challenge among others to reduce the use of fossil fuels.
荷兰的温室是玻璃的，另外一个呢，它在整个气候的调节这一块儿，实质上的功能非常强，装备也很足，高能耗，再加上呢，这个它的要效益最大化，还有一个呢，它的水肥的利用的效率比这儿其实还高。再有一个呢，就是它要强调的是什么呢？就是对能源的一个依赖。他想做的一个挑战就是要怎么摆脱耗能的问题。
So let's now look at the a typical distribution of costs in a round tomato grower in the Netherlands. I mean, the question is always who sleeps better at night, as Almeria grower or a Dutch grower? If we look at these numbers, we can see that in the Netherlands, the cost per square meter is really, really high. So a typical Dutch grower on tomato has to spend 62.2 euros per square meter per year on different costs, capex, labor, energy, etc., fertilizers, biocontrol. And if you look at the income, sorry, I don't know why. There's no pointer. Oh yeah, but yeah, they don't see very well. But if you look at the turnover, it's almost the same. So there's hardly any profit. Of course, there are crops in which there is profit, but some crops you can see it's of course the prices may change from year to year, but in the end it's very tight for some crops. Okay.
它的投入成本非常高，每平方米62.24欧元。这里面主要还是聚焦在电还有这个天然气的这一块儿。
But if you come to Almeria, the Almeria grower has 10 times less cost per square meter than Dutch grower.
所以阿尔梅利亚呢只是6.4块。
Big difference, yeah. So I don't know, Wim, what do you think? Who sleeps better? None of them. So so the climate influences the growing cycle. So if you see this graph, you can see that the distribution of sun radiation per month versus average 24 hours temperature. And we have 3 locations, the Netherlands in blue, Almeria in red, and another location like Bogota, where they have a lot of flower crops around in Colombia. And well, you can see that the white area is the area in which more or less the greenhouse can function perfectly without any kind of heating or cooling, just on natural ventilation. Red area means you really need heating if you want to produce, and blue area means you should use cooling if you want to produce. As you can see, in Almeria, we don't really need heat. It's not essential. Of course, it improves the yield, but it's not essential. While in the Netherlands, you need heating for many months in a year. And the yellow line means you need artificial light if you want to produce. So if you can see in Almeria, we can produce in winter without artificial light, but in the Netherlands, you cannot produce fruits if you don't have artificial light.
这个描述了这两个地方的光温资源的差别。荷兰大部分都处在红线区，处在红线区说明它温度低，所以它要加温。如果是处在白线区的话呢，是温度最适合的；而处在蓝线区的话呢，说明温度太高，也就是阿尔梅利亚这个地方的温室是应该降温的，就通风好的是很重要的。再有一个呢，如果是这个蓝线低于，如果这个线低于黄线，你看有个横水平的黄线，说明它的日照时数不够。这就意味着什么？意味着荷兰要栽培的话呢，它的温室是既要保温还要补光，但是在阿尔梅利亚没这个问题。它最大的问题呢，实质上是要什么？要降温，因为它的温度太高了。到了蓝线那个地方 ，OK。
And that influences the typical growing cycle. So in Almeria, we start here, our growing cycles, grow winter, and finish just before the summer. In the Netherlands, typical growing cycle, you start here and grow all through the summer and end up here. Unless you have artificial light. And then if you have artificial light, you do the same cycle as Almeria. You start somewhere here, grow through the winter because you have artificial light. And so the real competition for Almeria are the growers in the Netherlands that are doing growing with artificial light.
这个很有意思，荷兰那个地方是躲不过去的，但是阿尔梅利亚呢，它的夏天很难过，它可以躲过去，它不种了。所以就在那个正好阿尔梅利亚在那个蓝线那个蓝区域那个地方，它是不种了。可是呢，荷兰呢正好是在最低温的时候开始，所以它的差距在这儿。
So if you ever want to build a greenhouse somewhere in China, the first thing is to do this graph, and then you know what kind of greenhouse you need.
这对我们中国来讲是有很大的启发的。这个
Like for instance, you see in Colombia, you just need a simple greenhouse to protect you from the rain, and that's it. So these are some numbers about yields, typical yields on Dutch greenhouses and Almeria greenhouses for different crops and energy use. Of course, like I said, numbers may change a little bit, but it's just to have a reference. And you can see that in general, I will not go into detail, but the most important is that if you look at the energy used per kilo of tomato, sweet pepper, and cucumber compared to Almeria, it's 10, 8, and 7 times more than in Spain. And that's why in the Netherlands there is so much effort on research and to try to cover these energy requirements with sustainable energy sources like geothermal energy, etc.
所以在荷兰生产每公斤的蔬菜产品呢，它的能耗是整个的这个西班牙的10倍，7到10倍。
So fertigation management in Almeria, I am not an expert. You have the best experts in the world today, so I will not really stop much time here. But well, our growers, they usually grow directly in soil with the sand mulch, and they use drip irrigation, and more growers are using tensiometers to control when and how much to irrigate, and more growers are using irrigation heads with the automatic fertigation system. Crop management is also different. In the Netherlands, crops like tomato or cucumber, they are grown usually with high wire system. And in Almeria, most growers, they don't use high wire. They grow the crop until it reaches the wire and then it goes down again, or similar systems.
Maybe you can explain the high wire system.
Okay, the high wire system is a system in which, as the plant grows, you have to lower the plant and then move it a little bit. So each plant is going around the greenhouse until the end of the crop. So basically you have to lower it, and then always the harvestable fruits are always more or less at the same height. So that makes very efficient, more efficient labor. But of course, for high wire system, you need to work at height. So you need trolleys, in the Netherlands, they use the heating pipes as the rails for the trolleys, which makes things much easier. In Almeria, we don't have these heating pipes. So we need to come up with solutions for the same. That's the reason why not all growers, also because you need a very high wire, that's why it's called high wire. And not all greenhouses are high enough in Almeria.
这个荷兰的是高调慢的哈，这个它整个呢是不断的要往下落慢的，而这个阿尔梅利亚的呢，它的整治的这一块呢，它实际上掉在高处以后就掉下来了。所以说一句话就是阿尔梅利亚的这种整治打岔的方式呢，比调慢方式呢，比荷兰的要简单，而荷兰呢要投入很多人工。
So we also see in Almeria that more and more growers are switching to organic cultivation. So this graph shows how we have had a steady growth in the area of organic cultivation in Almeria greenhouses.
这个也有有机生产，特别冬季的阿尔梅利亚还有格兰纳达。
These are a list of some quick measures that could be quick wins for Almeria greenhouses to improve our productivity. We need better light transmission in winter, and also with better structures, and we need to clean and change the plastic in the right time, not too late. We need to improve ventilation design and management. We need to have more bands, bigger bands, and we need to automate them. We need to improve the crop management, to look more at the crop, measure the crop, and try to establish if there is a good balance in the crop. We need to incorporate fogging systems to control extreme high VPD values, and also to help the establishment of natural enemies that Jan was explaining before. We need to perhaps use more screens and less whitewash in the greenhouse. Less, whitewash? Whitewash is when you spray the cover for shading. We need to switch from that to mobile shading screens. Okay? This
总结一下阿尔梅利亚的这个生产的一些特点，一个呢就是在冬季的时候呢，实质上它是要增加它的透光的这个 包括要把这个棚顶的这个清洁啊，还有这个甚至要换呐、等等。第二个呢就是通风系统，这个他们非常关注。第三一个呢就是在作物管理的这一块儿，第四一个呢就是在这个定植的时候呢，怎么减少它的这个逆境的影响。还有一个呢，就是增加天敌的繁殖，以及包括生防。还有一个呢，对于它的那个，这叫防那个遮阳网这一块可能得这个网的这个作用，以防虫或者是遮阳等等这一块。
Yeah. So, well, this is some quick numbers on greenhouse area in the Netherlands, and like I already explained, and I will not really stop much here. This is the Westland and a picture of a typical Dutch velo glass house. Also will not take too much time here. One of the reasons why yield has improved so much in the Netherlands in the last 25 years is that the growing cycle has become longer, more weeks growing, more light for the plants, so improved greenhouse transmission through better glasses and better greenhouse structures, and sometimes artificial light. CO2 enrichment, it's used widely by all growers. Soilless culture, so better control of the root environment and the fertilization and nutrition. Better crop management, so growing with a more balanced crop with perhaps with a little bit more leaf area index through the year. The use of high wire, using more stems when there's more light, improved control of pests and diseases, and of course, better cultivars. This all has helped in establishing these very high yields in Dutch greenhouses.
荷兰的这个前面看到了都是玻璃温室，而且有加温的设备装备都很精良，所以呢，它能够让这个作物在荷兰这个条件下，一年啊54个周，它能长51个周，所以呢，它的这个生育期很长。正是因为生育期长，再加上补光的一些措施呢，包括给二氧化碳，甚至搞无土栽培等等，所以它的产量就非常的高。再有一个呢，它在整个的这个慢的这叫地上部的这种管理的这一块这个修剪方面，包括这个穗果树啊等等啊，这个多留几个这个茎啊等等，这方面来讲的话呢，有很大的这个发展的一个余地。因此呢，实际上在害虫防治这一块来讲的话，也有很大的改进，特别是在品种选择上面来讲。实质上呢是有很多的一些这个发展的空间。那个吊蔓那个方法，大家看那个吊蔓的方法，其实跟授光的一样，我们国内也这么做的，它慢慢往下匍匐着往前放着走，对吧？你看那个授光也是这么干的，授光。OK，thank you.
So the result is that Dutch are continuously incorporating innovation in their glass houses. And that is why if we look at this graph, we can see that there is a steady increase in the yield, for instance, for tomato, but not just for tomato. Every year, the growers are getting more and more yield in the Netherlands.
这是它的产量增加的一个情况，在过去的几十年的时间里面。
So there have been improvements, for instance, like I mentioned before, in better glasses for the greenhouse cover. First came the low iron glass, which gave a little bit more light, then the anti-reflective coatings, which gave extra light. Now, diffuse glass is the standard for new greenhouse constructions.
这个介绍了荷兰温室结构的特点，那么特别是在使用不同的玻璃以及这个保温材料等等这一块这个做的工作。
And despite of the fact that the climate in the Netherlands is rainy, let's say rains a little bit more than here, but still most Dutch growers, if not the majority, use roof cleaning machines because in the Netherlands they know the value of light, and like we always say 1% more light, 1% more yield. So
他们对于这个大棚日光温室顶部的清洁非常看重，因为 如果能增加1%的光的话呢，相当于增产1%。所以呢，因为它的光照的不够，所以而阿尔梅利亚这个地方光是太多了。
And diffuse light, the rule of thumb is for every 10% more diffusion in the glass, 1.5%
如
more
果
potential.
使了散射光的话呢，能增产1.5%。
Well, Dutch glass houses, they also have heating system, like I mentioned before, the heating pipes. Sometimes there is a grow pipe also at the crop height to heat. They have, of course, full control of the fertigation on substrate, which is normally rock wool, and they have CO2 enrichment, which is normally coming from the flue gases from burning the natural gas. But during periods of the year in which the grower is not using heating so much, the CO2 may also come from other sources.
所以你从它的棚里面的一些装备，你就看得到，它有供应热水管，还有二氧化碳的释放的管，还有基质槽，还有水肥一体化的这个管道。那么这个装备呢就很精良了。
The growers are using more and more energy saving screens to decrease energy use. And since you have more insulation in the greenhouse, humidity rises, and then more and more growers are also incorporating dehumidification systems in the greenhouse. They can be vertical fans, but they can also be other types of dehumidifiers.
所以除湿的话，在这个里面来讲，因为这个网多了以后啊，就很困难了。
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, also more growers are starting to use artificial light. I mean, the reasons to use artificial light can be very diverse, but most of the time it's because they want to produce during the winter when prices are maybe more interesting, improving quality, having more, now with LEDs, you can use monochromatic lights and different light recipes. And with this, you can influence the way the crop is growing and quality aspects of the crop.
补光灯在光合作用方面来讲的话，也非常的重要，包括对整个产品的这个的品质的提升啊，增产呢这一块儿。那么对于作物的控制来讲的话呢，补光灯的安装选择来讲也是非常的重要。
Very quick, 90% of growers use soilless, and only 10% of Dutch growers grow in the soil. And from that 10%, 2% is for organic growing. This Wim will speak about this later. So no, you're not. Oh, so well, the aim on Dutch greenhouses is to go to a zero emission system. So in the long term, the idea is that there is no flush from the growing system, the recirculation growing system.
荷兰90%都是无土栽培。刚才那个片子给大家看了一下回流营养液回流的这种先进的技术。
And for plant protection, very quickly, the basic strategy is to have natural enemies established all the time in the crop by feeding them with artificial diets. They call it the standing army concept. Better monitoring of the plants, and probably in the future using computer vision techniques. So having very early detection of pests and diseases.
他们也非常注重有关于作物健康的这一块，从气候条件的控制、天敌选择，还有抗性的育种这一块。OK,
I can stop.
No, very quickly.
Yeah. Also, diversify crops. Also, is something. Here you have a greenhouse with vanilla and greenhouse with papaya.
他们遇到的挑战是什么呢？就是作物的丰富度的问题。就是他种的作物太单一了，因为它非常高度集约化、密植的这个，他希望有丰富的品种。
And sorry, this one I forgot to animate it properly, but the idea is that in Dutch greenhouses are hard to manage. You need really highly skilled labor, And that's why there is a lot of interest in the development of autonomous greenhouse cultivation with AI. And also, because labor is a major cost, there is also a lot of interest in developing automation and robotic systems for greenhouse tasks.
对荷兰的这个温室的管理这一块儿对人工的要求很高，所以他们非常希望 AI 进去。
It's a lot.
I think we better finish. Yeah,
Yeah, this is a lot.
We have a program to have a great presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Very much. And this will be open for questions at the coffee break and at lunch, and we'll probably see Esteban tomorrow as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
好，谢谢。这有问题的话，明天也可以问啊。
Okay, we'll move on to the next presentation, which is Yan Cao from the Chinese Embassy in Madrid. And just to use that to go forward and to back, and the pointer, which I don't think is working very well, is there. It's not really,
Okay,
it's not showing up. Okay.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Young Bell, the China-Spain Science Towing Technology Corporation platforms, strengthening collaboration for innovation.
Okay, respected Professor Rod Thompson and Professor Tin Chen and everybody, good morning, and thanks for the organization and being here. It's my honor to discuss and talk about the topic, the platforms and of scientific and technological cooperation between China and Spain. And first, let's take a quick glance at the data. China and Spain has both made great progress in innovation. And according to the data, you can see China's GERD, it means gross domestic expansion of on ND account for 2.68% of its GDP. And it's about $500 billion US dollars. And also boast a research workforce of 7.24 million person-years. And China has signed 118 scientific and technological cooperation agreements globally. And based on Weibo report, Global Innovation Index of China ranked 11th in 2024 last year. Spain, as a Europe leader in innovation, continues to strengthen its research capabilities. By combining our strengths, our two nations, I believe, can create impactful technological advancements together. And today I will focus on the following key areas. Firstly, the scientific and technological cooperation agreement is a very important mechanism for our two nations' cooperation. Since the establishment of our first science and technology cooperation agreements in 1985, China and Spain have continuously deepened their cooperation over the years. We have signed several MOUs to foster partnerships in key technology areas, such as advanced materials. The MOU in these areas is signed during President Xi Jinping's visit to Spain in 2018. In September last year, during the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez visit to China, an MOU on cooperation between the National Natural Science Foundation of China is called NSFC, and the Spanish National Research Agency, AEI, was signed. This agreement serves as a foundation for our continued success in scientific cooperations. And the China-Spain Intergovernmental Science and Technology Cooperation Joint Committee plays a crucial role in aligning our strategic goals. The mechanism has evolved over the decades, fostering high-level dialogue and deeper scientific cooperations. A key milestone of this partnership in all fields is the MOU between MOST and Ciencia. This was first signed in 2020 and is renewed in 2023. We actively encourage universities, research institutes, and enterprises from both nations to promote participation in U.S. research programs such as Horizon Europe and established bilateral cooperation platforms. Next, I will focus on the four major platforms for China and Spain's scientific and technological cooperation. This is about the Chinica. The Chinica project is an example of successful bilateral cooperation. It's focused on industry-driven, market-oriented R&D initiations. These projects operate under a decentralized funding model, ensure great flexibility and efficiency. Its mission is to enhance technology cooperation between Spanish and Chinese enterprises through joint research and development. This cooperation efforts ensure that we remain at the front of global innovation. We support joint R&D in sustainable cities, smart manufacturing, modern agriculture, and food safety and clean technologies. Let's take a close look at the Chinica project. The scheme shows that decentralized funding from both sides, MOST and CDTI. This means no common pot for exchange of funds, and both sides encourage the commercialization of research. Both nations provide financial support to facilitate cooperation. Regarding the requirement of most financial aid, joint submission required from both countries. Minimum 2 companies, from Chinese or Spanish, and institutions, and the cooperation agreement must include IP terms. The utilities can apply throughout the year. The budget is about 60 million RMB for 20 projects in this year. Chinese enterprise must provide matching funds, and the total project number is 32 for nearly 90 million RMB budgets. In Chica, CDTI funds the Spanish companies via soft loan and non-repairable part model. The loan covers max 18.5% of project budget, and non-repairable part is max 30% of. of the loan. The loan period is 10 years. The interest is based on Eurobond. Additionally, CDTI issues a binding motivated reports for the tax deduction. Chica is very popular for SMEs in Spain. At last year's committee conference, the Juan Cruz Segurata, do you know him? Is the vice minister of the science and science and technology and innovation University of Spain. Minister, yes. So he praised the Chica program, saying that the projects improve our capability to face the challenge of the future. So let's go to the next platform. Another important initiative is the China-Europe Joint Laboratory Project. The covered countries include UK, France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and Greece, Belgium, Norway. And the projects are limited to established joint laboratories, and applicant would provide cooperation agreement on the joint labs with clear terms on IP and long-term 3 years plus strategic roadmaps is required. These funding mechanisms ensure that our projects achieve impactful results. The expected outcomes include more than 3 patents and such as more than 2 high-level academic exchange events and more than 5 young researchers trained. And this project focuses on environmental and clean technology research, health, agriculture, food and biotechnology, AI, advanced materials, ICT, basic science, aerospace such as ocean technology, and etc. The project period is generally 3 years, with funding of RMB 30 million for 50 projects. So far, 10 joint laboratories have been established between China and Spain, with 2 of them focused on food and agriculture. A successful example of our cooperation labs is between Shanghai Research Institute of Chemical Industry and IMDEA. It's Advanced Materials Institute of Madrid. Their joint R&D research about the development of functional flame retardant materials. This initiative has pioneered new materials for electric vehicle, improving both safety and performance. Under the U.S. origin Europe framework, China and Spain cooperation on subjects is China-EU International Governmental Science and Technological Cooperation Project. This initiative facilitates early stage research for future innovation. The application and funding criteria is a little complicated. We'll ignore it. So the funding for this project is 30 million RMB for 10 projects per year, with a focus on fields such as food, agriculture, biotechnology, climate change, and biodiversity. The last platform for the cooperation is about the NSFC and AEI cooperation project in the field of basic research. This project is based on the agreement MOU on cooperation between the Natural Science Foundation of China and the Spanish National Research Agency. We can see that this agreement enable cooperation research in basic science, including mutual visits, academic seminars, and joint PhD programs. This project promotes long-term academic and scientific exchange between China and Spain. And the project guidelines will be released maybe next year or this year. Please stay tuned. This is about the international funding system of NSFC. Includes three series: research series, environmental condition series, and talent series. Finally, let's talk about the China and Spain science and technology exchange activities. The embassy co-hosted the events last year in September with the University of Zaragoza. Over 200 professors and enterprise and companies from China and Spain have joined the events. More than 40 institutes was here, and 10 cooperation agreements were signed at the meeting. We will hold the event this year, and we plan to open a special seminar for the agriculture, and we welcome you all be there. So as we look ahead to 2025, our cooperation in research and innovation is stronger than ever. And we have achieved a lot, and we believe that best is yet to come. And in short, cooperation makes a better world. Thank you for attention.
And thank you very much, Yanko. That was
Thank you.
I know there's a lot of interest in the collaboration, and hopefully we'll be able to maybe develop some collaboration from this visit. Okay, I think it's time to go for coffee. All right. Try and be back in. Okay, we're a bit behind schedule. We programmed 30 minutes, so maybe we could try and take 20 minutes. Be back here at just after 11 o'clock, 11:05.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That in the when I first said the sugar, which I shall drip. And no one, that's one because drip this is the channel to create the by the research in the other sound. So these is the larger, not on the about it. Is the you get it by parents. We're trying to live them through our here. City. Where they. Carry. Yeah, it's well, your suggestions, like you were a bit guilty of writing. Because it's yeah, right now it's like wow, I'm so happy. That was the main goal. I think we use that blend also to be more synthetic and yeah, you learn with experience. That is like you said, less to grow. Figure out bring a list of yeah. Yes, but very easy to figure it out. I mean, yeah, this really hours, a few days, okay. In sick landing in Korea, in all 3 months, they jump in the staging in the space, and they feel
The next presentation is me again. This is similar to what I presented yesterday, but with a bit more detail. And then later, after me, there'll be Juan Began, and he will speak in more detail about fertigation in Almeria. I'm not sure if this will need translating or not because it's similar to yesterday. So a lot of it will be familiar information. Okay, well, we've already seen this. This is or some people haven't. 90% of crops are grown in soil in Almeria, in what we call the Internacional soil system. That means with sand. We can see at the bottom here, there's an original soil, which was poor quality, very stony. And what we call imported soil is taken from a quarry. And it's generally a loamy soil, which is placed on top of the original soil, poor quality original soil. So the root development takes place in the imported soil. Often there's a layer of manure at the beginning when they make the greenhouse, placed on top of the imported soil, and then a layer of sand mulch, maybe 10 centimeters of a sand or gravel mulch is placed over the top. Okay, the plants are actually transplanted into the imported soil. So the root development takes place in this brown imported soil here. 10% of the crops are grown in substrate, maybe even less. It used to be 20%. The percentage is dropping. Farmers here don't like substrate so much. Okay, we can discuss that later. All of the substrate, or nearly all of the substrate grown crops are free draining. The bags are cut in the bottom, and the draining solution enters the soil. You can see here substrate bags, which are placed on the soil surface and drained directly into the soil surface. There is a small number of greenhouses using recirculation, and we'll visit one of those tomorrow. The most common substrate is cocoa fiber, also some perlite and some rockwool, but generally less and less with time, I think. Irrigation systems, we saw this yesterday. Previously was surface irrigation with furrows, as was common in China. And there was a very rapid adoption of drip irrigation, surface drip irrigation with surface tape through the 70s and 80s. The drip irrigation, it's above ground tape. The drip emitters are interlinear labyrinth emitters. Used in soil grown crops, generally one emitter per plant, and with a spacing of 50 centimeters per plant and between the emitters. All the emitters used in substrate are auto-compensating emitters, and about 10% of the crops in soil use auto-compensating emitters. Flow rates are usually 2 to 4 liters per minute. Okay, evolution of fertigation systems, this, again, we saw yesterday. Originally, the fertilizer was manually put into the irrigation water in an open canal. Then the adoption of fertilizer tanks, which are common in China. And then we have the multi-tank the system with multiple tanks of concentrated fertilizer solution, which is controlled by a computer-controlled programmer. There is increasing use of the A and B tank system as used in the Netherlands. Okay, this is a scheme of the multiple tank system with a programmer, which is used in 70% of soil grown crops and in all substrate grown crops. Generally, there are three or four tanks of concentrated fertilizer solution, plus a tank of acid, commonly nitric acid or phosphoric acid. Generally, 1 or 2 different fertilizers in each tank. The concentration in each tank is 100 times what is applied. automatic control of the composition of the nutrient solution and the application of the irrigation and nutrient solutions. Nutrient solution is applied in all irrigations. And the systems for applying, transferring the solution, the concentrated solutions from the tanks to the irrigation water, most commonly are venturis, and also injection pumps are used. This is some of the material Wanto Magan will talk about in the next presentation. And very importantly is the use of sensors to measure EC and pH, both before and after adding the fertilizer. Irrigation is based on fixed schedules. The fertigation is based on standard recipes. These have been developed through the experience of the farm advisors and farmers, of what works, what is profitable. There are adjustments made because of climate or crop appearance. There are variations between farmers and advisors, but all the recipes work, which suggests that all the recipes are applying too much. Traditionally, there was little use of scientific approaches, but in recent years, there's been big change in the use of electric tensiometers. There's an interest in using programs for the calculation of nutrient requirements, etc. So there's a big transition occurring now with the adoption of scientific approaches. In part because it's a new generation of farmers. Many of the farmers now are young and they're digital natives. Or the children of the existing farmers, the older farmers, their children are helping them adapt to the new technologies. Irrigation is generally based on fixed schedules. We can see an example, 30 minutes every three, there's an error here, 3 times a week. And then, for example, 20 minutes each day. Approximately 20-30% of growers are using tensiometers. They may be manual tensiometers, which we can see at the bottom here, or electric tensiometers. We can see an adaptation of the standard aerometer tensiometer. And here is the ICOS system, which we saw yesterday, and I think we'll see again tomorrow. This is being used in our project, our EcoNutri project, in a number of greenhouses, and it is being very rapidly adopted in Almeria by many, many growers. Traditional nutrient management in the fertilizer tanks, it was based on a standard fertilizer plan with a fixed schedule, multiple tanks with programmers. These are based on recipes of fixed concentrations. A feature here of nutrient management is that nutrients are applied on the basis of concentration, not on amount. And the concentrations may vary with crop development. Often they vary with crop development. This is an example of a standard nutrient solution for different vegetable species in Almeria. In this case, a standard recipe is used during the entire crop. This practice is not so common, but it's just to show how there are different recipes for different crops. In this case, with cucumber, the concentration of nitrate, for example, is much higher. And a feature of nutrient management in Almeria is that most nitrogen is added as nitrate. There's very little use of ammonium. The recipes have basically been developed or adapted from the recipes used in substrate horticulture in the Netherlands. I will make PDFs of the presentations and they'll be available to you all, okay? This is an example of a standard nutrient solution for tomato with adjustments for crop development. And just looking at nitrate in the first column with the red rectangle, we can see how the concentrations change during crop development with different phytological phases. And the values may differ. This is just an example of the sort of values that are used, the sort of concentrations that are used and how they vary during the crop. We can also see, for example, potassium here is something that often varies during crop development. Substrate grown crops, generally irrigation is controlled. Well, traditionally with the demand tray system, increasingly there's use of tensiometer systems, very fine tensiometers. And also there are some volumetric content sensors that can be used. This is some data of a volumetric water content sensor. With substrate grown crops, salinity is a very important consideration, particularly in Almeria, where groundwater is used and the groundwater is increasingly saline. Drainage fractions can vary between 15 and 40%. And these systems can be very contaminating when high drainage fractions are used. This is just to put in context the impact of the system. This is the transformation of Almeria in less than 30 years. We can see it was previously kind of mostly natural shrubland. I don't think there was much agriculture or quite simple agriculture. And we can see the massive transformation with the greenhouse industry. And this has had big impacts on the flow of water and nutrients. And this has had a big effect on the environmental impact of the system. So these are the nutrient and water flows in the previous system, in the natural ecosystem. These are my own calculations. The rainfall very low, 200 millimeters. Fixation of nitrogen about 20. We can see it entering the system. Some drainage, very, very little, and no nitrate leaching. Water quality was very good in the aquifer system. Okay. But with the transformation from a natural shrubland to an intensive agricultural system, the flows of water and nutrients are changed considerably. So we have now 500 millimeters of water entering, 800 kilograms of nitrogen on average added per year to each hectare. And with reasonably good management, we're removing 400 kilograms of that nitrogen in biomass. And so we have an excess of nitrogen in the soil. Of that nitrogen, we estimate on average for all of Almeria, the amount leached per year is 175 kilograms. And the drainage is approximately, for all of Almeria, 130 millimeters of water. And we'll see some of the effects of that on the system. And these are becoming very important issues, the environmental impacts in the current social and political environment. And this is just to understand the effects on the aquifer system. We can consider in the main area in the west that there's essentially three aquifers. There's a superficial aquifer. There's an area here that's impermeable to the aquifers, to the water. And there's two deep aquifers that used to have very high quality water. And the water was traditionally taken, well, it's taken from the deep aquifers and applied to the greenhouses. There's very little use of other water sources. There's some, but 80% of the water comes from the aquifers. As we can see here, there's depletion of the aquifers, the deep aquifers. The level is going down, which is very common in many arid areas. And we can see here with the return to the greenhouse, the water level here in the upper aquifer is increasing. Now, the consequences of this are that the upper aquifer, it used to be rising by 0.5 meter per year. This became a flooding risk. In a desert, basically a desert, there was a high risk of flooding when there was a large rainfall event. So now that aquifer is continually pumped to the sea to prevent flooding. The lower aquifers are declining by approximately 1 meter per year. That is resulting in saltwater intrusion. So the water from the sea is entering the aquifers. 30 years ago or so, the water from the aquifers used to go out to the sea. So much so that one of the towns is known as Sweet Water, because there was sweet water, there was fresh water in the ocean. Now the salt water is entering considerably into the aquifer system. There's also substantial nitrate contamination of the aquifers, the upper aquifers, And also the greenhouse soils have very high values of available phosphorus. It's generally not necessary to apply phosphorus. And the very high concentration of greenhouses, which we've seen in the photos, that accentuates the environmental impact. This is just some data on the problem of salinization of the lower aquifer water, which was previously good quality water. These are data from our colleagues at the research station of the Kakama, and we can see that in the space of 15 years, the water ET went from 0.4 to 1.6, and presumably it's still rising. So regarding nitrate contamination of aquifers, this is a very serious issue in Europe. All of Almeria, all the greenhouse areas in Almeria are obliged under legislation to improve nitrogen management and reduce the nitrate contamination. The implementation of this legislation has been slow in Spain and other southern European countries compared to the Netherlands and Belgium, where there's much more pressure and the farmers are much more responsive. But there is now strict Spanish legislation that requires plans for each crop. But the status is evolving because the farmers basically rebelled in Europe against so much legislation. So this legislation at the moment is on hold. And there is an important issue here of what we call the nitrate leaching salinity paradox. To manage salinity, you need to irrigate more. So there's drainage. If you drain more, you contaminate more with nitrate. If you manage the nitrate leaching by minimizing drainage, you have more salinity in the root zone. So we have a complex situation that we're working on. These are just some of the drivers for improved irrigation, nutrient and soil management in Almeria. There's a new generation of growers, and they are more interested. They are digital natives. They're familiar with the technologies, and they're much more interested in improving their management systems, more able to do so. There's also increasing pressure from the different layers of government, obliging farmers to improve their management. Also, the main markets, 80% of the production from Almeria is exported, mostly to Northwestern Europe. In those countries, there's a high level of environmental awareness. People are concerned about the environmental impact of the produce that they consume. So that is also applying pressure on the producers of Almeria, because the buyers want their produce grown with minimal environmental impact. And that's also associated with certification schemes. To sell to the big supermarket chains, the production processes have to be certified by a certification body. And those generally require high levels of management that are associated with good irrigation and good nutrient management. And a feature of Almeria, the Almeria system, is there are many active and effective programs of diffusion of information from COSPAL, from the Kakama, from other organizations to the farmers. And with that, I'll finish, and thank you for your attention. Okay, maybe we can jump the questions and we can just go straight to Juan Magan. Okay.
Okay. Let's talk about fertigation equipment. As Rod said before, drip irrigation was very well adopted in Almeria during the 80s. And at the same time, fertigation techniques was also incorporated using basically all fertigation equipment like the derivation tanks, closed tanks. But in the 90s, from the 90s, sophisticated fertigation controller were incorporated in the farms, and we can say that most of the farms currently are using this kind of controller. Okay, but it's true that small farms still maintain, in some cases, the old system. It's expensive, to incorporate this kind of technology. But most, as I said, most of the farms nowadays are using the controllers. The most popular system for injecting fertilizers in Almeria uses injector based on Venturi effect, basically because it's cheaper than other systems. Usually, at the beginning, it was possible to see equipment with mixing tank, but currently I don't see this kind of systems. It's possible to incorporate the Venturi injector in two ways. The possibility is the upper, where there is an auxiliary pump apart from the main pump, the irrigation pump. So with the auxiliary pump, the water passes through the injector, the Venturi injectors, through the pump discharge. Okay, but this means that you need two pumps. So the most typical configuration is the lowest. Here there is no auxiliary pump. The part of the flow coming from the irrigation pump goes through, is derived through the Venturi injectors, and after that return to the pump section. Okay, so in this way we reduce the cost of the installation, but of course it's necessary to incorporate a more powerful pump because we have to increase the flow. When using Venturi injectors, we have to take into account that these elements are affected by hydraulic properties. So, for example, usually we have a rotameter per Venturi injector to control the flow of stock solution injected. But this rotameter, despite they are labeled as liter per hour, it should be kilograms per hour. Okay, but they are calibrated for pure water. So, but the problem is when we have concentrated stock solution with a density higher than 1. So in this case, the volume injected will be less. Yeah. So this has to be taken into account. Yeah. Another issue is that usually the Venturi injector in the fertigation equipment are in a linear configuration, like in the left. So the first injector have higher pressure than the last one. So a a way to solve this is to make a network, yeah, to pump the water through both ends. The alternative is to make a circular configuration. In this way, we have the same pressure in all the injectors, but this is not very typical in Almeria. Yeah, the most usual is the linear one. Also, the height of the structure solution in the tanks affect the injection. If you have more height, there will be more, high injection. So an easy way to solve this is to use AB tanks, AB stock solutions. In this, for this, it's necessary to weigh exact amount of fertilizer to make these two stock solution in the same proportion, to be injected in the same proportion. So this means you have to weigh exact amount of fertilizer, and for that reason, it's not very common in Almeria. It's used, but not very, not the most used solution. Most typical is to have several tanks, more than two, to separate different fertilizers. Yeah, this is not the most typical. Yeah, so many tanks, but yeah, four tanks plus another one for the nitric acid is very common. So in this way, you can dissolve exact amount of bags of fertilizer, 1, 2, 3 bags per 1,000 liters. Of course, in this case, you have different percentage of injection of the different stock solutions. So the stock solution will be injecting different rate, and the level will be different. So how to solve this problem? Yeah, it's possible in this way by using small intermediate tanks with a float valve inside. So in this way, we maintain the level of injection. Yeah, it's a solution. This system works well. The problem is when it has an edge, and then we have problem with the float valve. So an alternative is to use magnetic pumps instead of Venturi injectors. This is small. There is a small pump, magnetic pump per stock solution, and during the irrigation, these magnetic pumps are working continuously, pumping the solution to a vertical pipe. Okay, so at the bottom of each vertical pipe there is a electro valve, and then when open the electro valve, the solution falls from the pipe to the mixing tank. Okay. With this system, we maintain also the same height for the different solutions. The excess of stock solution return to the respective tank. Okay. The problem is that this system is more expensive than the Venturi injectors, and also the pressure is limited, yeah, because of the limited height of the pipes. So it's possible some systems with magnetic pumps. The solution, the stock solution, is injected directly to the mixing tank without vertical pipe. In this case, it's convenient to install nozzles inside the mixing tank to generate a resistance to the flow, and this permit to increase the uniformity of the flow. Okay, this is a better system, but we are going to have differences. It's not perfect. So it's possible to incorporate flow meters, a flow meter per magnetic pump, to measure the volume injected of the respective stock solution. Also, this kind of flow meters can be installed not only with magnetic pump, also with the Venturi injectors. And with this system, we can readjust the percentage of injection of the different stock solution to achieve the desired nutrient solution, the volume, the proportion between the different stock solution that we want. Yeah. The problem is that usually we are managing short and frequent injections every three seconds. Yeah, and yeah, this is to achieve a uniform solution during the irrigation, and this has the problem that this means that we are going to have short injections that cannot be measured with a high accuracy by the flow meters. Yeah, so if we want to use this system, we should have a longer injection with less frequency. Yeah. In my opinion, this is not a problem in soil when growing in soil, because in the end, in soil we can have pre-irrigation, post-irrigation without only water. The roots are going to look for the nutrients and the water. Yeah, the problem can be in soilless. Yeah, where we need a continuous, uniform solution. Okay. So if we want to the maximum accuracy, yeah, we can go to the Ferrari of the fertigation equipment, the controllers, yeah, with injection pumps. In this case, yeah, with these pumps, we know the volume of the chamber. Yeah. So if we count the number of pulses, we can calculate, the machine can calculate the volume injected of the respective stock solution. There are two types. We can use membrane or piston pumps, but in the end, they work in a similar way. Yeah. So yeah, this is a very good system, but of course, it's necessary to pay for it. This is a primitive system working in this way. This was developed in Almeria during the 90s, yeah, especially to inject liquid fertilizers. Okay. But I have to say that this system was not very popular. Okay. Yeah. Nowadays we have fertigation controller based on injection pumps, more that are using injection pump, very sophisticated. Yeah. And in this case, we incorporate a flow meter, yeah, to measure the irrigation flow, and yeah, we can do a proportional injection of fertilizers. Yeah, usually when we're working with other systems, the most typical is to control the injection based on the electrical conductivity, the final electrical conductivity, or the electrical conductivity increase, yeah, in the final solution. Here it's possible to do this management, but in my opinion, it's more interesting to do a proportional injection, yeah, based on the flow, the irrigation flow, okay. And then the system can adjust the injection of each pump to achieve the adequate injection rate, yeah, the adequate proportion. Yes, if we are going to use membrane pumps, these are affected by the pressure in the aeration pipe. So in this case, it's convenient. We should measure the pressure in this pipe and to take into account this information, yeah, because this permits to readjust, yeah, the calculation. When using injection pumps, we are interested in inject small flows, yeah, very concentrated stock solutions, in order to reduce the price of these pumps. So we have to make high concentrated solutions. In the case of Venturi injector, this is not necessary because we can inject higher volumes, higher flows. So when in the case that we are using Venturi injectors, we can use a blower to dissolve the fertilizers in the stock solutions. But when we have injection pumps and we want to make concentrated solutions, it's necessary to use more efficient mechanical mixers, yeah, because the blower, yeah, give a lot of turbulence in the upper part of the tank, but not in the bottom, okay. And also another important things to take into account is to make a good filtration before the injection pump, yeah, because the membranes, the piston and the check valves can be affected, yeah, by solid particles. So it's recommended, or else if we are going to use membrane pumps to have filters at least of 150 microns, and with the piston even less, 100 microns. Okay. And finally, regarding fertigation management in Almeria, standard fertigation management. Yeah, it's something more about what Mott said. Usually, standard nutrient solutions are established, yeah, for a crop, and these solutions are adjusted based on the phenological phase of the crop. Yeah, for example, at the beginning, usually a higher concentration of phosphorus or nitrogen can be added, and less potassium, and the reverse when we have a high fruit load. Okay. Also, it's necessary to take into account the climate conditions. For example, in spring, the plant needs more water in relation to the nutrient requirements than in autumn. So it's necessary to give less concentrated solutions. And usually this is managed adjusting the electrical conductivity of the final solution. Okay. And if there are some nutritional problems, it's usual to make brief analysis, yeah, to identify the nutritional problem that we have and to act according to this. It's true that currently there are more advisors, also growers that are incorporating some techniques that are helping, yeah, in the control of the nutrition. For example, the extraction of soil solution with suction cap, or even sap analysis, yeah, to do to use quick analysis tool, yeah, like maturing sensor, yeah, to measure on farm, yeah. But if necessary to progress more in this line, yeah. That depends on the interest of the each advisor, yeah. But yeah, probably in the future we are going to see more. Probably the quick step will be when we have automatic system, yeah, to do these measurements, these corrected measurements, yeah, because we need a lot of time, yeah, to make the extraction of the soil solution or the sap. So it's a very important line of work, this, yeah, to achieve this issue. Okay, and that's all.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Wano. We're actually ahead of time. So are there any questions for Wano, or we can wait to the discussion period later?
Just one question. I didn't hear you mention the use of a mixing tank after the injection or before it enters the greenhouse. So that you mixing tanks to mix the fertilizers with the water to correct the more small. The mixing tank is not neutral now. Yeah, in the first pigment, yeah, it's difficult to see. Yeah, but probably I don't know exactly, but probably for the filter, I don't think no companies it's starting, yeah, this kind of system. Yeah, it's to improve the picture of the fertilizer in the water. There were problems with the blood pile, yeah. And so in the end, the system was renewed. So also it's more expensive. Yeah, maybe another. So it's not usual to have this.
If I can just comment, we saw them yesterday on the research farm at the university, but I think that was because it's a research station and they wanted a better mixing.
Yeah, this is what we inject. Yeah, if you are working with the magnetic part, then you need the step. Cool. But the magnetic parts are not very unusual. It's not common, because it's more expensive.
我翻译，他们这个整个系统里，我看那个氮源有用要素的，我看都是修正的。
For nitrogen source, is there any urea can be used in the stock solution?
我it's not very usual. Yeah, possible to use.
就是很少见，很少是有这个成分。只有本身欧洲这样速度很少。多少这种？nitrate.
Usually nitrate,
volume. You know, ammonia nitrate is forbidden used in China.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's possible to use. Yeah.
Also, calcium ammonia nitrate.
Yeah. No,
No, but I think this main fertilizer is nitrate, calcium nitrate or potassium nitrate. there's some ammonium used. Normally it's applied with a monoammonium phosphate.
Yeah, for example, ammonium phosphate can be used. Yeah. But ammonium is perhaps 10% of the supply. So
这个地方当时用的是三维的标靶，就是标杆点，有些情况压的这是专家，不然的氮含量太低了。
现在咱们国外的一些产品跑到中国，那效果好，可能也是这个也是有这个。他们都用离子配的，咱们这好像是要素的。
那么就大家是
我问你，那种这成本高，成本申请成本，
好，我问你了啊，你给我翻译一下。
现在翻译这个啊，好，很高兴听到你这个报告，因为你的这个梦回的过程是我们这几年走过的一个过程。
It's very glad to listen to your presentation just now. In fact, the injection of fertilizer method is very difficult for them in the last few years. Yeah.
我现在想搞清楚的一个问题是，因为你背后的一张片子用的是一个浓度的管理，但是你如何用 EC 值来控制目标的浓度？
Because you use the concentration how to say index to control the nutrients. However, you use the EC measurement. How to calculate this?
Yeah, the EC increase. Yeah, how to calculate the EC increase? Yeah, you have to calculate the well, it's based on the grams per liter of salt that you want to apply in the solution. Yes, I usually I like to calculate the EC increase based on the ppm of nutrients applied by fertilizer and add the water system. Yeah, dividing, you divide the total nutrients fertilizer by 800 or less, you have the EC increase.
那个我也没听清楚，他的意思呢是，实际上你吃下去了以后呢，这个 EC 值最后还勾上去的。
我的意思是，它如何通过控制 EC 值达到它那个12毫安每升的氮成分
？How to regulate control the EC value to meet the target of, for example, the milligram. No. Concentration.
You say how to calculate that?
The question is, when you are in the greenhouse, in the fertigation system, how can you, what is the relationship between the concentration and the electrical conductivity?
Yeah.
Is that the question? Yeah. So how do you manage conductivity to achieve 11 millimoles of nitrogen?
比如它打气嘛，它是个热水，对，就两个算是他们这个就是我这个 else that 我这个就是总共就平时的蛮是需要over the million的，我是看我这个1 milli excellent is for liter. Very much physics is going to be responsive. So for instance, if you have 10 millimolar, that's then the main equivalent for that is equal to 1 seems even better.
对于每一种讲话，一直是对于 EC 值的高低啊，会产生一个量化的。 你要去找变化的关系。我们过去可能没有考虑到某一种盐，那么实际上是肥料某一种盐施到腐溶液里面去了以后，它每提高一个摩尔浓度或者是一个毫克每升，那么它对于EPM 的增加，它对于整个 EC 值的变化或者降低等这个。
对，这个是有，
这是一个有量化的。
有量化的公式，这个没问题。但是我想知道他们在他们的机器上是不是一定有一个反馈？你是approximation，
它应该有，我好像
你是他we are working on it.
So on the so
Please share management.
别忘了，我这边领导来了。
The injection, especially if you have to make sure that that's the work I can do one. And then always over versus the what's happening in the soil. I was just telling you whether you don't know all of a sudden what's the kind of scene it was in the lab. It looked like it's all the report. You need to see it studying the new plan.
even there is activity is that mixture of the not only nitrogen or phosphorus and so how to control this
No, I don't know the answer to that. But something that might be helpful is we have these spreadsheets in Excel with the calculation of the nutrient solution, which also calculates the increase in EC. That's the increase we try and maintain with the fertigation system. And I think we can send you I can send you one of those spreadsheets with the calculations, and that might be helpful to see the process.
We do a simple theoretical calculation because work to do any complex. So 0.1.
Yeah.
There is also a scientific third order equation.
So you ignore the interaction of the different ions.
There should be an interaction if it's managed correctly and the fertilizer separated from the concentrated tanks. There's no real interaction.
Okay.
Assume there's no interaction.
必须保证您的通风量。
所以它没有混合罐。所以它基本上不是测的是混合的那个离子的浓度 EC 值。所以这个
但是它喝的不一样，但是我们这个离子化的。
对。
这不是在我们的话，它这个里面它都更没什么。我说有点关，就是有的，除非它是这一个罐湿了，然后再湿另外一才能理是一个当然他们挺奇怪是别人的因为它这是不来吃very interesting.
And then we can discuss this over here. And I'll try and find one of these sheets, one of these spreadsheets that might help understand. And then we can talk around that. Okay. All right, so the next speaker is Okay, Wim was going to talk to us about fertigation systems and management in Dutch soil-grown greenhouse crops.
Okay, well, Esteban already this morning told a bit about Dutch horticulture. I will focus now specifically on the let's say the general approach of irrigation and fertilization, specifically in greenhouse soil-grown crops. As the man mentioned already, 10,000 hectares, half is floriculture, half is vegetables. This is a picture of the Westland area, the most important area. The majority of crops in Holland are grown in soilless systems, substrates. But we still have about 1,000 hectares of soil-grown crops, which is for the majority is cut flowers like chrysanthemum, but many others as well. But still, we do have some vegetables in soil. Why not in soilless? Well, usually those crops that, well, I call them the full cover crops like radish, lettuce, lamb's lettuce, all those small crops. It's not economically feasible to grow them in soil systems. That's why they still are grown in soil. And the organic crops are, well, due to the European legislation for organic production, have to be grown in soil, cannot be grown soilless. So we still have organic crops in soil. It's about 125 hectares. So fruit vegetables like tomato, peppers, cucumbers in Holland are only grown soilless, except for the organic crops. Well, what is typical about the Dutch soil-grown greenhouse crops? That is, well, high use of fertilizers, high inputs of organic matter, specifically in the cut flowers, but also in the organic farms. The crops like lettuces, radish have a high rotation rate, so a lot of intensive soil tillage, the top 20 centimeters, and as I said already, intensive irrigation. One thing I need to explain a bit more is the hydrology of Dutch greenhouses. As we are, well, 1/3 of the country is below sea level, and the remaining part is, well, just not much above sea level. We have high groundwater tables. So to have sufficient dry soil, growers have drainage system, and the depth of the drainage system is about 90 centimeters, and that has some effect on our sustainability issues, because, well, this picture shows you the greenhouses are below the canals and the lakes. So there is pressure of the surface water on the groundwater table, and sometimes even we get flooding. Well, to prevent, of course, the flooding, we need drainage, and the drainage then is pumped out. Well, we have the water flows, evapotranspiration, we have irrigation, and the irrigation surplus goes down the drain, and the drain is then pumped out into the ditches, the canals, the surface water. Some growers reuse the drainage water. It's not like soil system where it's obligatory in soil-grown crops. Some growers do, and not all growers can, because the water from the canals or from further away surface waters has some hydraulic pressure on the groundwater, so it's seeping into the drainage system. So the drainage is a mix of leached out water, but also water from beneath. So it can be contaminated with salt, and that's why it cannot be reused in many places. So when it comes to sustainability, we need to reduce the leaching, because a lot of the leachates from the greenhouses is pumped out into the surface waters. And regarding the in Europe we have the Water Framework Directive. saying that in the near future, the surface waters in Europe, in this case the Netherlands, should meet ecological standards. That means that the concentration of contaminants from pesticides, but also mainly fertilizers, should be reduced. And that's a challenge for soil-grown crops, because soil-less grown crops, they recirculate. So there is no, well, hardly no leachate, no discharge of water into the surface water, but for soil-grown crops, it still is. Okay. Oh, sorry, you have to translate.
Use this to our colleagues in Chinese as first slide, please. Yes. 我给大家讲一下这个荷兰的脉象。荷兰的地下水这个平台，因为它的是在海平面以下，由于它的海洋这个海平面是要比它陆地要高的，这是荷兰的一个特点。所以呢，你就会看到它的所有的设施里面，如果水的话呢，不让它水的情况下，地下水最明显。这是一个，第二个呢，都是排水道灌以上。那么它现在遇到很大的麻烦呢，它现在必须得要把下面的这个水要冲。所以你在荷兰经常的整个的这种的都会外面会让很多水，外面糖啊都是从下面把水抽掉的，全部抽掉的情况下，那么实际上这个下面呢都已经就是水满为患了。这是他们荷兰目前在做土壤栽培的时候面临的一个非常大的挑战。所以他们在建温室的时候呢，其实都把边上都漆好了，都漆了一遍。那么这个时候呢，如果是这个时候水肥管的不好的话，特别肥下去了以后，只要下去一点点，就把它的周边的水体全污染。所以这是荷兰他们面临的最大的一个挑战，必须得要把这个水肥管好。这也是为什么荷兰他们不愿意做土壤的。他今天讲了一个非常小的一个玩意儿，实际上荷兰90%的都是做无土栽，无土栽的下面啥也没有。但是呢，他之前给大家讲的就是10%的那个土壤。Okay, please.
Okay, well, brief history about fertigation. I will be very quickly about this. It started, of course, with the establishment of soluble fertilizers, which can be diluted into the irrigation water using technology, Venturi systems, EC meters. In the 70s, also, we developed the soil analysis for greenhouse crops and combined with that, the fertilizer recommendation system. Then in the 90s, we had these narrow strip sprinkler systems, drip irrigation, and later on computers for advanced dosing of fertilizers. And nowadays we use models and sensor technology. So it also went together with yield increase, better quality of our produce, and also due to better control of the growth factors. I'm going to talk a little bit about the four issues here: water, fertilizers, the dosing and mixing, and the supply. First, the water, and I really want to underline this. This is important for also, Rodney mentioned the paradox between nitrate and salinity, the leaching. Well, it starts with good water, because if you have water quality which is perfect, then you don't have issues with salinity, and also you can prevent nitrate leaching. So water quality requirements are important to take into account when you choose about your water sources. Specifically for EC and sodium and fluoride content, I will come back to this later. It's just for indeed the salinity, but also the let's say the prevention of precipitation, because that gives you clogging of your irrigation system, and well, it's a source for heterogeneity.
I want to explain this to you. This is very important, I think. 实际上，有关于这个做水农肥也好，包括杨斌老师他们把那个整个的你的设备和技术，到全国不同的地方去。 我觉得这块我们做的并不够好，因为我们光测了这个盐的问题，现在还有矿物污染物，我们从来是不测的。还有一个呢，就是那里面铁还有碳酸钙、锰类似这种东西，实质上在矿泉水里面，它的全国各个地方碳化的还是效果不太好。你会跟你老爸说，其实它产品去到哪去了以后，有时候表现的不太好，很大的原因不是产品不好，而是那个矿泉水它里面有接触它的一些物质在里面。但是我们这个国内目前很少有人去做，真的 OK。
Maybe too much details here, but we have several classes for, well, let's say the water quality parameters. First one is EC, and we have, of course, the salt sensitive crop. We have the salt tolerant crops, and if it's above a certain level, we don't recommend it for any greenhouse crop. But if it's below 0.5, then there is no restriction. You can use it in any system, even also in soils. But between 0.5 and 1, it's only for salt-sensitive crops. But then still you have to look not only to the EC, but also to the sodium and chloride concentration, because EC is made up of many, can be made up of many parameters. If it's between 1 and 1.5, then it's for salt-tolerant crops, but still then you have to look to the sodium and chloride, and that's the next slide. So given that it's below 1, for instance, and sodium chloride concentration in millimole per liter, if it's below 1, there are no restrictions, and even also for closed system soils. If it's more than 1, you can only use it for salt-sensitive crops. If it's more than 1.5 and below 3, then for moderate, about 3, only for salt-tolerant crops. But still, when the EC is below 1. And of course, there are more parameters involved, but I want to be brief here. Fertilizers, I think this can be skipped. Soluble fertilizers and compound fertilizers, that's a choice, of course. But that's all part of the way you calculate your nutrient solutions. Dosing and mixing, I also want to be very quickly about this. We have various methods. There's one also explained that's not different from the Almeria system in Holland. We have the proportional dosing like Venturi systems or these dosatrons. But most of all, people use automatic fertilizer dosing system, and they always use a mixing tank in Holland. And some grows even stick to a daily storage. So big tanks, but they prepare it for one complete full day. So then they have a better, they think, have a better buffering of the pH, etc. Yeah, some technical details. Because of time, I want to skip this. But you can imagine there are some requirements for your dosing systems regarding capacity. Specifically, I want to highlight this. Filtration is so important. Filtration of your water after your dosing system, because really you want to prevent any clogging, any precipitation of your drip irrigation system. Because I come to that later in the afternoon. Heterogeneity of your irrigation system is one of the causes of a need for leaching. Yeah, so it's supplied by sprinklers, overhead sprinklers for the full cover crop. And we really want to have low capacities, because the infiltration capacity of the soil also is one of the reasons that you get heterogeneity. So a low capacity meaning not more than 0.5 liters per square meter per minute for overhead sprinklers, and for strip sprinklers 0.25. Then drip irrigation, I think everybody knows here.
OK，
Sorry.
他刚才谈到的关于滴灌施肥里面的体液换的问题，前面的你两位进来的时候，他谈到的灌溉水的问题。实际上，灌溉水本身的它的这个水质的变化，刚才您特别的强调了，这个荷兰它测定水质的指标呢，其实非常的多。 那么他刚才问了一个问题，就跟前面那个人报告的问题，我说我们有没有评判，就是说不断书上有。那么他在这个里面强调的是这个就是他这个肥料特别强调缓冲性，这个听起来我是要，我就知道，今天听了以后，忽然真的自己想，就是说，包括前一段时间的雷阿燕他们已经对，因为我们跟我提出非常关键的一个信号，就是肥料的缓冲性非常的重要，这个缓冲性应对的，你这肥料好。缓冲性应对的是那个矿泉而那个水质的变化才是较努力的事情。我们过去做水别的人很少关注一个用户用在对，然后你关注吗？你肯定不关。然后我也觉得是器材都是用这是不灵。
This is 2 to 4 liters per hour. Sorry. Sorry for that. Thank you, Esteban. You're not sleeping. Okay. Well, fertilization approach in greenhouse crops. I rather like to use the word nutrient management because we take a lot of issues into account, like the crop, of course, soil or substrate, the water quality, interaction between the nutrients, specific fertilizer effects, and the impact on the environment. So it's much more than only adding fertilizers. Difference between outdoor and indoor crop. Well, in field crops, we refer to quantities based on the cropping plan and the soil characteristics. In greenhouse crops, the same as what Rod already mentioned, we use concentrations. We fertigate based on EC nutrient solutions. I skipped this one. Oh, well, yeah, just to show you the difference between field crops and a greenhouse crop. This is a lettuce crop. In a greenhouse, under the same conditions, you can have at least 5 crops a year, 5 cycles. Outdoor, it's maximum 3. And so you can see that if you have on average, the total turnover, so to say, of fertilizer in a greenhouse is 4 times higher than or 5 times even than in a outdoor field. So greenhouses require much more fertilizers. That's what I said. We use concentrations, not only concentration, but also take into account the ratios between the different elements, potassium to calcium or nitrate, potassium or calcium to magnesium ratio. In other words, we use the nutrient solutions. Soil fertility has a lot of interactions. I'm not going to deal with that, of course, here, but I want to say that despite the enormous variation between all the different parameters in greenhouses, we ignore that. We say just, okay, we ignore the potassium exchange to the clay minerals. We ignore nitrate or the nitrogen mineralization or the conversion of ammonium to nitrate, etc. We just use our target values for nutrient concentration in the soil solution. That's our sort, so to say, holy grail for growing crops in greenhouses. And we use for that rapid soil testing. I come to that later if times allow me. So what do? We have the crop. So that determines the nutrient solution or the nutrient ratios. We have the soil, okay, soil type, hydrology, organic matter, pH, and the phosphorus status. That gives us some indication what we need for the nutrient supply. So we have some base dressing, but in general that is ignored. And we just use only fertigation to achieve the target values in the soil. And these target values, they differ per crop. Next to that, we have our soil analysis. And the soil analysis gives us, some fertilizer recommendation, which is then used to change and to adjust the nutrient supply. Is that the translation or is it?
The unit of target value.
I come to that later. Yeah, because there's some details in the next slide.
对于乔老师是很有重要的，这个它实际上就是那个专家系统的一个过程。那么它这个里面实际上，拿了一个非常怪的一个东西，它是有个养分的一个比例，这个比例呢和作物的吸收的比例的一个一致性。但是呢，你所有施下去的肥要考虑到环境中的特别土壤矿化的供应，达到每个作物要有的目标值。这个玩意儿，说实话，我自己也没有很好的理解透。但是它居然最后能够给一个肥料的一个推荐，所以呢，这个里面来讲，我都是刚才问他，你是用什么做单位？是浓度做单位还是量做单位？他下面再说。OK.
Okay, here is your question. We have target values for each crop, and it's expressed in millimole per liter in the 1 to 2 volume extract. I will explain later what it is, but that's our soil method, and it is sort of related to the soil solution, so the directly available nutrients in the soil solution. You can convert that, of course, in milligrams per liter ppms, but we use the millimole per liter. Yeah, okay, and then it can be transferred into the soil solution easily because the 1 to 2 volume extract method, we know what is the dilution factor, and you can convert that, if you like, to what is actually available in the soil solution, and even that you can convert to kilograms per hectare if you want. But we only stick to the target values. Well, here are some target values for different crops.
OK， 所以它这个实际上是采用的是一个跟中国来肥的这么一个理念，它把满足营养液供应的这个合理的这个量给了一个目标值，这个目标值就是第一行。第一行呢，实际上它又把它放大了，稀释了以后呢，把它变成了折成土壤溶液里面的值，而土壤溶液里面又根据土壤的一个含水量，又把它整成了一个中心的一个情。
Okay, so there's a list of target values for different crops. You can imagine that we do have different values for different crops. Skip that one and skip this one as well, because I think I can explain it also in this way. This is our fertilizer recommendation system. This is for nitrogen. This is the range of nitrate concentration in soil solution, sorry, in the 1 to 2 volume extract. And you see the supply, and if it's between 4 and 6, we say, okay, that's correct, no adjustment needed. If it's more than 6, we gradually reduce the advised nitrate concentration, and if it's below 4, then we proportionally increase the nitrate supply.
它在这个里面作为氮的推荐来讲是非常的关键。但是它如果土壤测试的氮在4到6这一段，它是不用施什么肥的，低于4的施肥量要增加，不是施什么肥，而是施那个肥是7。如果是低于4的，它就会根据低的这个4的以后呢，低的数量它会增加氮的这个供应的浓度，而如果是高于6的，就是土壤里含量很高了。那么它会减少外界就是说这个追肥或者施肥的这个量。其实它是把土壤和这个施肥的这个量呢，加起来的和来满足这么一个值。这不就跟不挺合理做的跟没成处。
Okay, so a short explanation about the soil 1 to 2 volume extract method. It's a rapid testing method. It can be done routinely, and it's a good estimator for the direct available plant available concentration. And this is how we do it. We take 2 volumes of water, for instance, 40 milliliters, and we add, and this is the crucial thing, we don't add 40 milliliters of soil, no, we add soil as such quantity that volume increases with 1 other 40 milliliters. So it's an underwater volume. So the air in the soil is then ignored. So you end up is a mixture of two parts of distilled water in one part of a mixture of soil fixed and soil
注
solution.
测方法就是土水比是1:2，一份儿土2份儿水，6个小时一混，混完了一调，调以后一滚，发出来了，出来了以后隔天的一切，先上去热，对。
Okay, and that's then mixed, filtered, and then in the filtrate, the analysis is done. And well, there's a clear relationship between the organic matter fraction and the dilution factor. So here you see on the y-axis the dilution factor, and it's for most soils it's about 4. But if the organic matter fraction is very low, like in sandy soils, then it can even up to 6 or 7. But usually we say the dilution factor is 4 for the soil solution. Okay. Well, you can do the analysis for all the elements by ICP. And I just want to wrap up my presentation that soil-grown crops is a minority in Holland for full crop vegetables and cut flowers and organic crops. The hydrology is very typical for the Dutch greenhouse industry, high groundwater, and we have drainage. Water quality is a crucial factor for optimal and sustainable management of greenhouse crops, and I come to that later in the afternoon. And our typical approach is that we try to achieve and maintain target values in the soil solution using the 1-to-2 volume extract as our control method. That's it. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Vim. Are there any questions on Vim's presentation? One.
I had a question, but later we will talk about. Yeah, but only curiosity. You like the soils when cropping fruits, vegetables. Yeah, tomatoes or something like that, I suppose. And how do you manage the heating flat? Because it's constructed flat.
No, well, this is from an organic farm,
Yeah.
because we only have fruits, vegetables in organic production. And what organic farms do, they keep the heating pipes from its place and just have a very small tractor for the filling.
In the road.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very quick question, bro. Are you aware of any reliable system that can measure the levels of nitrates in the soil?
They're not very reliable. I know there are some companies selling those equipment, but
say they're reliable.
Eh?
They say they're reliable.
they say, but he asked me if I know. No, definitely not at the moment. No.
All right. It's time now before lunch to have a discussion on fertigation equipment, fertigation systems. I can see that from the Chinese people, there's certainly some interest equipment. So if they have any further questions on the equipment, then maybe our experts here can respond. So that
这个环节我们这个领域，因为我们要讨论一下，我们花的这些有很多，还有抽飞系统，还有灌溉水晶雾化的系统，包括你们自己的系统，大家还有什么问题？并且大家昨天看了，阿尔梅利亚的还有荷兰的这块儿。我会考虑题了，那这个两位嘛，我讲的，他们的这这块这个，有人就这样的，我这样的。
I think for government, cuando una cultura
Let's say for wind, how about the of irrigation in Iceland for agricultural production?
I will talk about it last noon, because then is my lecture of explanation about power. Oh.
What's
这水质也没有处理，因为之前大概在中国市场上10年前，新加坡有个企业它对这个水质净化厂都在天天对那个营养就是对药的时候，天雾器的时候它给它，那目前市场上可能他们这个市场过程中，他们有变化是吧？他们说采访对沟通关系。
Mr. G asked a question related to William's presentation that now you mentioned that buffering of the fertilizers is very important. And then you also mentioned the water quality. As far as this production, vegetable production in England, is there any special treatment of the water quality irrigation for irrigation in Africa?
Water. We are blessed with a lot of precipitation knowledge. So we collect the and we store it. But that's in summer not always enough. So supplemental, we're going to use desalinated water. Desalinated by reverse osmosis. So that's well water. Yeah. And then by reverse osmosis, desalinated, supplemented to rainwater. And that's always very good quality.
荷兰的它的地势比较洼，所以他们是用整个那个他们什么来收雨水，所以它这个雨水收集完了，懂了？他们那水它不是雨水，它的话，第二个他们用的还是温商法，就是还是淡化，这个它也是合理strategy。他可能你分析啊，他们或者可能问题一个呢是在阿尔及利亚这个区域为大棚种植或者其他农业种植，可能管控和施技术，或者是相关的管控人员，所以他们有的这个地方也没有。另外一个就是Mr. Sun asked a question. Special fertilizers like control release fertilizers. Is there any control release fertilizers used in the intensive vegetable systems?
Well, I'll answer that first, and then maybe Wanho can comment. As far as I know, no, because the fertilizers that are given are immediately available.
Yeah.
So it's not a long-term process. As I understand, the controlled release fertilizers are more used, for example, but here with fertigation, you don't need controlled release because you're applying on a regular basis the nutrients in a highly available form.
没有，主要因为是缓冲使用肥料。肥效提高了，这个要让农民说呢，这是说的话是就没有问题了。是的肥料，它应该树的，树和果栽培这个。所以呢，蔬菜栽培来讲的话呢，他们不想用这种方式的。
也就是说，在阿尔及利亚有应用，但是不是应用在这个不是蔬菜，其他的地方也许在其他地方还是在用。第一个问题啊，第二个问题就是说我们多分的照顾， 这次来包括很多也是企业嘛，就是当地刚才我们这几天探讨种植模式或者种植园，那么在企业是商业领域，现在在这个例题就简单说啊，比如说这个肥料企业生产企业多不多，然后生产什么样的产品，他们是怎么通过市场的流通环节再和种植部门连接的？
They are interested in the fertilizer programs in our area. For example, where are the fertilizers from? These fertilizers produced at a local factory or just imported from other countries.
I think Wanho Magan probably has a better idea on that, on the origin of the fertilizers that are used here. Are they imported from other countries, or are they produced locally in Almeria or produced elsewhere in Spain? Do you know the origin of the fertilizers?
I'd say that the most important.
I think the big companies like Yara, etc., they're the major suppliers. So I think, and they're multinational companies. So presumably most of it would come from major production centers in other countries, maybe in Spain.
或者是从别的地方是本地没有什么这样的一些。另外一个呢，像 Yara， 像这种这个肥料的，在这儿比较多方面，他们的知名度是比较高的。
那进口的话是从哪个地方？
不是说这种进口，而是说欧洲的这一块是比较，对，他们当地有当地没有，Okay.
I think Vim wanted to contribute on one of those points.
Just one comment about so-called controlled release fertilizers. They are rather uncontrolled. Because what the companies say, well, we have fertilized for 3 months or 6 months, 9 months even. But it's really very, very heterogeneous. Because I know, because I'm also involved in the certifying organization of fertilizers, that for instance, the 3 months working slow release fertilizer, I like to call it slow release rather than controlled release, as a let's say tolerance of 2 and 4 months. In greenhouse horticulture, we want really exact dosing and availability fertilizers. So it's very uncontrolled. But I think for field crops and what you mentioned, trees, nursery stock, these big containers with growing all kind of ornamental plants outdoors, that's perfect. But not for greenhouse vegetable.
对刚才的建议呢，就是对于管控式肥来说的话，实质上是来控的是氮，那么其他的元素不重要，最重要的一个是氮的这个管式或者是控制。从它的角度来讲的话，园艺作物来讲，更多的是需要用管制这个词儿，而不是控制，因为你想做到控制是很难的。比如说你说是3个月的控制或者什么，其实这个变异很大，它会从2个月到4个月都有可能。所以呢，他觉得你要想在鸡蛋这种作物，想提供这个养分的话，他们通常认为都是非常高效脂溶的养分，而不太愿意采取这种缓释的这个肥料。这种缓释的肥料呢，他也建议就是说可以放在这样生长周期比较长的，施肥频率比较少的这种像那个果树啊，或者是树体啊这一块。
Okay, if I can just add one comment to this discussion. There was some interest in Almeria some years ago with the use of nitrification inhibitors. So using an ammonium-based fertilizer with the nitrification inhibitor DMPP. Okay, and that was sold commercially, and there were farmers using it in greenhouses. But it didn't catch on. And the reasons for that is more expensive, and I think people felt good using it, but in the end, it's not worth it. And another problem is with nitrification inhibitors. they don't actually inhibit nitrification, they delay nitrification. So even if you use it, you're often delaying the problem. So yeah, but I think in Almeria, there's no use of any kind of stabilized fertilizers.
I see. 他提到了，Rod 提到了一个问题，在阿尔梅利亚的前几年，当地的农民有的用一些稳定性的肥料，就是加了消化抑制剂的 EMPP。那么这种实质上它会抑制消化的过程，减缓养分供应的这么一个速度。但实质上呢，因为这个加肥料的成本，这几年呢，很多农民呢，他们已经放弃不再用它，他们就遇到了这个水龙的。
Okay, well, I think we'll stop for lunch, but I think just to continue our discussion before about fertigation solutions, I think maybe if Li Bing and Mano could just come here for a minute and maybe we can see the calculation and then you can go to lunch. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Also, Professor Chen, we need you to translate. Okay, so.
Do you see English is good?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, he can understand this.
You can understand. Okay, but I think this might help explain the understanding. Basically, the. But I know it's in Spanish, but I mean we can just work it out. The symbols of the nutrients.
Yeah, I want to say stop the DSS systems.
Yes.
Because we want to discuss with you in the afternoon about different scenarios of DSS use.
Yeah.
For example, soil crops, planting crops. Other is soilless crops.
Okay.
Then comes at farm. How to use these DSS systems?
Yeah. Yeah, no, we can in the discussion this afternoon. Yeah, we certainly can do that. Yeah. So many people are willing to discuss a little bit this, or if you're all hungry, we can just all go to lunch. Okay. So we can talk about this later.
That would be issue there.
Well, I think we kind of lunch now, and maybe minutes we can. I don't know, but go to where it was, and I think they're following.
Listen, other people also.
Yes.
All and soil from other side and then
But there's no hole. You're in the soil, then they bring in trucks.
Yeah.
They bring in the soil.
Yeah.
And they distribute it on top. So there's no excavation.
因为这个地方做地别往回买完那个瓤，肥沃的瓤，上20到30分，然后再上5分用，然后呢，再那个再是沙子。我跟你讲，你这个问题得问我，他这个地方第二个非常有意思。
The supplementation of manure.
Well, in the well, yeah, with the organic systems they add manure, but they can't add so much because of the legislation about nitrates. They can only add 100%, probably. Probably apply exactly. For organic, I think they would. Unless they incorporate the crop residue. Because the normal thing conventional farming, cut the residue and take it all outside. Okay. So
Because the life most of them like Because
there is a big problem. Paris. And so whatever. They collect it, they take it out, they collect it, and then normally, except with tomato, someone will come and take it to a recycling plant. Oh, okay, they take the tomato, the organic people, no one. Great tomato.
organic, no, because
Okay.
they like pepper.
Okay, they can't incorporate because they don't want to add the virus to the soil. Okay, sorry, so.
You can ask them and we can ask them and see.
Plus, liquid fertilizer will cease on one with one, see one the trial, they have the tanks, different tanks, but with different organic fertilizers. And they mix things. It's pretty soft, not entirely, but
Problems with
yeah, the filters, but the filters aren't. So that's a problem with organic agriculture. Because the drip system blocks the drip emitters. So that's we have a DSS here. Our DSS has only been developed for mineral fertilizers. In the Netherlands, as part of our project, Vendor's adapting, he's developing the DSS for organic crops. It's kind of simple, does nitrogen balances for a crop. It does predictable things, nitrogen all the time. But it provides balances, Van and PK, it helps people make a fertilizer plan. You know how much your crop takes up, and you know the fertilizers you're thinking of, how much nitrogen they supply. And that can help with the plant. But there's always a problem with organics is when fertilization. Soil, yeah, that's even.
Yeah.
Your model was not used by that part.
Why the farmer?
They use fertigation. Yeah.
But not
Yeah.
But it's not easy. I mean, they can add manure and they can add nitrogen and manure, but not so much, not enough for a crop.
Farmer.
Okay. And then they can cook it.
Funny.
So they can per year,
Yeah.
70 kilograms of nitrogen.
Is it?
That's organic nitrogen. That's the maximum because of the European law. Only in the areas where there's a nitrate problem, like here. But that's 170 kilograms of organic. Again, that might provide 100 kilograms of air. What might need 400. So it's not enough. So then you can add the residues,
The soil,
the soil, and that will add, makes up maybe 130 plant. So we've seen some farmers might with their farm make vermicompost. They might apply vermicompost. Compost, or they use composting. Some use composting. And that
the going for or faster continue.
exactly. Let's make it. They can buy it. There are some bigger companies that make it. And it must be filtered well, but that's affected way of soluble, soluble nutrients.
We can see the being
I don't think she has, I'm not sure exactly what she does. We can see it. She'll explain. Talk to her.
But it's more than not.
See we'll see what, like, what, how we're going. Yes. In the morning, the research station of one, and there were different crops. One, there's, organic. So if one will see a fertigation system with organic fertilizers. Okay. And we'll talk about that. So, and then we'll see one organic crop on Thursday. All right. So we'll see some. Saying they
That as a cover.
no, they don't. The sand mulch. It management sort of because I mean sometimes people remove the sand. Some of it was very hard. Place it. Put the sand back. But then the organic growers said so sand. Said they said work things in school. Each year they had a new one, they had proper experience, so they mix this because their approach, you'll see. Getting farm and also the other farm, you'll look at concept and well, they they want to manage the soil and for them manage the soils very important. Generally, people just manage the soil like substrate. So they apply nutrients, takes it up, they don't think about the soil. You'll get it. Vegetable growers, soil, something to be managed and it's a very different approach. They add organic matter, they till the soil, your roots have more penetration. Yeah.
他们平时会农民要去拿山，机构会有定期要
On the soil,
到他们单位那儿去。
tradition, I think the government is just
Esta sensación de que cuando está aquí, necesita la raíz, pero cuando está aquí, empieza a decir que luego el sector quiero volver. Pero el problema es solucionado, ¿no? Perché questo programma antiguo prendeva un famiglia che non è noi mio. Yes. Con la familia cortica, per esempio, che non sta bene, se non è, non lo prendiamo uno. Ma lì che poi no, non si dice. Questo è proprio quello che abbiamo io guardo veramente. Outside. Y aprender. Puede ser. Tal como los son de la organización. Llegué allí con amigos y muchas veces pues lo deseo. A esta parte del área de conocimiento. Pero el del área de decir no es que fue importante y algo. Es una situación la llevo yo todo el día al campo. Es decir, yo cuando no salgo, si no sigue la partida, porque te viento, va, Okay. Well, we do stuff.
Let's get started. I'll talk in the microphone. I'd like to present Maria Dolores Fernandez, we all know as Lolly. Lolly has many years experience working with irrigation in greenhouses on evapotranspiration, on KC values, etc. She's really one of the leading experts on on irrigation in greenhouses. So we're very lucky to have Lolly presenting irrigation management in Almeria greenhouses. Okay.
It's working. Good. Well, I'm researcher at Las Palmerillas Research Center. I'm colleague with Juanjo Magán. My research focuses on water use efficiency and to develop of model to calculate the irrigation requirements. In my presentation, I will describe the irrigation management in Almeria greenhouses. Para pasar. Yeah. The main topic is the origin of the water resources in Almeria. Water for irrigating greenhouses crop comes mainly from aquifers, desalinated seawater, and treated wastewater. More than 30,000 hectares of greenhouses now in Almeria are irrigated with desalinated water. Also, growers collect rainwater. The wastewater treatment plant in the city of Almeria produce around 15 cubic hectometer per year, which after a tertiary treatment with ozone is used to irrigate around 2,000 hectares of greenhouses. And the use of treated wastewater for agricultural use will increase in the coming years, around 10 cubic hectometers per year. The water from aquifers or desalinated water or treated wastewater is stored in reservoir. In reservoirs. In Ejido area, where is located Las Palmerillas Research Center, the district irrigation community mixes underground water with desalinated seawater, and this mixture has a electrical conductivity around 1.5 dcm per meter. Then the water is supplied to growers via district irrigation community by means of pressurized network. This is an example. Also, the use of renewable energy is increasing in the water distribution system. This water come to the farmers. Farmer have small reservoirs or ponds close. This is a picture.
这个很多地方都有小
This
水
is a
库
pump.
，yeah，就是说，你看他指的那个地方，大家看都有小水库，因为这个地方太缺水了，所以呢，他们通常就是要水库里面是要存水的。那么通过城市管道呢，这个有压力的管道呢排出来，打出来了以后呢，在每一个大棚的这个边上有那么个小池塘或者是小水库，主要保证这个水分水的供应。Yeah, okay.
Okay. The irrigation system used in Almeria greenhouses is drip irrigation. This system was introduced in 1975 and was quickly adopted by growers. These figures show the evolution of the area of the greenhouses in Almeria with drip irrigation. In a few years, all the greenhouses in Almeria were using drip irrigation.
1975年，他们用的滴灌施肥的系统，现在呢已经发展到了家家户户都在用。
Initially, the irrigation system had very poor uniformity, indicating a large variation in the amount of water applied by the drippers. In 1984, only 4% of installation had excellent uniformity. The main reason for this was the poor quality of the drippers and the fact that the pipes tested were not made from a right raw material and did not meet current standard. The dripper quality has improved significantly in the resulting in an increase in uniformity with an estimated 81% of installation had excellent uniformity.
在1984年到1994年的这10年，实质上是他们整个的滴灌系统大发展的一个阶段。在84年的时候呢，这里面有一个滴头的一个均匀度，灌溉均匀度，就是每个滴头出来的水呢应该是一样的。但是呢，由于他们的滴头的质量太差，而且呢很多的材料用的也不合适，所以呢84年的时候呢只有4%达标。 但是到了94年以后呢，这个指标呢上到了81%，所以81%的灌溉系统、滴灌系统，它的灌溉均匀度都是符合要求的。OK。
Growers are using modern technology to automate irrigation and fertilizer application. Today, more than 63% of greenhouse area has automatic irrigation control system. Growers should specify the day, hour, and duration of each irrigation, and the irrigation will be applied automatically. The irrigation control system can be accessed remotely and also has alarm system if the irrigation control system isn't working properly. Increase electrical conductivity, low pressure, and other things.
到了2016年以后呢，实际上在整个温室灌溉系统都采用的是自动灌溉的控制系统了，这个比例上升到了63%，而且还可以实行远程遥控，那么极大的提高了水分的利用效率。OK。
And is it also possible to automate the frequency of irrigation by connecting a soil moisture sensor?
实际上还有通过整个的土壤湿度的这种传感器来进行反馈调控。
The next two slides show the management of irrigation by the growers. In this slide, so the results about analyze that we carry out for analyze the grower irrigation management over 6 seasons in 41 greenhouses located in the Ejido area, which is located the Los Palmerillas Research Center. In this study, we collect the total irrigation water supply with a water meter reading. We measure the data. No, excuse me. Data on total fresh fruit production and gross income per crop and greenhouses was also provided by the growers. And the mean annual irrigation water supply value for the main rotation was 4,440 cubic meter per hectare. This is the maximum value and the minimum value.
阿尔梅利亚的这个设施的每年的每公顷的灌溉量呢，大概都给了一个数，平均是每公顷4440立方，最大的是5000多，最小的是3600左右。
We use the relative irrigation supply, this indicator, for irrigation performance analysis. This indicator is obtained by dividing crop irrigation water supply by grower between estimated irrigation water requirements.
他们用相对灌溉供应指数 RIS 这个来表征当地的农户的，这是个农户调查数据啊，农户的灌溉的一个指标。那么实际上在0.8到1.2的时候呢，是属于比较合理的。那么在平均的是1.12， 最大的是到了1.45了，比较低的呢大概是0.88，那么最低的也就说明什么？说明在阿尔梅利亚农户的灌溉这个管理这一块来说的话，应该是全部合格，在他们调研的这个过程里面。
The the main the main relative irrigation supply indicator value were close to 1, indicating that on average irrigation supply match the maximum water requirement of these crops, and the irrigation is well.
说明2016年那个时候啊，因为这个文献2007年的时候呢，整个的他们这个灌溉的制度这一块来讲是合格的。
And this is the values of water use efficiency, kilograms per cubic meter, and in euros per cubic meter.
整个的每年的水分生产力是每方水生产11.5欧元，相当于24公斤的农产品。
A more detailed analysis of the risk values showed that there was a large variability between growers, with growers that with deficit irrigation and other with excuse me. This is indicate deficit irrigation and this over irrigation. The evolution of risk through the cycle indicate that during the crop established period, during the first month of the cycle, the volume of irrigation applied by growers can be up 4 times this value higher than the crop needs.
他这个说了2件事儿，一个呢就是农户之间在水管理这一块还是有差距的，尤其是在相对灌溉供应的这一块 RSI 的这个，是有一批不够的，当然也有灌的太多的。另外一个呢，说明了一个什么呢？你要想让作物活下来的话，尤其是在定植的这个阶段，整个的这个秋冬的和春秋这一块来说呢，它在定植期的时候呢，这个水的供应量是要大的，而在后面发育的时候呢，可能就没那么高了。
This is caused because the crops, the pepper crops, are transplanted in summer, and the temperature are very high, and the grower want to ensure the survival of the crops. In summary, Almeria growers management their greenhouse irrigation wells. This has been made possible by several years of research on crop water requirements and important dissemination activities. Las Palmerillas Research Center, founded in 1975, has been working on water management in greenhouse crops. And we disseminate the information
by to the grower and a technical advisor.
他们把作物需水的这个指标做了一些研究，并且形成了一些规范和指标性的东西。他们把这个编成了册子，然后呢给农民发放。下面那个表格呢，实际上就是对于整个的不同生育期这个它的作物需水的这么一些数吧，因为是西班牙文的。
We have developed a new model to calculate greenhouse crop irrigation requirements. This model is based on the FAO methodology that we have adapted for use with greenhouse crops. This is the FAO model developed by Dorenbos and Pruitt and Allen. The model estimates crop evapotranspiration as a product of reference evapotranspiration, which is equivalent to evapotranspiration of a grass crop, and which quantify the effect of climate on crop water demand. And the crop coefficient, which quantifies the effect of cross species and the developed state.
另外一个呢，在他们研究过程里面，他们采用了彭曼公式，来去算一下每日的实际的腾发量。这个是在设施里面做的。这个我说一下，这个其实我们国家做的很少。这个我觉得北京的谁有几个研究人员在做，像康耀虎啊，他们在做一些这个东西。OK， 他决定了一下作物系数，就是那个 KC 的值。
We have a greenhouse zone with perennial grass. This is a picture.
Yeah. 所以你看它那个装置，我还是第一次见，真的这么大的。
We measure the reference evapotranspiration and we compare this value with estimated reference evapotranspiration.
那个温室的那个一套装置来测的是潜在腾发量，也叫参考腾发量。然后根据不同作物的系数呢，它来算计出实际的腾发量。
We had used PEMA Monteith, FAO-PEMA, FAO radiation, FAO PAN, and Hargreaves method. We also determined the crop coefficient for the main greenhouse grown vegetable crops.
他用很多的方法来算这个潜在腾发量，也给了一个公式。
These figures compares measured and estimated reference evapotranspiration by Monteith methods, which was adapted to greenhouse conditions using a fixed aerodynamic resistance. This model needs several climatic data as solar radiation, temperature, and relative humidity.
用一些气象参数能算出来这个潜在的腾发量，然后呢，他也自己实际测了，所以呢，他们搞了一个相关关系，觉得这个方法还是不错的，那个线性关系很好。
If only maximum and minimum greenhouses temperature data are available, it's recommended to use Hargreaves model, incorporating
the transmissivity of greenhouses, this value. And this model has some good accuracy in greenhouses in Almería.
这个准确度还是比较高的。
We have developed a easy method to estimate reference evapotranspiration. Only use solar radiation. This method estimate the reference evapotranspiration with a relationship between solar radiation. This method has advantage with respect to other methods because the individual characteristics of the greenhouse can be considered in the calculation of irrigation requirements, such as structure, covering material, and whitening. And growers don't need to install any sensor in the greenhouses. The solar radiation data can use from nearby meteorological station.
因为大棚它有一个覆盖物，所以呢，光照呢从外面射进来的时候呢，会有一些影响。所以在这里面来讲的话呢，作为他们的研究，后来特别在95年到2004年的时候呢，我们发现，实质上这个过程呢影响不是很大。这个实质上现在有的人呢在大棚里面装了一个照度计。那个实质上来获取那个参数，那个倒没有必要，它也可以从这个气象站拿到外面的数据，然后根据材料的这种穿透系数的差别，光的穿透系数的差别，它的这个特性搞到了以后呢，它实质上还是可以这个算的。
We have determined crop coefficient values for the main greenhouse grown vegetable crops in Almería. This is for melon. This is for melon.
所以他们找到了当地适合于当地的生产条件的作物系数。那么 KC 值，比如说瓜类、甜瓜类的，1月和3月，那么这2个月它的这个是不一样的。
Planting dates of greenhouse crops vary from year depending on agronomic, weather, and market condition. As results, crop development and pattern of cashew curves differ significantly between season and growers. This is a melon that's planting in January, and other cycle the melon was transplanted in March.
所以根据这个栽培时期的不同，那么他们用了一个公式，而这个模型呢，实质上能够来把这个 KC 值和温热时数的这个关系搞成一个函数之间有一定的关系。那么它这样的话呢，就可以来估算不同移栽时期的时候呢，它这个 KC 值的一个数据。
Therefore, a linear relationship between crop coefficient and cumulative thermal time was determined
to adapt the crop water requirement estimation to different transplanting plants. This is the relationship for peppers.
这个公式呢，就是填浇的。
We have tested the crop evapotranspiration model in greenhouses in Almería, as well as in Italy and Turkey greenhouses with the IGESMET project. This figure shows the evolution of the measure and estimate tomato crop evapotranspiration values, and the ETC models accurately estimate the measured values of crop evapotranspiration during the whole crop cycles.
这个呢，就是它有一个 Prima 项目，它做了一个校验，那么在意大利，这个模型还是不错的。
The ETC model now is implemented in Plataforma Tierra and allows to estimate the estimation of irrigation needs of the crop, indicating only the crop cycle, the irrigation system, the greenhouse whitening, and the electrical conductivity of the water. The user obtain a recommendation.
这样子可
The
以用来
irrigation
做推荐了。
recommendation. In relation of the irrigation scheduling by growers, as survey conducted in 2012 showed that the irrigation scheduling was based on 42% solely on growers' own experience. The majority was based on personal experience together with the technical advice. This is but since 2018, irrigation scheduling by growers has been changing. But
12年，他们做了450个调研，调查呢发现42%的农民呢自己根据经验来进行灌溉制度，3.8%呢是靠技术这个咨询，就是推广部门给的一些建议。那么还有一半的是都用，就是又靠自己的经验，也根据推广部门的经验。
In 2018, Cajamar Innova was created by Cajamar Foundation. Cajamar Innova is an incubator for a startup dedicated to water irrigation management, water purification, desalinated water distribution, circular water economy, all things related with water.
后来他们搞了一个软件。
From 2021 to 2023, Cajamar Innova has incubated and accelerated 62 startups. More than 300 startups application. The 12% of startup are outside Spain.
那么在2021年到23年的时候呢，有300个单位应用了，应用了以后呢，把这个数据提上去了以后，其中这里面有12%的是其他国家的。这是 Innova。
Innova has contributed to the development and growth of startup specializing in greenhouse irrigation management, such as EcoStretch. This is a startup was accelerated by Cajamar Innova. This startup has increased its workforce by more than 25 people and its sales by more than 2 million euros.
还有一个呢，就是关于土壤的这个传感器作为灌溉的决策。那么实际上，有将近2000个以上的农户呢是采用这种技术的。
The ecosystem use soil matrix potential measured by electrotensiometers. This is a picture. The system. Excuse me. Has developed a user-friendly interface. This is a picture, the interface. And irrigation scheduling is threshold based. The red color is an indication that the soil water is drying. This is the red color zone. More than 2,000 farmers in Almería use this technology. Now in Spain there is a subsidy for the installation this similar equipment or this equipment or for other enterprise.
那这个方法用起来还是可以的，而且呢，当地的助保很多的，那都可以采用这种补贴的方法，就政府用补贴来安装这个传感器。OK。
With this is my end of the thanks for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Lolly, for a very complete presentation. A lot of good information there. We don't have a lot of time for questions, so we can have questions later after Vim's presentation. I have one quick question. You showed how there's been a big improvement in the uniformity of irrigation with the drippers. Exactly why is that? Is it because the materials are better or the farmers are managing better?
No, because the material was better.
Okay.
And the design. The raw material is better, and the irrigation design was improved.
Okay, good. Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay, then we'll go next.
So my next talk will be about irrigation. So it's based on what I told you this morning about the basic principles, but now more in detail about irrigation. So part of it is a sort of duplication, what Dolores already told you. So I will skip those general things. But basically what we do with irrigation is, of course, that we feed the plant or the soil. And, and I think I can be very short about this. Irrigation has a lot of interaction with the soil, with the plant, with the minerals, with also the microorganism. Don't forget that. So yeah, that's the reason that we irrigate. You want translation, Chin Cheng? Don't translate this all. I mean, this is just a general.
它就是说呀，土壤栽培的时候，这个灌溉的措施呢，是影响的因素很复杂。
Okay, so the main question is, do we irrigate for what is the crop water demand? And of course, that's depending on the crop itself, but definitely the climate. It's the radiation from the sun. It's the VPD outside the greenhouse, the VPD inside, the temperature outside, inside, and the plant type, the leaf type, leaf area index, growth stage, and sometimes even the cultivar. Definitely the greenhouse, the light interception, and the use of screenings or shading or cladding, whitewash, whether or not you use supplemental lighting, and definitely also the soil itself has an effect.
比如说天气的情况，大家都知道哈，作物的类型啊，作物的叶片、品种、生育期，甚至包括现在我们谈到的设施的情况下呢，还有一个整个的棚膜的一个这也节光的影响，还有一些补光灯的问题，以及包括后面的土壤的问题等等的，这些信息呢都会影响到你这个灌溉对于作物对水分的需求。
So the main question is how much, and when do we need to irrigate?
实际上灌溉呢的策略就是要回答一个问题：怎么灌啊？灌多少？什么时候灌？
And a question connected to this is also, do we need over irrigation? And as I explained this morning, when you have good water quality, then there is no need to have leaching because of salinity. Stated that, then we have some other issues, and that's the heterogeneity. Heterogeneity caused by spatial differences in irrigation, but also in transpiration. Not all plants transpire exactly the same amount, and not every emitter gives you the same quantity of water. Despite what Dolores showed us, I think that's for a new system, that's perfect. But once a drip irrigation system has been used for a while, definitely the variation will increase.
他其实问大家一个问题，就是在生产里面要不要多灌一点，也就是过量灌溉。为什么这么考虑呢？一个呢，就是每个作物的这个藤发量不一样；第二个呢，就是你这个滴头啊，它是有这个区分的，有的滴的多，有的滴的少。还有一个呢，就是土壤，特别是在设施栽培的时候呢，这个垄啊，还有这个畦啊，它的这个盐度不一样。这个都会影响这个灌溉的效果。
Just two examples of just actual measurements of the transpiration. Well, this was in a soilless system, but definitely this will apply also to a soil-grown crop. Difference in transpiration of a single plant during the day. You see the variation, and this was the variation measured in the water supply of drippers. And this was not a new system, that was already for 3 years old. So if you combine this, then you can have the plant with the highest transpiration and the dripper with the lowest supply of water, which gives you a very dry spot. On the other hand, you can have a plant with the lowest transpiration and, for instance, the highest water supply, then you have a lot of leaching. That all happens in your greenhouse.
所以你再看一下这个 变化，如果是错误蒸发的量大概是很少，可是你后面灌的很多的情况下，就会出现一个很大的问题。
Just another example, this is a sprinkler situation. It was a brand new system and the layout was really sophisticated with equal pressure, etc. But still then the measured precipitation on the surface of the floor of the greenhouse, there's quite some variation, and it was an intended irrigation amount of 10 millimeters, and you see the variation between 6 to 12 millimeters, depending on the spot where you measure.
刚才前面说的滴头的这种出水量的差异呢，实质上会造成每个滴头周边的水分的含量扩散的这种差异。你看到这个示意图就会很明显的告诉你它是有差别的。
Okay, so my main message here is to prevent, well, as much as possible, clogging of your irrigation system, because that is the main cause of heterogeneity. So perfect filtration of the water is also important, but also having the measures needed, like de-ironing, filtration, prevent also biofilm by using these oxidators is important.
在滴灌系统里面，经常会遇到的一些像滴头堵塞的问题，比如说一些养分的沉淀。另外一个呢，像铁、变价铁，这个不滴水的时候呢，它就氧化了，那么实质上它也会滴的、堵的。再有一个呢，就是一些藻类啊，或者是一些微生物啊等等的，可能会堵塞滴头。
Okay, well, I think you can imagine the heterogeneity of the greenhouse itself. I skip that. Let's have a look to what we have to do. The irrigation trends, we need more crop per drop, as have been said before. So we should supply our water to the crop demand. Therefore, we need information about the water demand of the crop, the availability for the plant, but also the quality. And that's where we use sensors for, or tools like models.
Okay.
As mentioned this morning, the Water Framework Directive is important for the Dutch condition, I think also in Almeria, but because in the Netherlands, surface water is around us, the Water Framework Directive is important. So we need to reduce the leaching closed water cycles like we do in solar systems, supply water, fertilizer, and crop demand, and the words I already mentioned.
前面那个就是说，遇到的问题就是灌溉的不均匀。后面我们这个遇到的问题呢，就是当地政府欧洲的清洁水法案，它要求你不能够有硝态氮的淋湿，但是呢，你如果水灌不好的话呢，就容易出现这个问题。所以呢，它就对水肥的要求呢，提供了一个很苛刻的一个要求了。那么这个怎么办？就得找一些方法，比如说模型或者是传感器等等。
So when we think about implementation of measures and methods, then you have to realize that for farmers, there is a balance between, well, on the one hand, the benefits of a system or an approach, but on the other hand, the costs. And the higher you go in, let's say, prevention of leaching, the less benefits are there for growers. So you need to have some incentive for growers, or to convince him about incentives, to get him to the step to apply certain measures. So always try to find a balance.
农民的要求呢，其实目标很清楚的，所以在这个过程里面，我们要考虑到多方面的一些目标。最重要还是要防止这个肥料的一个损失。
Okay, I skipped this one. Well, some graphs that have been published before about the water use efficiency, showing that from very low gas system in Israel and Spain in the field to the very sophisticated systems in the Netherlands, the water efficiency increases tremendously for tomato as well as for sweet pepper. So this is the kilograms you can produce from 1 cubic meter of water.
那么 Wim 呢，在这个示意图里面，其实看到了每方水能产生多少产品。那么从以色列、西班牙的一些措施和不同年代的技术的这种进步，你会看到是逐步的在增加的。现在最好的就是采用那个循环营养液模式的情况下，荷兰生产的效率能达到65左右，快到70了，是番茄，那个是很高的。
So as I said before, for the Dutch context, the Water Framework Directive is important. That means that for soilless systems, all growers had to recycle, reuse the drainage water. But for soil-grown crops, they develop a sort of duty of care because recycling is impossible. The duty of care means a grower is obliged to irrigate and to fertigate the crop according to the crop demand.
因为在无土栽培的时候啊，你防止它淋湿，你可以采用循环营养液的方式，很好解决。但是呢，在土壤栽培的时候呢，这个时候就一定要记住呢，就是你不能这个多灌啊，灌溉要满足作物的需求就好了。
So, how to make it tangible for growers? What is the duty of care irrigating according to crop demand? Our approach is that we irrigate exactly to the crop demand, because by using that, we also know that the leaching of nitrogen is also minimized. So the irrigation is the key to reduce the leaching of nitrogen.
在土壤栽培的情况下呢，他的观点是灌溉比施肥更重要，因为只有在灌溉的时候呢，你能做到零淋洗，那么才能决定你这个肥的利用的一个效率。不多施肥，也不浪费肥料。
So how to achieve this? Well, there are a lot of technologies like sensors and models. I just run over quickly about some of these systems. For instance, we can use the volume of irrigation. If we know exactly the dosing and we know the crop demand, we know the drain flow. There are some methods that measure the set flow. You can measure leaf temperature or leaf thickness or mechanic pressure of the stem thickness. Physical methods like weighing or measuring the drain, or systems that measure the water content in the soil. I'm not going to deal with all of them. Only the last two I will deal a bit with, and not with the other methods.
这个相关的监测技术其实挺多的，一个呢就是你量一下，灌了多少，最后有多少水跑出来了。第二个呢，你还可以采用整个的叶片的枝叶，这个径流法。这个第三一个是测叶温，叶的厚度啊，以及包括这个里面这个测一测这个采用这个渗漏计的方法呀，甚至采用昨天我们看到的 FDR 等等的，还有张力计，那么这些方法等等都可以来关注土壤水分的一个变化。
Okay, tensiometers have been used, but we have experienced that the resolution of tensiometers works only in the let's say, in more dry soils. So for practical application, apart from all kind of technical issues, we consider tensiometers not as feasible for using in our soils. Unfortunately, this picture should have been moved a bit, because here it says this area with this more, because this is the water retention curve, this is more the area where we actually have the situation in the Dutch soils. TDR or FDR measurement is better feasible for the systems.
对于比较干的土壤的情况下，像这个张力计，实质上可能会有一些偏差。这种情况下，可能采用 FDR 这种设备比较好一点。
Soil moisture sensors like the FD technology, the frequency domain technology, are many types now in the market, and these are really very accurate. Some of them. The above is the water marker. Well, it's less accurate, so we ignore that. But for use in soil, really the FD sensor like this one or this one is the best for soilless. Many other types, but not applicable to soil. The disadvantage of soil moisture sensors is that the actual measurement, you really need calibration in the field. Although you can calibrate those sensors in the lab, perfect, but when you put them in your soil, you need also a field calibration. This is just an example of what happens if you have 3 sensors placed in more or less an equal situation, that each of them gives you another reading, and also the amplitude is different. It is just because each soil has its own, let's say, physical properties, and that can differ quite a lot from place to place.
这些传感器在实验室校验的很好，但是到地里面安装的时候一定要小心。因为它很容易出现其他的问题，你要校验它，不然的话呢，它会得到的结果跟你想的是不一样的。
So rather than using the absolute values like presented here, we think you should reset all the data when you start to one equal set, and then just look to the relative deviation of the starting point.
所以一开始就要校验一下，这样避免后面出现偏差。
But also the positioning, but I think that's quite obvious that the deeper you go, the more different also the readings are, because in the topsoil there's a rapid reaction on your irrigation, but as if you go deeper, then the reaction is let's say that.
另外一个呢，它的这个传感器的位置很重要，特别是深度啊，表层土的水分含量是那个蓝线的，那么深层土壤的话呢，像30公分左右就变成红线的，你看那个水分含量不一样。
Okay, quickly to another issue, and that's what we now develop in econutri, or renew in econutri, because it's an existing situation. That's the virtual lysimeter. In the past, we used also physical lysimeters, but the physical lysimeter had a lot of disadvantages. Mainly also the price. It's very expensive. But the virtual lysimeter is just a model, and the model calculates the water movement in the soil, and it calculates the transpiration, and so we have a calculated drain.
他们比较推崇一个模型，就是虚拟的这个渗漏计，说白了就是用一个平衡的方法来算一下你所关注的这个土体容积里面究竟进去多少水，出来多少水，最后算一个容量变化。
So for the actually it's calculating a water balance. We use let's say a typical Dutch greenhouse ETC model. It's a simplified and also simplified soil water model where we, in the 3 different layers of the soil, we calculate the fluxes going from one layer to the other. It can be positive and negative fluxes because water can also move upward.
对。那么这个给了一个案例啊，大家看一下这上面算的。那么它3个土层，实际上每个土层之间都有一个流入度和流出的相对的一个划分。
And the good thing is that in modern climate computers that almost all growers have in the Netherlands, we have a lot of data out there which can be readily used as input for our model calculator.
有很多数据，然后可以
Skip this one because this is about the water content. Believe me, we just calculate the water content per layer based on a scientific based approach. So this is just the data we use from the climate computer. That's the temperature of the greenhouse, the heating pipe temperature, the radiation measured outside, and preferably also inside, but some growers don't have that. Irrigation and if lighting is on or off, the screening, the percent of closure, etc., etc.
所以在这个里面来讲，跟气候有关的一些计算机的一些数据库，还有作物的数据库呢等等，就按照上面的列它是要收集。
And here is a screenshot of the model. It's online available. It's just based on a subscription. And if a grower subscribes, then we need to have access to his data on his climate computer. It's sent by API to the model, and then it calculates directly the situation. And it just a lot of data here. I just highlight. Sorry, I missed. Oh, that's coming in a minute. Here we did some validation trials, and just show you only this result of 2 crops. It were 2 organic farms with sweet pepper and tomato in succession. And in this graph here, I will show here you see the year cycle and the cumulative transpiration. That's the orange or red line, and the blue is the irrigation. Like drip irrigation, you see matches almost equal to the calculated transpiration, and this is then the drainage. The green is the calculated drainage, and in this case, in this grower, we also had a physical lysimeter. So the yellow one was the measured drainage, and it matches almost perfectly to the calculated. And this was the next year with tomatoes. Well, there is some deviation here, and also the model can be used to calibrate your data.
他们把甜椒、番茄2个作物的整个生育期累积的灌溉、藤发，还有这个模拟的以及测定的这个淋湿的这个数量做了一个比较，发觉这个他们这个模拟的还是不错的。
Okay, here again, this is the screenshot, and here I just expand the different graphs. So here, this is what a grower can see. So the cumulative irrigation, the drainage, the total irrigation, the transpiration, and the second graph here is then the cause of the calculated water flow per soil layer. So from layer 1 to 2, and 2 to 3, and 3 to drainage. And here you can even see the calculated soil moisture content. So this is again calculated, so it is not measured. But in addition, a grower can also add FD sensors or other soil moisture sensor, and can be connected and can be expressed also in this graph to show also the measured water content. Yeah, and this virtual lysimeter has been installed now in 12 farms at the moment, and we are still expanding.
这个它是一个网页，在它的网站上呢，你把这些数据输进去以后啊，你可以得到累积的平衡的数据，以及包括这个每一层水流的这个数量，还有整个的土壤的一个湿度的一个情况。那么这些数据呢，目前已经在12个农场里面应用了。
Okay, to wrap up, irrigation management in greenhouse is has a big advantage over outdoor because there is no rain, no precipitation. So, and also no extremes like drought and wind or low VPD. And you have the possibility of full control of your irrigation. But water quality is a serious constraint in achieving sustainable irrigation because salinity buildup is a threat. And if you have salinity buildup, you have to leach out the soil. There's a lot of losses of your nutrients. You need really good irrigation systems, high-end systems, and prevent, of course, all kind of parameters that can cause or contribute to clogging of your irrigation system. For control, you can use soil moisture sensors. A lot of pros and cons. I'm not going to deal with them at the moment. But also there are model approaches like the virtual lysimeter, and all of them give more insight in the black box because for many growers, the soil is a black box. So with these tools, these DSS decision support systems, growers can achieve the duty of care to adjust the irrigation to the crop demand.
William 呢，最后总结了一下关于温室的灌溉的管理啊，它其实跟这个陆地比起来的话呢，它有好多的优势，比如说没有降水的干扰，第二个没有极端的干旱呐这种情况，而且能够完全控制。再有一个呢，它在这个里面也谈到了，比如说上午谈到了关于灌溉水的水质的问题，现在呢，对于整个控制它的一些措施的工具呢有很多。比如说传感器啊等等，但这里面也有一些问题。它呢比较推崇的方法呢，包括模型，甚至还有一个介绍了一个呢，就是虚拟的这个渗漏计来算一算它跑了多少，该需要多少等等。所以呢，它这几个方法和前面的那个报告的方法，实质上形成了一些这种互补。OK，thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ben. Maybe is it we have any quick questions for them?
In the model, in the virtual lysimeter, how do you model the plant water uptake by the root system? It's a root model because that is quite complex.
Yeah. We have the so-called Rijn de Graaf model. It's a colleague of mine. He developed this model in the 80s already, and it has been modified by myself. So it mainly takes the radiation that's on the canopy level. So it's corrected for transmissivity, for screens, and so on. And we use the heating from the heating pipes because it also generates radiation affecting the transpiration, and is corrected also for a temperature, like if temperature outside is above a certain level, and also the VPD outside, or no, the difference between VPD in and outside, because then the vents are opening quite much more than average, and then we have a correction factor for the vents opening. But it's very simple because, well, we know the Penman Monteith, we know Hargraves, we know Cecilia has their own, but it needs much more parameters, and the more parameters you have, the variation also increases. So this is and we validated this model, and it works quite well for inside the greenhouse.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the second question is, I couldn't understand very well why you didn't like the tensiometers, the electronic tensiometers, when the soil is very wet, because of variability, or
well, the resolution of between let's say a PF1 and 1.1. It's a very small resolution because in our soils it's quite flat.
Yeah.
So you can't discriminate between
Yeah.
2 irrigation rounds even.
Yeah.
And the other thing is a technical thing. Maybe that has been improved, but we had used many times of electronic tensiometers. And one of the drawbacks is that they are filled with water, but the tiniest quantity of air bubble inside gives you also again the word dampen. Dampen, Jan? Dampen, Jan?
Yes.
But how do you translate dampen? No, okay. Oh,
Condensation now.
The bubbles? The bubbles.
no,
Condensation.
retention, yeah. Goes
Hmm.
quickly, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. But it's interesting is in Almeria, tensiometers are now widely adopted. And I think, I mean, there are those issues, but I think to some extent they're overcome. I think the cavitation issue was overcome. Ecos, what the company Ecos has been very successful. They maintain the soil quite moist. So there's less risk of it drying out. There's no increase in the risk of cavitation.
but what about the resolution then? I mean, if you keep it quite wet, then the resolution between, the water
I think
content-
you can see some of the graphs that have been shown. It seems to work quite well, quite responsive. I mean, that's certainly our experience. Lola, your experience, one
Minibus.
Okay, the millibars, but the relation between the millibars and the water content, it of course differs a lot from soil to soil. So you have to find your own
They make
benchmark.
well, here we have a customer that has also similar system. Yeah.
Yes, we have a problem with the how many volume of water have in the soil when you change the lecture in millibars.
Yeah.
This is the limiter can to do more information about this. I can to see this difference that we can go to the use the soil with all water available.
Sorry, I don't get you.
This is
Lo que estamos planteando es que relacionar la atención con la capacidad de almacenamiento del suelo es demasiado amplia. What he means is that trying to relate the mass extension with the water soil content it's a bit complex.
Complex, yes.
Yeah.
That's the point.
I think it has
Well, perhaps it works if each grower for himself, for his soil and this location can find what's the optimum setting. But still then because with soil moisture sensors or with tensiometer, you never can predict leaching. Because if there is a constant moving of water, there is no change of the water content. And still you have, it's like you look at, my colleague Jos Baanlijk always explained it, look to a traffic jam. If you take a photo each time, you don't see if the cars are moving or staying there for 24 hours.
Yeah, but if you measure soil matrix potential, you can tell if the soil's very wet. So if you keep the soil below a certain value, you'll know the soil's dry enough. It's probably not leaching. If it's dry and filled capacity,
Still, it's probably.
So I think you can control it with tensiometers.
Okay.
Tensiometers are great. We'd love it.
Okay, good.
It took a while to get our growth. Well, done measuring, so.
Like to adopt the technology. You're adopting it with enthusiasm. That's all you're working. You're going to practically like that.
Well, at least it's a good start. And then
He claimed that people starting using this system is what the companies claim is that on average 20% water saving. So that's a lot. So
That's fertilizer saving as well.
as well.
Yeah. Okay, I think we have this discussion now because we're time's yet on. Okay, our next presentation is Jinlong Dong. Jinlong here. Jinlong is from the Institute of Soil Science, the Chinese Academy of Science. This is a very high-level organization, and it's in Nanjing. And I'll just locate the presentation. Okay, Jinlong is going to talk about the coexistence of intensification and diversification in China's protected horticulture production. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for everyone for being here. It's my great honor to come into the University of Area and share some of the information on Chinese protected horticulture. We call it another name, plastic greenhouse horticulture production. Because today we have a lot of information about the system in Spain and some of the system in Netherlands. So I'm gonna show some of the system in China. So kind of general introduction of cultivation area in China. It's like 400 million hectares. It's a lot. It can account for like 80% of the global area. And you may notice here the area, it's almost at the similar altitude of the Sogong. So it's very, we share like the similar climate in the man production area in China compared with here. And for the point, it doesn't work very well. So here, the flow area is kind of the production areas of the protected horticulture. The main areas just like here, here's the Shandong province, which most of the pesticides here are coming from. And here's the Northern province where the Shenyang Agricultural University located. And it's like the Hebei province and the Henan province. You know, you speak. So, and it's very good that home, well, my collaborators, they did a very good job to mapping the areas of Chinese, also the global cultivation area. God shows these pictures previously. You can see that Chinese protected horticulture is kind of like 30 years behind America, I think. But now we developed very quick. And I want to go to something about the ancient origins of protected horticulture in China. That's kind of, we started the protected horticulture very early, and it's comparable with like the Roman Emperor Tiberius period. And at that time, they used like the transparent stone to kind of protect the plant growth. And in China, we use like the spring. I have this kind of history of the protected horticulture in China. We use hot spring previously, and then grow like the yellow chief in the cave and use the morning burning to get the heat. And finally, we use like the oiled paper is a greenhouse cover to protect the plant. And now we use the plastic greenhouse. We can see that currently we kind of at the stage of the quality improved stage. We produce a lot of vegetables and fruit. And now we kind of want to improve the quality, I think. That's the main target actually. And another issue is that compared with the other open field crops cultivation, we we don't have enough information about like how the cultivation area and what kind of crop we have. So in recent 2 years, my group did the national soil survey and farmer questionnaires about the whole production area across China. We do the questionnaire of the farmers, and we collect the soil samples and also collect some of the water and the agricultural waste like the manures. Here's some of the pictures of the thank you of the plastic greenhouse. The picture A shows the solar greenhouse. It has a north wall, and it's the same of the picture 2B. And in some areas, we use straw instead of the soil as a north wall to absorb the heat, and can be like reused by the plant in the night, I think. And for the picture D, you can see that it has like a two end wall to absorb the heat in the daytime and can be reused in the night time. And in the south of China, most of the plastic greenhouse quite similar here, but they don't have a very solid wall in the north. Instead, they just use we call it high tunnel here, maybe. Just kind of the half circle. And for some of the grape cultivation in China, we use this kind of like the shade to protect the plant from the very heavily rainfall in China, in South China. And we talk about the crop types. We really have a lot of very various crop type in China. Yes, we shared some like the common crops compared with here, like the tomato, the tomato here, and the sweet pepper, and the cucumber, eggplant, long beans, and maybe string beans, and calabash, and the bitter gourd. So it's quite similar with the crop here, but we have a lot of very special leafy vegetables like choy and Chinese chive and water spinach. So because in China, I suppose people like the leafy vegetables a lot. Because I think maybe here we have like lettuce and spinach, and we don't have a lot of other choice. But in China, we have quite a lot of different crop type. And some of the other crops, like we grow the fruit tree in China, it's mainly grape, and some others like the jujube, peach, and dragon fruit as well. And for the strawberry, it's very common, frequently overraised in China. And we have like the watermelon. People in China, they really like the watermelon. We grow a lot of watermelon. So as I know, it's like 90% of the watermelon produced in China across the world. It's a large number, I think. And also some of the crops are like the flowers. We talk about the intensification of China. We notice that China, like the Shandong province, we have like nearly 10% of the land are used for the plastic greenhouse. It's a very high percentage. And what we can see from the figure here, the intensification, the fruit vegetable in China, Okay, yeah. The percentage of, I mean, like the vegetable produced in greenhouse can account for like 60% of the total quality. And when we're talking about the cultivation area, it's like 30% of them are produced in the plastic greenhouse. For vegetable, or fruit vegetable, that's a very high percentage. And even for like the melon and strawberry, it's a little bit like 5%. It's not very big, but still a lot in plastic greenhouse. That's not melon and strawberry, that's the fruit tree. And the intensification also, we can notice that for the leaf vegetable, the cropping intensification is very high. Some of the places they can grow like the leaf vegetables, and they can have 10 harvests a year. It's very intensification according to my experience. And we have the yield, you can see here. The yield in the plastic greenhouse can, especially for like the fruit vegetable, can be like 6-fold of that open field. So it can have a very high yield. And since it has this kind of high yield, it requires very high input as well. So like for the fruit vegetable here, for the total nitrogen, it can be more than 1,000, kind of like 1.5 thousand. As I know, the average here is like 800 kilogram hectare per year. It's kind of like 2 times of the input here compared with here. Yeah, and for the manure, so in some cases it can have like 600 tons hectare per year. It's a very large number. So I have a lot of input to grow the very high yield of the vegetables and also for the crops. And I have like kind of a summary of the production mode in China. Like for the first one, the solar greenhouse with more manure, because most of the manures are used in the solar greenhouse because it's very highly sealed. It requires a lot of manure to produce. That's my experience to produce the carbon dioxide. For creation this kind of CO2 enrichment kind of condition to improve the crop production. And here is some of the like the summary of why they have so many different modes. So it's kind of people, the producer, they need to deal with the climate, and they want to enhance the land use efficiency. Also, they want to deal with some of the soil problems because we have various soil types in China. So we have a lot of different conditions. So we create a different kind of production mode to meet this kind of requirement. Here I show you some of the pictures, because although most of the area they just grow one plant, like here we have very few crops. But in China, we even have intercropping in the plastic greenhouse. Like I showed in the figure A, we have the long beans together with the anemone. We have the kind of intercropping to share the space. It's kind of a very natural kind of systems to grow different plants together to use the land space more efficiently. And we recently have like 4 different assessment dimension to assess the different production mode, like we use the resource dimension and the economy and the environment and society and the ecology. This kind of different for assessment, the dimension to assess this kind of condition. We find a very different characters compared with each other. I just show you two of the modes, the solar greenhouse with more manure, and the other one, the leafy vegetable grow in the suburb. We can see that they have, like for the solar greenhouse with no manure, they have high manure and organic nitrogen with very high output value and small farmer size. And by contrast, the suburb fruit vegetable, they grow the solar greenhouse more manure is small, they grow the fruit vegetable as well, but they use very few manure, and very few nitrogen with a low output value, and the farm size kind of very large compared with the solar greenhouse manure, this mode. And also for the large farmer size, like the highland leafy vegetable, large farm size as well. So the take-home message is just to try to give you like a brief introduction of the Chinese production systems. We have very intensive production systems globally, but with high yield as well. And the key logic of Chinese diversified production mode, I think, is to cost effectively cultivate the crop of people eating, or the ornamental demand, to locally maximize the advantages of the local microclimate resources, land and soils within the plastic greenhouse. So that's all. Maybe I got to, because in recent years, China, I have been like the editor of some of the journals. This one is a very new journal called the Fruit Research, and they have the sister journal, like the horticulture research and the vegetable research. They would like to have it the impact factor like of 5 in recent year, and another agriculture communication. It's very, they would like to have the impact factor, the first one of like 8. I suppose it's possible because they did a lot of work to make it happen. Yeah. Thank you. That's all.
Interesting overview of the Chinese greenhouse system, which is very, very diverse. Do we have any questions for Geelong? Or maybe, well, Ben?
Just a very short question. In one of the first slides, you showed the total area of greenhouses in China, and it says 400.
4 million.
4 million.
400 million, so 400 million hectares.
The question is that 400 million or is it 4?
Oh, 4 million, sorry, it's 4 million. Yeah, it's 4 million. Well,
Oh, yeah. 4 million, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
question is,
Yeah, 4 million.
this was something that Esteban raised. In this article, the area was a lot less than 4 million.
Yeah, it's like half or less than half of the 4 million. Yeah.
So what you consider really agri?
In this general
Tunnels.
Yeah, if they tunnels or temporary covers, greenhouse, in my opinion, has to be walkable and has to have a permanent cover on it.
But the Chinese plastic shed which moves, is that a greenhouse? Then it's a tunnel.
Yeah.
A tunnel that could be moved. I mean, it becomes a bit of a discussion of
Yeah.
It's protected. It's greenhouse. So
And those good numbers for just greenhouses or glass houses. It's all like a leveling of the soil. You find very different numbers.
yeah, the numbers vary a lot.
It's very
Yeah. Because it has a lot of different factors, like we call it the cultivation area. It's kind of the multiply of the land area by the It's like if you have like 2 harvests per year, you have the land area plus 2 to get the cultivation area. Yeah, that's right.
In general, how many crops are there per year? In Almeria, it's approximately one.
It's like 3 crop per year, I think.
Because of the leafy vegetables.
Yeah, that's right. That's
So
right.
that can make this number bigger.
Yeah,
Because
you're right.
if you're saying the cropped area per year,
Yes.
it might be 3 times the actual greenhouse area.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's more or less coffee break time. So I'm thinking maybe we have coffee first, and then we'll go to the next presentation. Yeah, because the coffee people wanting to go home. We're not going to make them wait. They might go without our coffee. So better we have coffee now, otherwise they might go. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
Y ya está, pero para el 25.000 gratis con una diapositiva de una foto, ¿ok? Y interpreta esa gráfica y ya está. Y lo importante es que la gráfica sea como un fondo, como una gráfica. Claro, no. No de la mañana. Bueno. Entregar más que verdad. Como el nhưng mà em nói những cái bài để nghe trên đó tố của làm cái sự đưa đi cho我的适合对呀就是啊
啊，一会儿见就可以谈了。没有，因为你是理解，你给他们企业哦，可能你去哪里的时候可能会做一个我回到企业的时候，
我是4000米，我是1178米，这个
那是那是不知道，我的3500到4000万，不就你们院士说的啊？我们是专家方面，你们院士是听懂听懂说的。我也不知道，都是各种那有
这1.778米脸，
还是吧？是
啊，
二十，应该是2。
是吗？不是我，
一的话，这数太小了。一的话乘以15，这才2000多万吧？谁？是中国吧？3600万亩。对呀，
大约4000嘛。
还有4000万，600万亩。那这个是吧？5000多2.77。
那我这个是应该是2啊。
那这个就是一没错。
这个先不改了，就是占80%的那个。对，对，不是播种面积，它播种面积和那个啥是不一样的。
播种面积是4000万，是吧？4000万亩是播种面积还是播种？差不多2。你看有没有
这个是哪个是红点吗？
你也不好看不清。
对，是不？你看。
所以就只能手只会到海边去逛了。这时候来拍西班牙的风土人情。那什么？
就你说的播种面积和那个那人不一样。
差别很大。
但是一般看是放出来的数据一般都有多少面积？这个其实影响，他不敢亲那个。
对他不敢亲。
那个谁赵春江老师，不是那个谁，叫什么？但是这个不是的。
哦，那个崔新文是吗？
啊，对，崔新文老师就说，那个他要是确认这不可的数据，那个找你干啥？你看来老师说不行。对梁老师他比较啥的，就是
对，有词在。哎，
可以向别人说那个啥的。
我这应该是不同法司机，我们做报告，那个这是网站报的。我你看这个这网上这个应该是几点都是没有。我估计是明天就咱们知道，对吧？明天是在你老人家放心了，我学校书记打了，打到人身份。他其实的费用比我们想的要低，原来给我们很高，然后那个
这边我不是说二维码原来有个没有这个往后了，我就在一下我写的那个动物，人家老说这样一些，也是发不好，所以他就。我我先说这种综合呀，是27，对啊，他们再除以2，哦，那就再除以1.5个1，对，这比感觉是那个地方买商整，哎，那1.7它哪边都不错，他们说的是很用力，说问咱们这个企业。我记得知道，220万，这就是这个土地的吧？
这量吗？给我们这个
那这个企业脑子按那样，难，对6千万对挂单，对，现在原来6千万，现在忽然有影响，忽然又降低了，那省了2千万。
那有一个是多少面积，一个是什么？
有这个，
这个不用。我这个以前我是刚才吃这老师会很早的，绿走了，知道
这个你看看，我国这个大概5万设施，
但是这是属于
大概500万，不到吧？应该是比原来那个6千万多。
对，他
这不是那样，这种情况必须说，你来看一个哦，有香蕉吗？我这是从艺术中下去，我尤其这个重，我想练学完人家，全我也现在那知道。
之后是怎么样？因为大家第一给你的生意肯定要只能就是你再去这个面积一般都保持。
就是3千万到4千万，不止面，就是挑在这，但是你看他们的现在有什么？你看什么？像全国都在种菜，都没人种。对，只要我一个是叫王子啊，正是那个东西，你知道吗？你这样，卖香菜，都是我们人以前那个，你不是死，不那么贵，谁去投钱那个？老百姓不可能，不是钱他不可能投钱。对，
那么就是你们跟这个相对，
哇，反正我不行，过年地方，
就就做了那个，
有钱了，以前按照那是就是今年我给人加了一次，我给他把这起，就其实还不是。
也是，这个基本上是我的新疆，对新疆也好多的那个，那新疆它有一部分一点点是特别严重的啊。他们就是在应该是建文时期里面是习惯在，在里面。我们同学在那见了一次，人家那是都说台北省历史的，那我们这个城市的这个，我们那边就是这个地方，我就不会是。你正光的在经历，不可思议的，不给的，你说里边太多了，不要全好，不行，我跟你人要见到什么，这也是一个以后。这个我们人民有说是叫走路的，然后吃的东西，这个多数也是100，我们100里面，参加旅游，我还有舍就实际就是不那个，就是去特别利益品，现在这人不可以，他们哪里学的这个样子？但是我是另一个开始参加什么？哪里这样子？第三种是正点啊，你做哪个对，太让主要是就是你有才华，你把这种知道，水不舍得种，人们都不喜欢这个啥的，就是因为大家都可能挖，多时间水啊，多的水是玉地的。毕竟我中国的地域，我的万一有什么你下面可能一看就清楚。可是我这种我也觉得做了，我们那个有比较严，不体验测上面，你知道这种所以I can use to keep， 但是我少没有，或者不算少，但是我们那我们这个我们讲不足对方面，那他们翻译没有。在这个地方，我们也我里面就3出来了。那个方面4年之前，也行。有时候或者说是最低层第一个就其实啊，人其实然后洗澡的话，就是帮你马不容易看，你我也有时候我是说那操，那是容易来啊。我们这个都是，你本来就如果你出走是，你说我也想他们不要，风有他们要会，不气的不看你选在哪，不能必须不鼓励人的。问题是你真的有病的人是那你少这个得少，你可以是就是最近来的时候啊，那个看的东西，我那个另外一个，也就是你我的，
Y otra foto. Claro. Y creo que las fotos nos la pasa. Ya, de verdad me ya la yo te he pasado porque
But sí, rellenar, sí. Te da un poco, veamos en fondo, muy buena idea. Okay, almost. Okay, okay, we can start. I think, Vim, we're still waiting for Vim. Can just get everything organized. Okay, so this is the
Yes.
to move. This is to go back.
Yes. Okay.
The pointer doesn't work. Okay, it works here.
Yes.
It doesn't work on the screen. So you have to use the mouse here. Okay, which is not easy. If you want, I can give you a mouse. You want a mouse? I can put a. Yeah, I can put my mouse.
No, I use it. Okay.
Okay, I'll just here you might recognize this. Ah. Okay, so go on this side. Ah, sí.
Pero hay que apuntar aquí, porque este es el receptor.
Oh, yes.
Ah,
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now we know. Yeah. All right. But the next speaker is Professor Yufeng Li from the Shenyang Agricultural University in Shenyang, in the northeast of China. She'll be speaking about exploration and practice of soil health management strategies for greenhouse vegetables in China.
Okay, thank you, Ro. Hello everyone. I'm very honored being invited to this conference, and now introduce my research. The topic is exploration and practice of soil health management strategies for greenhouse vegetables in China. My name is Liu Yifeng, coming from Shenyang Agricultural University. So the report outline one, the background of greenhouse vegetable production in China. Two, soil health issues in China's greenhouse vegetable production. Three, key measures for green control of soil health problems. One, large production of China greenhouse vegetables, according for 80% of the global area. Now this picture of Jinlu introduced it. So yes, yes, and high concentrated production areas. The 50 northern province have 177 parks, accounting for about 70% of total area. You see, now the vegetables groups first tomato, second cucumber, pepper, eggplant, and celery. Prominent soil health issues. Some research report some papers, such as soil salinization, soil acidification, soil nutrient imbalance, disease for soil disease, and harmful substance, and so on. Okay, greenhouse vegetable soil degradation in Liaoning is relatively minor, but there are soils severely degraded. The soil obstacles can reduce the yield by 20% to 50%, which has become a bottleneck, restricting the development of protected vegetable industry. You see, and Liaoning province, yes, is greenhouse is originated, yes, in Liaoning. Two soil health issues in China's greenhouse vegetable production. There is a question: what are the causes of soil health issues? And currently, many researchers believe that continuous cropping is the main cause of soil obstacle in protected agriculture in China. And continuous cropping leads to soil quality degradation, deterioration of microbioflora, and increased soil-borne diseases. And in our team that do some experiments, long-term continuous cropping have not resulted in soil health issues. This last picture, since 2003, we do some experiments such as continuous cropping of cucumber in soil and substrate. And since 2009, continuous cropping of tomato in soil. You see, tomatoes and cucumbers still maintain high yields and quality. And the scientific and regional cultivation model that has been guided by the team in Masanjia, Shenyang City, China, since 1990, continues to maintain high yields and quality. The tomatoes grow very, very good, you see. So this a question: does continuous cropping of vegetables inevitably lead to soil health issues? Continuous cropping doesn't equal to soil obstacle. And chemical fertilizers application is relatively high in China. Excessive application of chemical fertilizers not only aggravates and the occurrence of soil obstacles in farmland, but also severely affects crop yields and quality. So our team do excessive use of chemical fertilizers. Excessive use of fertilizers, especially excessive nitrogen fertilizer only, or excessive phosphate fertilizer only, significantly inhibited cucumber growth after 3 consecutive crops. Continuous excessive use of potassium fertilizer has no significant importance on cucumber growth. And some researchers report some excessive use of nitro and phosphate fertilizers and inhibits growth and yield some vegetable plants. And so we think excessive application of chemical fertilizers is the main cause of soil health issues. Soil obstacle equal to excessive fertilization and continuous cropping. 3. Key measures for green control of soil health problems. Protected soil health system sectors. We get screen of 19 soil indicators through the analysis of 5,465 soil samples in solar greenhouse, combined with the results of long-term fertilization and continuous cropping experiments. 19 indicators, including pH, EC, and so on. Greenhouse vegetable soil health assessment, including healthy soil and mildly impaired soil and severely impaired soil. Group prevention and control strategies, soil health maintenance, and green control of mild to moderate obstacle soils, and such efficient use of heavily degraded soils, and so on. Green control technology system for soil-borne diseases. 1. Physical methods for controlling soil-borne diseases, sunlight such as and oxygen. 2. Control cell acidification to prevent soil-borne diseases. And control soil pH between 6.5 and 7 can efficiently control soil-borne diseases such as drought. 3. Including plant diseases resistance. Salt compounds induce resistance to diseases. Acidic substance induce resistance to diseases. 4. Biological pest control. Disease-resistant varieties, grafting by pesticide. 5. Control temperature and humidity to prevent diseases, such as humidity control method, larger spacing, drip irrigation, and so on. And temperature control methods, such as sunlight sufficient and external temperature higher than 15 temperature. Open the insulation cover, make the indoor temperature rise to about 25 temperature within 2 hours. So the summary, greenhouse production is the core of greenhouse vegetable production. 2. Green production is a systematic project. 3. The transformation of cultural concepts will form the concept of green production. Thus, this is a long-term endeavor to fully achieve green production. Now, I will introduce my school, and you know the Shenyang Agriculture University is in Shenyang, Liaoning Sheng. It's a national key university with a rich history dating to 1906. Now, my department is horticulture or horticulture. My team is modern facilities horticultural engineering technology center. The leader of center is Li Tianlai, academician from the Chinese Academy of Engineering. You know this. The picture is Tianriyuan, my new office building. We moved into this building in last year, and the name Tianriyuan is given by Li Tianlai academician. This building is very beautiful. So I hope I invited everyone to our school to operation and guidance. So to my school and to stress the cooperation such as student development and library industry and so on. So thank you everyone. Okay. Okay, this is it.
That's not passing.
Yes. Yes. So thank you very much.
Well, that's a very interesting presentation about the work on soil health and also about the approaches to general improved management in China.
In China,
So
yes.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Ben.
I got the impression that you relate soil health problems mainly to over-fertilization, right?
乔老师帮我翻译一下。Yes.
And is that due to the organic manuring or chemical fertilizers?
我们的结论是这个过度的，就是使用化肥fertilization.
Chemical fertilizer.
Fertilization, yes.
Ammonium, urea.
Main causes.
Nitrogen and phosphate 就是氮和磷。nitrogen 再继续。就是我们统称为就是氮磷钾三种化肥的用量过多。
Can you show the slide with the data of the fertilizer problems? That one.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Because the severely impaired soils have a very low pH. So yeah, is this due to the high ammonium sulfate fertilization, or what is the reason that the over fertilization has such an impact on the pH?
DPH 主要是因为什么原因
？pH 比较低。
对。
我们认为是这个过量使用化肥，然后你像氮在土壤中的消化过程中是放出氢离子的嘛，所以说我们认为这个 pH 低的原因就是因为化肥过量导致的酸化，就所谓的酸化。
pH is mainly due to the
对
high amount of the ammonia, like the urea application.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Do you also have other types of soil health problems like diseases and fungal diseases? And do you disinfect your soils?
对，就说我们连坐吗？对。在我们自己的实验里，就是从since 2000 yes since 2006 continuous cropping of cucumber and tomato in soil, there is no some diseases.
Okay.
Yes. I think we use the fertilization is very good. Yes. Yes. We use less fertilization in our experiment. Yes. Yes. So I think fertigation management is very important. Yes, in vegetables plant. Yes.
Okay, right. Okay, well, thank you very much.
No tiene que habilitar contenido.
Okay.
Vale.
Okay. Thank you. All right, the next presentation is me again, okay? Okay, this is a presentation from our group in Almeria. I'd just like to mention the people in the group. It's not just my work, it's Marissa Gallardo, it's Michael Padilla, there's Terry Pena, and also me. Okay, so just to get started, our general approach for improving fertigation management for both irrigation and nutrients is what we call prescriptive corrective management. There's two components. So prescriptive management is the preparation of a plan, a detailed plan of what we think is best for the crop. This is usually done with a decision support system or a model. And the corrective management is sensing. It's using monitoring approaches to make adjustments to ensure that we optimize the water status or the nutrient status of the crop. For irrigation, prescriptive management is the calculation of crop water requirements. This is a very established approach using the FAO approach, for example. In greenhouses, generally, the net crop water requirements are ETC. You don't have to worry about water balances, etc. So ETC is a simple way, relatively simple way of estimating crop water requirements. We do need to apply extra water to consider salinity, which is becoming an increasingly important issue in this part of Spain. And also there are issues of application uniformity, which Vim raised. As Lolly discussed, ETO in the conditions here is most accurately and also most simply estimated by relatively simple equations based on radiation and temperature, the Hargrave tsunami equation and the Almeria radiation equation. The Almeria radiation equation is an adaptation of the FAO radiation equation. And so with these equations, with maybe two inputs, we can get equal or better results in the Penman-Monteith equation with numerous inputs. We have developed a KC model for calculating KC values. It's not the same as the model Lolly suggested. Ours is based on radiation interception by the crop, but they both work well. In the context of Almeria, both ETO, that's reference evapotranspiration, and KC, crop coefficient, can be calculated from either measured values from, for example, a previous day, long-term average data, which is quite effective in Almeria because it's a very stable climate. And also it's a Mediterranean climate, things don't change that much from year to year. And as Lolly indicated, increasingly forecast data is being used. Forecast weather data from outside can be used to calculate the internal climatic conditions. In Almeria, various user-friendly programs and apps are being developed. One that our group has developed is the VegSys decision support system, which I'll explain briefly shortly. Corrective management of irrigation. This is the use of monitoring the soil moisture sensors. Vim and others have talked about the sensors. Very briefly, we've worked with the FDR or capacitance soil moisture sensors, but we find for practical irrigation management, there are issues of site-specific threshold values because the volumetric sort of soil water content basically changes with soil texture. So it's very difficult to say for different soil textures, what is the most appropriate value? You need different values for specific soils. Also in Almeria, the water is moderately saline or could be quite saline, and the salinity changes with crop development. Sometimes the salinities increase towards the end of the crop to increase sugar concentration in fruit. And that can affect quite severely the signal of the FDR measurement. So they're not effective when salinity conditions change. The watermark that was discussed, and as Vim mentioned, there are issues of accuracy. It's not suitable for moist soils. And this was the point of some discussion before. I think in Almeria, there's a general consensus, unlike the Netherlands, that these are the recommended sensor for this system. One advantage is that the general threshold value can be used. It's not affected by the majority of soil textures. The soils here are generally sufficiently moist for the limited moisture range of the tensiometers. The values are not affected by changes in EC, soil EC, unlike the FDR sensors. And electric tensiometers, as we've seen, being rapidly adopted. As Lolly mentioned, the ecosystem is one of several electrode tensiometer systems, and thousands of growers are actually using this particular system. And there are other systems that are being quite successfully as well. They're being widely adopted. Just very, very briefly, the VegSys decision support system, it's been calibrated and validated for the main crops here, which you can see there. What this DSS does, it calculates the irrigation volume, which is essentially the volume of nutrient solution applied. It makes macronutrient recommendations for nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, magnesium, and then it can calculate the concentration that's recommended for a particular crop in a particular greenhouse for those nutrients in millimoles per liter. It works on daily time steps. This has gone a bit crazy. And the nutrient recommendations consider the crop demand in the given conditions of that crop. And it considers the soil nutrient supply. And in Almeria, as we saw in China, there's often a history of large manure applications, and that is taken into account by this system. Also, the soil organic nitrogen, the supply from that soil organic nitrogen is also considered. One thing about this system is we made it as simple as possible. We actually call it minimalistic. Okay, we tried to remove everything that was not absolutely necessary, so it would have a small number of inputs and be easy to use. Because many of the models that are available are quite complex, and for a grower who's very busy, it's not an option. So to give it a chance of being adopted by growers, we really work to minimize the number of inputs. So we intend this to be part of a prescriptive corrective management package. This is the prescriptive component that prepares daily plans of irrigation and nutrient application. And we hope that we intend that it's combined with corrective management using sensors that provide feedback to adjust the irrigation and the nutrients being applied to maintain optimal conditions. The inputs, climate, in our case, we use a long-term database, or we can use real-time data. the dates of the crop, the transmissivity of the plastic cover of the greenhouse to solar radiation, basic soil analysis. This doesn't have to be done every year. Data from previous year can be used. The ETO calculation is important. The user selects to use either the Hargreaves equation or the Almeria radiation equation. Both are very simple equations. Information is required on the configuration of the drip system. Also, whitewashing, we heard, is very important in Almeria to control temperature in the greenhouse. So the user can provide the dates and the intensity of the application, whether it's light, medium, or high, and that influences the transmissivity of solar radiation. And manure is an important issue, so the user can select the manure and identify the rate of the last application and the date. The outputs, the first output is basic irrigation in terms of the weekly volume, and then the user can select when to apply that volume. The basic fertilizer information, which are the concentrations of the macronutrients prepared for 4 weekly periods. A more detailed irrigation, irrigation information if required, ETO values, KC values, etc. And there's also summary data at the end on nutrient extraction, soil fertility report, etc. This is a study that we did comparing a treatment managed with this decision support system with the conventional treatment where we followed farmers' recommendations. You can see data there for nitrogen, for phosphorus and potassium. The red is the DSS treatment, the blue is the conventional treatment. You can see large reductions. The overall reductions where nitrogen was reduced by 41%, phosphorus by 85%, and potassium by 43%. And the yield and the quality for both treatments were identical, or very nearly identical. This is just some of the applications of this DSS. It's an early version in English, and Turkish and Spanish is available on the webpage of our research group. There is a web-based software and apps available in Spanish. It has been incorporated into a DSS developed as part of a European project. It is being evaluated as part of the EcoNutri project, the European Union China project. And there's ongoing work or recent work in Spain in open field tomato, in Extremadura, in Greece, in Thessaly, in Italy, in the groups of Alberto Padossi and Daniele Massa, in Turkey, in Uruguay, where it's actually worked very well. In China, some colleagues in BAFS are using it with open field lettuce. Also, it's performed well in Tunisia. And a group in Mexico has made an adaptation, which they call horticyst, but it's essentially veg cyst. Okay. Okay. Now, previously, our colleagues from the Kakama mentioned the Tierra portal. The idea is to have a web portal which has a lot of information. It's like one site that has everything relevant, going events, information, and DSSs that the farmers can access. Lolly mentioned how it is being used now for irrigation. Now, our colleague Wanho is actually adapting VegSyst, so it will be incorporated into this portal. And Wanho is very ambitious, very enthusiastic. So he's additionally taking on the work of adding to the VegSys calculations of nutrient concentrations, etc., the preparation of fertigation stock solutions. So when Wanho's finished with this, it will be able to tell a grower how much fertilizer to add to each tank to prepare the recipe that's calculated or recommended by VegSys. And also, he's going to incorporate monitoring approaches. So it will interpret monitoring data as well. So it'll be much improved when Wanho's finished. Okay, now for the corrective management, that's the prescriptive management of nutrients. Now, we've done a lot of work on corrective nitrogen management. We've evaluated a variety of methods. In the case of Almeria, where there's frequent application of nitrogen, the monitoring has to be frequent as well. So the adjustments can be made quickly to respond to any default, any deficiency or excess. We've looked at various methods. We saw them in the greenhouse. Soil solution analysis, we find that working with the ceramic cup suction samplers and analyzing the nitrate in the soil solution is a sensitive indicator, particularly of excess nitrogen in the system. PDL sap analysis, with the nitrate concentration in sap, we find is a sensitive indicator. Also, we've done a lot of work. Most of this work was done by Paco Padilla, examining a range of proximal optical sensors and many indices, vegetation indices that use these data. We've also, this was the work of Teddy, done a lot of assessments on the rapid on-farm measurement of nitrate using the Lackwood Twin ion selective electrode system. And that work's been done in SAP, in soil solution, and also nutrient solution. And as a general summary, we find soil monitoring is useful to detect excess N supply. Crop and plant monitoring is more useful to detect the deficient N supply. And my assessment is that sap nitrate is the most sensitive crop monitoring method. We haven't done a formal study. That's one of the things I should have done but didn't. But certainly, my assessment is that SAP is the most sensitive of the measurements, despite being the most simple. Very briefly, soil solution suction sampling is the suction cup is placed in the root zone, which you can see here. We apply a vacuum of -60 kilopascals. This only works in moist soils. It's not effective in dry soils. If the soil's drier than -40 kilopascals, it's hard to get a sufficient volume. So that's a limitation. Also, there are issues of spatial variability. This is basically how it works. You can see the tube here in the soil with the ceramic cup. We apply a suction, and we can see the water enters, soil solution enters into the ceramic cup. This is just some data from an article by Gallardo et al., where different concentrations were applied over time. And we can see with time there was a big separation between what we measured in the soil nutrient solution. The interpretation of results is, like with many things, is not always straightforward. We find that tendencies are very useful. This was discussed previously by one of the earlier speakers. So we find when it increases, which we can see here with a high application of 20 millimoles of nitrate, of nitrogen, there's a very rapid increase in the soil solution. If it's still slightly excessive, it goes up, but not quite so much. And one advantage of using tendencies, it deals with the issue of spatial variability, which Wim discussed with the soil moisture sensors. Also, absolute values, we regard these as guidelines, not as absolute values, concrete values. But we find below 4 or 5 millimoles, it's an indication it could be deficient. Okay. If we get above 15 millimoles, it really indicates that we've got an excessive supply. And again, the analysis can be conducted on the farm using rapid analysis systems. So there's no need to send samples to the lab. We can get accurate results on the farm within a very short period of time after taking the sample. SAP analysis, in our experience, it's very sensitive to nitrogen deficiency. It's very sensitive to changes in the applied nitrogen. We can see here treatments where different concentrations in the graph were applied over time. And we can see a very big separation between the concentration of nitrate in the SAP analysis. And we can even see an accumulation when the nitrogen supply is excessive. Again, it can be rapidly analyzed on the farm with a LACBOT sensor. We still need to do a bit more work on how reference values change during the crop. Proximal optical sensors, we've evaluated a lot of sensors. Canopy reflectance, we saw these yesterday with the crop circle, which is a sensor commonly used for variable rate application. With that, we've also worked with many different vegetation indices. The Green Seeker handheld, which we can see on the right here. Chlorophyll meters, we've worked with 4 different chlorophyll meters, the SPAD, an adaptation of the SPAD. Here, the Yarra Intesta, a cheap model called the AtLeaf, and the Apogee, which is quite sensitive. And we've worked with different fluorescent sensors, the multiplex and the duplex. The sensors have been evaluated in various species, and we have determined reference values for these species for optimal nitrogen management. Just moving on to the LACWA twin ion selective electrode system. We've done a lot of analyses. You can see here a collection of the data in the soil solution. We generally get a 1-to-1 line. And here I think there might be, I can't remember the exact number, but I think over 1,000 samples over different years. And this is petiole sap, which needs to be diluted. If it's not diluted, it really saturates the sensor. So we find dilutions of 5-to-1 with some crops and 10-to-1 with other crops, such as pepper. We get a good relationship. There is a bit of noise. You can see there's a spread. We find the error is about plus or minus 10%. We find with care, it provides a good indication and quite quickly of the nitrogen concentration. Now, using our prescriptive corrective management approaches to both irrigation and nitrogen management, we've done a number of studies. You can see here these are data from 5 different papers where we've used different combinations of improved nitrogen management. Irrigation management was always a DSS with tensiometers, and the reductions in nitrate leaching were generally in the range of 50 to 70%. So very large reductions. Now, we've also done some work on using nitrogen-15, the stable isotope, to measure the recovery of applied N in the crop, in the biomass of the crop. I won't go into the methods. It was quite fiddly work. But the results we can see here at the bottom, and there's a summary of the results here. So we're able to recover in the crop 80% of the applied nitrogen. And that's a very high value. Generally, agricultural crops, people talk about 40, 50%, maybe 60, 70 with good management. So recovering 80% is a very high value. So it's clear that with these methods that we're working with, we can substantially reduce nitrate leaching and obtain high recoveries of applied N. Okay, and that's it. Thank you for your attention. Okay, if there's any questions, my colleagues will try to answer them. The Hariba? Okay, the Hariba twin sensor. I don't know, maybe my colleague Mary would like to answer that question. She's done a lot of work, and we've
we have a study. We have checked the results of the sensor, the Hariba, in front of laboratory analysis, and we had a very, very good accuracy. But you have to take into account a lot of different issues, as the temperature of the sample, the sensor has to be changed each 1,000 measurements, and also the origin of the sample can be can has different solutes that affect the measure. If you measure sap, you have to dilute. If you measure soil solution, you have to recalibrate more frequently. But if you measure nutrient solution, for us, the 18 degrees is the best.
Which apparently is the best temperature for red wine as well.
And if the temperature is lower, the sensor over.
And it can undermeasure. It's if the sample comes out of the fridge and it's at 5 degrees or 10 degrees, the error could be as high as 40%. 40%, yeah, as an overestimation. It's very sensitive. So yeah, you can't take a sample from a fridge and analyze it. I think temperature, calibration, as Terry said, are really key issues. And also maintaining the sensor and checking. We often, in a lot of our analytical work, we buy standards from Merck or an established company, and we use them to check with an independent standard. So that way we can have confidence that in the measurements, okay? Okay, if there's no more questions.
What is the difference between diluted sap and non-diluted?
Well, quite a lot. Maybe Terry can also answer that one. Yeah, the effect of if you don't dilute the sap, how does that compare with when you do dilute it?
I do the gas because I do every week 200 or and I haven't time for the diluted because in the when you are the advisor, you haven't time for do a diluted samples.
For example, for tomato samples, it's not so high the pure sap as other crops, but the sensor measure the calibration points are between 200 and 100 and 2000. If the pure sap is much over or 4,000 or 5,000 or something like this, so the sensor is not accurate in this range. We have a paper and we can see how it's not accurate in that points, but if you dilute, the standards are okay.
This is the difference between the research and to take the control for the greenhouse. This is the difference, right?
Anyway, for us here in Almeria, the problem is over fertilized. So you have to take into account this. If you are under in the lower part, it's not a problem because if you see that is an efficiency, it's not a problem for the device. But if you want to be optimal, to have a optimal fertilization, it's
yeah, I can send you the paper. Oh, you have it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think we actually in the paper, if I remember correctly, we compared diluted and undiluted results, and you can see the difference. Yeah. Okay.
The nitrogen mineralization.
Yep.
Besides organic manure, organic fertilizer, you also consider the organic nitrogen from the soil.
Well, we do in a very simple way. This is one of the very difficult issues with modeling or a decision support system. How do you consider mineralization of organic nitrogen, whether it's from from manure, crop residues, or from the soil end? And we use a very simple method. Basically, it's a percentage of the nitrogen, organic nitrogen in the soil. There was a value used in Australia in advisory work, etc., which I think was 2%. So I wanted to be conservative, so I said 1% per year. So it's very, very approximate. It's probably an underestimate. We always try and be a bit conservative because we want the recommendations to apply a little bit more than is really needed, but it's still less than what people are applying. So that was how I dealt with that. With the manure, there was a book from the 1990s by some of the heavyweights in American soil nitrogen work. That was people like Alvin Mosier. My memory is not working like it used to. Jim Sheppers, yeah, Jim Sheppers. And they prepared a very good book, and there was a chapter that dealt with all these issues, and they had very good curves on nitrogen mineralization. So we use those data. Yeah.
Different kinds of organic input have different parameters.
Oh, well, they will. We've got, I think, 6 manures, depending on if it's from chickens, from cows, from sheep. Sheep is the most common manure here. But so for the most common manures, we have the data from the chapter by Jim Sheppers and Alvin Mosier. We have different dilution, but basically it's kind of a dilution curve of the remaining N, which reflects how much has been mineralized. Okay, Vim, you're on next. Yeah.
And I'm retired, huh?
Retired. What are we doing this for?
Okay. I just want to show you what our approach is in optimizing the fertigation. So let's have a look at what are the optimal parameters for fertigation of nutrients. And I showed you this one before. Our main aim is to keep target values in the soil. And having said that, then of course, if you keep certain target values, then the leaching is very much depending on the irrigation. So I will show you later, but the main approach is to minimize the leaching by supplying irrigation exactly to the crop demand. But there is, of course, also something we can do about the target values. So back to what we consider as how we calculate or approach our fertigation. That's first of all a basic judgment of the soil, like the pH. Well, that determines if liming is needed or not. Organic matter status tells you if you need to improve the organic matter content of the soil. And of course, salinity. But as I already mentioned, salinity is not an issue anymore in the Netherlands because we have very good water. And then the second thing is, of course, the mineral status and the recommendation for the minerals. I mentioned before that we use nutrient solutions, which mean that we have macronutrients, which made up the total EC, but in addition, we have the micronutrients. However, for soil-grown crops, micronutrients are largely ignored. That's at least from our perspective, because we know we have a lot of data about that. Micronutrients are plentiful available in our Dutch soils, except maybe for boron. So for boron, we make an exception. Boron is always applied, but iron, manganese, zinc, copper, molybdenum, not needed. But the Dutch growers don't believe us, and they say, well, we need micronutrients as well. So they also apply micronutrients. Okay. That's it. So we have some basic nutrient solutions, which are crop specific. We adapt to the water quality and to crop stage. But for phosphorus, we really rely on the soil analysis. So not so much on the crop demand, but what is available, what's present in the soil. I come to that in a minute. Okay, how are we optimizing the fertigation towards the sustainable goals? And I'm focusing here only on nitrogen and phosphorus. Okay, back to this basic principle. We supply irrigation and nutrients to our crops. And there is, of course, uptake, and the excess is leached out to the drain and go to the environment. And we supply the nutrients according to the target values. So we have two sort of key issues here. One is the supply, which is the amount or the concentration, and the second is the target values. As I said before, the irrigation is supplied to the demand, but there is the other issue, the target values can be lower the target values for nitrogen and phosphorus. And I can already say, yes, we can. So that's another approach of getting our system to in a more sustainable way. So lowering the target values will also result in reduction in the leaching and the losses of nutrients. I said before many times now that for soil-grown crops we have the goal, which is the duty of care, irrigate according to the crop demand. So irrigation, I'm not going to deal with that again, but focus on the possibility of lowering the target values. So how do we have arrived at target values? Well, this is a graph from soil system, but it largely works the same for soil-grown crops. Here, just this graph shows you what happens when you supply phosphorus, in this case, in various rates. This is data from a trial. And you see here the effect on yield, that's the blue line. And this y-axis. And this is the content concentration in this case, it was a soil system, so that's in the drainage. So this is the phosphorus in the drainage. And increasing phosphorus increase, of course, the yields until you reach sort of plateau. Then the additional phosphorus doesn't give you more yield. But still, there is an increase in the root environment, and in the low area, there is hardly any accumulation of phosphorus because all the phosphorus you add is taken up by the plant. Only after a certain point, then you see some increase. And the red line is then what happens with the phosphorus in the tissue. So if you do tissue tests, you see that phosphorus related to that. So we just put a line and say, okay, this is our target value for the supply and target value for the root environment, because that's sort of, yeah, it's not really it's sort of optimum, although there is no optimum curve here, but you say, okay, in the middle of our plateau, we put our standard supply and the resulting concentration, which then can be considered as the target value. But from this line also you can draw a line and say, okay, that should be the optimum level in the plant itself. Okay, having said that, then we need to move on to this graph. This is the effect of EC on yield, because EC is a very important parameter for crop production. And also because an EC can be measured by a grower himself. At least the supply is done based on an EC, but also the EC can be easily measured. Well, as I said, it's important for the production, but it's also important for the quality, in this case for tomato. Rodney also mentioned that the higher the EC, the better tasting tomato, but also shelf life is increased. So from the results of optimal production and optimal quality, you can draw a sort of optimal bandwidth for the EC in the root environment and also in the supply. Say, okay, this is the optimum between this and this point, but you can also draw a line and say, okay, this is the minimum EC we need for supply, because EC is made up by all the nutrients, the nitrate, the sulfate, and the phosphate, on the anion side, and then the cation side, the potassium, calcium, and magnesium, and a bit of ammonium. So that's the total EC. And there is a minimum of EC you have to apply for the nutrient. That's this line here. But there is then room to play around because this is the minimum from, let's say, our target value. Say, okay, we need this EC, but we can made up the EC with the nutrients, but there is this room to play around with, for instance, the nitrate or the potassium or the calcium concentration. And just in this example, saying, okay, our target value is 2.5 and the minimum is 1.7, we can just translate that there is 0.8 millisiemens of space, which can be filled up with, let's say, non-essential elements, for instance, chloride. Okay, and this basic concept we have used to see if we can really reduce the nitrate concentration in order to get the same results. And this is results of these trials showing that if you vary from 2 millimoles of nitrate up to 20 millimoles or 22 millimoles of nitrate, and keeping the same EC, but then compensating for the reduction in nitrate and increasing chloride. So we have the same, exactly the same EC, only nitrate chloride ratio was different. And this is the result in yield. You see a very clear reaction on the nitrate concentration. But what you also can see is that, well, this is the standard target value, 20 millimoles of nitrate in a soil solution, but it can be reduced to 10 without any effect on the yield. So that means a reduction of 50% in nitrate concentration, getting you the same results. Just because there is a difference between the optimum EC and the minimum of nitrate you have to supply. It's also an effect on the fruit weight, and we have data also on the shelf life and so on. And we found that it doesn't affect the fruit quality. So that's a way to reduce the nitrate target value and getting you the same result. And this is then applied in a lettuce experiment. We did it 7 or 8 different crops, and this is the average. And you see the blue bars. Oh, sorry, this is the supplied nitrogen. Well, in this case, I express it in kilograms per hectare. 1, 2, 3, and 4 kilograms per hectare of pure N. Sorry, that's not. Sorry, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is not kilograms per hectare. It is kilograms per 100 square meter. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Anyway, you see the blue bars. There is no effect on the yield, which means that within this range, we could really reduce the nitrogen concentration without any effect. And this is the recommended, the target value. This line here, this is what it's referring target value in the soil, referring to the nitrate supply. And this one is the recommended one. It's 5.5 millimoles. So we could really reduce the nitrate concentration without having an effect on the yield. Second question, how to optimize phosphorus? That's a bit more complicated. First of all, I will show you what is the common, let's say practical approach. This is just the result of monitoring during a couple of years of the phosphorus fertilization in soils. And part of it is base dressing, the orange bars, and part is the verticated phosphorus in relation to the total uptake. And you see there is a surplus of phosphorus in all farms we monitored. And on top of that, there is also a large buffer of phosphorus in the soil available. This graph shows you, this is an example of 8 organic farms, show you what happens with the buffer that this is the total supply, different components, different manures and additional fertilizers. And this is then the crop uptake. So you see again the surplus. But here is the total available phosphorus in the soil, which is made up of many, many components, which is shown in the next graph here. Because phosphorus in the soil is quite complex, much more complex than nitrogen, because there is an inorganic fraction of phosphorus in the soil, made up by iron, aluminium phosphates, calcium phosphates, and there is organic phosphorus from the added manures, also from phytates from the plant. And this is mineralized and also immobilized. But also the inorganic fraction, you get precipitation and also desorption and dissolution. And there is in the microbes also immobilization and mineralization. So it's quite a complex system. And then the plant itself takes up. And if you use mycorrhiza, also it helps to take up. But how to get at the available phosphorus? Well, that's quite complex. And you can do some analysis like the P. Olsen, P. Morgan, or ammonium lactate. And it gives you an indication of what's available. Like here, this portion is the relative available phosphorus in a soil, and there's only a small fraction of the total available, because from all these fractions here, from the calcium phosphates, depending on the pH, and the iron aluminium phosphates, also depending on the pH, it can be released somehow. So we have to consider between these two fractions, what is the fraction of phosphorus readily available? That's what we call the intensity. And what is in potential available? That's what we call the capacity of phosphorus. So what we did is also a lot of trials with lettuce, with radish, and with Spitflowers, chrysanthemum, and we try to mine out the phosphorus in the soil by adding different quantities of phosphorus. 100% is the normal standard base dressing, 50% and 0, and also the additional 100 and 200%. This is a 5 years trial. The total average yield, and you can see that has no effect on the yield at all. That's because there is so much phosphorus available that even if you go 5 years long without any phosphorus, still it has no effect on the yield. Again, here in this graph, the supply of phosphorus and then the yield effect. Well, there's a lot of spreading because there are many, many crops during many, many seasons. No effect at all. The only effect we saw that if you increase the phosphorus supply, that in the end we saw a small increase in the concentration you wanted to volume extract. But the wanted to volume extract is no indication of the yield, because if you plot that against the yield, there is no effect at all. Which made us to decide, okay, we need to approach the phosphorus supply differently. We just look to the PAL analysis, which is comparable to P. Olsen. It's a weak acid extraction method. If it's more than 120, and this is then the analysis by using the 1:2 volume extract, so the intensity, whatever we have as a result in the 1:2, we recommend 0 phosphorus. And you see here the table that, okay, when PAL is lower, then depending on the concentration in the 1:2 volume extract, we just recommend a few amounts of phosphorus to be added. And in this way, we can really reduce the nitrogen and phosphorus fertilization. Okay, well, quickly, this graph shows you that in the course of time, we reached tremendous increase in nutrient nitrogen use efficiencies. This was happening in soil in 1978. This is the total yield, less than 400 tons per hectare, less than 40 kilos per square meter. And it was the nitrogen supply. So it was a high surplus. And it was even larger when growers tend to change to rock wool. And this is the amount of kilograms of N used for 1 ton of tomatoes. So it was sometimes high, so very low efficiency rate. But when we start to reuse the drainage water in 95, 15, and the yield was increased. And if we, in addition, do reduced N and reduced N in soil, then we really can increase the nitrogen use efficiency. Okay, a few words about how to keep control and to check. That's what Rodney already extensively explained. I don't have that many data on that, but first of all, and I really want to underline this, that it's very important for a farmer, a grower, that he has sort of idea and control about his inputs. So registration is important. Know what you are doing. And also check and calibrate your devices like your flow meters, your EC meters, your pH meters. Having them is one thing, but knowing that they are accurate is really important. So calibration is very important. Okay, then we can check the soil EC nowadays with the FD sensors, but this really needs also calibration. And then soil analysis, we stick to the 1 to 2 volume extract, and we are lucky in Holland that we have very good laboratories, and the price of one sample is not that high, and we have good infrastructure. So if you send today your sample, then by the end of the next morning, or at least in the end of the day, you do have the analysis already in your email box. So monthly samples, and then in addition, you can do some tissue testing like the plant petiole sap. Well, it has to be further developed. I've seen good progress here in Almeria. It's not very common in Holland, but it can be used. What has been established at the moment is the sap, plant sap analysis from leaves. Yeah, I think for nitrate and potassium, it's a good method. For all the other minerals, I have my doubts. For that, I stick to the dry matter analysis because that's an well-established method, and we do have the target values for that. Well, to wrap up, soil-grown greenhouse crops, other than soilless, are prone to leaching and emission of nitrogen and phosphorus. Irrigation control is the main factor here. But we can also do something with reduction in the target values for nitrate and phosphorus. Can be easily replaced by chloride for 25% or sometimes even by 50%. Also, the pre-fertilization, it needs drastic, well, it has been revised already, and the P buffer must be taken into account. And P mining can be a serious option for some farms where they have a buildup of phosphorus in the past 50 or 100 years already. Having said that, I really want to end with the last remark. Organic farming really has an issue here because in conventional farming, we have a lot of choices in fertilizers, but in organic farming, they have to use organic sources, which has a certain rate of NPK, no escape. And believe me, if you look to all the crops and the demand of the NPK ratio and all the organic sources which are there, then there is always a lack of nitrogen. So you have to apply more nitrogen, which means even much more phosphorus as well. That's it for now. Thank you.
Another excellent presentation, Vic. Do we have any questions?
Can you remember the name of the method or the analysis? PAL. And in which condition is recommended to use that method? Okay. We usually use phosphorus. That more like that. This is just because the Dutch lab stick to PAL method for many years. Okay. But it's the same as Olsen. It's a weak extraction. Okay. A weak acid extraction. Okay. Thank you. There's a very linear correlation between the PAL or the P. Olsen. Okay. What's your opinion of sap analysis using blades instead of the petio? My opinion is just based on what I have heard from Rod, that he used a petio sap and very good results. I don't have these experiences. I only know that my colleagues work on potatoes and they have also very good results with potatoes. Our lab, the lab, which is active in Holland, they use leaves, the 3 bottom leaves in tomatoes.
No crop control.
Yeah, no crop control. Yeah. And they have a very good reference data set. We use that also for our trials, and it was perfect for nitrate and for potassium, but totally not for calcium, not for magnesium, not for the. I don't believe for the other, but for N and K.
Is that being widely used? Growers, many growers using that.
Many growers, but some growers also go back because the recommendations based on specifically potassium fertilization, but not working quite well. So they were behind, and sometimes they saw potassium deficiency on the tomatoes, confidence, which could have been indicated before when they had the analysis. In my opinion, sap analysis is too late to indicate for specifically those elements. Because the drainage analysis give you exactly also what's happening.
Yeah, we find sap analysis is quite quick compared to leaf analysis.
Yeah,
I mean, if we adjust the fertilization for whatever reason, we pick it up in the petio sap.
But if you see low potassium in the petio sap, you could have seen that already in your drainage.
Well, the drainage, yeah.
Well, I want to ask you about the sensors from the startup company that you have now in Cajamar, the Bloom. There is this company in startup from Murcia, and they claim to have portable sensors with a redox property. They can measure nitrates, a lot of things.
Yeah, in what? In sap, in soil, in water, solution.
In water or in soil solution also, no?
Yeah, in water.
Yeah. It looks very interesting.
The soil.
Well, we know clean grow sensors 20 years ago, 15 years ago when they started. It looked very interesting, but in the end,
no.
Failed.
That's what I am asking Juanjo if he has had the chance to test them. Yeah.
And the sensor.
Yeah, we'll see.
We had experience here with a Spanish company called Insensor. They called it Insensor.
NT sensor.
NT sensor. So and then they changed the name to Insensor. A sensor called Imarcus, which was a single electrode, supposedly measured many things. And I mean, another responded. I remember talking with various researchers here, Santiago Monticello, Valdelina, and we all felt we'd wasted €2,000. Sensors.
Well, at least this people system doesn't seem to be very expensive. Only you have to change it every 50 measurements. The small.
Oh, if they say you don't need calibration, we don't believe.
Yeah.
They have a question.
then we saw some box. But it's a but goes up, push button.
It's about the manure application because it has very high concentration of phosphorus but lack of nitrogen. So actually, if you have more manure application, it will have more residual P in the soil. But because it is caused by the manure application, I'm thinking, is it possible for like you using the straw to like avoid this kind of issues?
I hope I understand you correctly. It was related to my slide on the high phosphorus.
Yes.
Due to your application. Well, that's not any organic farming.
Yes.
Farming they use heavily. In manure, if you look to the rate of in all organic sources like compost or manures, then the plants need more nitrogen than the rates of NPK in those fertilizers. So what farmers do or growers do, they apply more manure in relation to the phosphorus and the potassium. Because they have to supply nitrogen. Yeah. That's why there is still a buildup of phosphorus in the soil in the organic farm.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know anyway how to solve this problem rather than if the EU will allow urea as organic soil in organic farming.
It's more possible. Yeah.
For organic farming, the nutrition components.
The nutrition component should be revised because at the end, I think it's more efficient to apply a chemical fertilizer with the right amount than apply huge amount of manure that they have to mineralize for the plant to be able to use it.
Yeah.
So I think it's a misunderstanding or people don't understand.
Different perspective is that paradigm they have. They say the soil had to feed the plant.
Yeah, but
Yes, that we export raw mineral.
But it's not based in science. It's a holistic, it's philosophy, and I think, but then somebody have to change that. I mean, we can't continue with this stupidity. It's not.
Let's go actually. So could I just say about a little bit more about the marvelous sensor? I mean, I think Vim's had experience with one sensor from one company, and they're in the eco-nutrient project, people are using the sensors from the same company. And at the beginning of the PhD work, they were going to use this marvelous sensor. And I said, just in case, use the LACWA sensors, okay? And they thanked me for saving someone's PhD.
Stick to what we know works.
I mean, it may work. They're working on it. I mean,
You haven't
big stuff, but it's there's been a lot of claims made over the years, and you look at these things and they look absolutely marvelous. It's like the dream sensor. But sometimes things they're too good to be true. So I'm very skeptical about wonderful sensors. Yeah, I mean, sensors are great, but I mean, you've got to prove that they work under realistic conditions.
So still follow the question of Jinlo. I also want to know in Netherlands, the organic farmers apply the top dressing with fast organic fertilizer.
Yeah, they do top dressings with, but it's in the EU. There's only a small number of fertilizers registered as to be can be used in organic farming. But to a certain extent, they use blood meal, bone meal. Well, there is another. It's called malt. Maltaflor, it's from the beer industry, which essentially is from grain, from wheat. That's also quite rapidly working, so they use that as top dressings. Yeah.
Mm.
And of course, they are allowed to use mined fertilizers like magnesium sulfate, potassium sulfate. So mineral sources are plenty, but not nitrogen.
Not nitrogen. Yes.
Only from organic source. And there was recently a development that they have, they call it hydrolyzed proteins from the food industry, waste products from the food industry, which should also be from organic source. These hydrolyzed products are also rapidly mineralizing because they have already a step of mineralization in being processed.
Yeah.
But it's in discussion if that is applicable with the EU rule.
Yeah, because in our experiment, we apply some fast acting organic fertilizer like fish protein and
fish protein. Yeah, that's a good example.
yeah, and also some organic material fermented issues and like compost tea.
Compost tea, yeah.
Yeah, can be applied.
Compost tea has very low nitrates.
But yeah, from some manure, yeah, they also can get some nitrogen. So you also can not find some fertilizer in EU. Only few.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to finish up. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting retired. I'm very sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. 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 Well, I'll just introduce you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to introduce the next speaker. It's Professor Liang Bin from Guangdong. I'm probably saying that correctly. Agricultural University in Shandong Province. Professor Bin works a lot with fertigation. He's one of the most active researchers in fertigation in China. And the title of his presentation, I'll just let you read that. Okay.
There are two reports from me and Xu. I will try my best to faster. The report focuses on precision water and fertilizer management in practical vegetable, including 4 parts. With the precision water and fertilizer management decision support system as a central topic. Chinese is the #1 in the world for vegetable areas, total vegetable productions, and vegetable processing. With the more supplies of vegetable than demand, improving quality and enhance result utilization efficiency has become the main force for vegetable development. Chinese protected vegetable cultivation areas have been growing each year and reach 2.7 million hectares. Also, this is just 2% of the total crop planting area, while contribute 19% to the output value of crop production. Shandong province has the largest protected vegetable areas in our country. In practical vegetable cultivation, the irrigation water use efficiency is just 0.4. More than half of the irrigation water percolate into deep soil layer. This results in excessive loss of nutrient, calcium and magnesium. Subsequently, improper fertilization led to soil salinization, mainly attributed to the accumulation of sulfate. Drip irrigation is an effective technique for reduced irrigation and fertilizer application. Experimental results show it significant improved yield, irrigation water productivities, and natural productivities. But in actual productions, farmers use drip fertigation for sowing labor due to lack of precise parameter and control science. Drip fertigation failed to maximize water and fertilizer efficiency. The development of intelligence ensure high efficiency of fertigation systems. Intelligent water and fertilizer management comprise three components: information collection and intelligent decision support systems, DSS, and automatic control equipment. The DSS and his compatible fertilizer is the core. When development of these decision support systems is necessary, concerns two scenario, three types of crops, three cultivation mode, and the DSN must ensure proper nutrient supplies by meeting crop need in amount, type, and location. The DSS development in this report focuses on soil cultivation mode within a controlled environment. Precision irrigation management is based on in-situ soil moisture monitoring. By keeping the relative soil moisture at 70 to 75%, the irrigation frequency during the tomato growth season reach 19 to 113 times, reducing the total irrigation water volume by more than 15%. The irrigation water productive exceed 35 kilogram per cubic meter. Prices and high frequency irrigation significantly reduce deep percolator with more than 18% of the irrigation water be used by tomato. The reduction in irrigation volume causes more nutrients to accumulate in the upper soil layer, increasing the risk of soil salinization. With reduced irrigation water, precise fertilizer management become even more essential. It is difficult for intelligence equipment to achieve precise fertilization by control the weight of applied fertilizer. The controllable irrigation scenario within greenhouse provide the condition for intelligence equipment to regulate the nutrient concentration during the drip irrigation process. By controlling the nutrient concentration during the drip irrigation process, the supplies of water and nutrient can be simultaneously matched to demand. This slide illustrates the process of calculating nitrate demand concentration based on the water sample dynamic and nutrient up dynamic of tomato. The nutrient demand concentration adjusted for soil fertility is used for intelligence, water, and fertilizer management. Mulching has a significant impact on crop water consumption. Reduce soil use by 13 to 15%. Therefore, the effect of the mulch should be fully considered when determining crop nutrient demand concentration. Use nitrogen concentration control strategy increase nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium utilization efficiency to 70% and significantly enhance tomato food quality. In addition to nutrient amount, nutrient form a company earns and central functional substrates have a significant impact on crop growth and should also receive full attention. This slide presents the stabilities problems we have solved in the application of intelligent equipment over the past 5 years. Industrial intelligent equipment need major stabilities upgrade to work reliably in farming conditions. By intelligence technology, stable equipment, precise DSS, and efficient fertilizer are integrated into a automatic management model. We have the V6. This model not only enhances the efficiency utilization of water and fertilizer, but also promote standards of production and service. This is some scenario of the automatic management model. Thank you for your attention. Manager Xu will present the advice of this model.
Have a second part of this presentation, or yeah, and then we'll have questions later. Okay, so Mr. Zhu, you're going to present.
Yes. Yeah.
So your presentation, okay, I think there's been a little problem. Just have to wait a minute. I think he thought there was one presentation. There's two. We can just have a rest for a minute while I find the second presentation.
对啊，早上一会儿发的嘛，早上 morning sending.
Yeah. Just take a few minutes, so I've got to get our device and we're done then tomorrow. This always happened with the last presentation. Everything goes well until right at the end. Yeah. The WeChat here. Transfer it to email. Okay.
陈老师给翻译一下。这个是我们的设备从第1代到第6代的一个演进过程啊。没了，我那 PPT 里边没有这些内容啊，我的 PPT 里边没这些内容。
Okay, we're ready for the next presentation, which is from Mr. Zhu.
Yeah.
From the Weifang Jianhai Internet of Things company. Okay.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm honored to be at the University of Armenia to share the achievements of our work in the field of smart agriculture. Over the past decade, our Chinese company has been committed to making agriculture more intelligent, automated, and sustainable. We greatly admire the research of achievements of everyone present here. We also hope to learn from you and explore ways of cooperation to contribute to the development of global agriculture. Due to my limited English professional, I will continue my speech in Chinese. Thank you all. 我从以下4个方面给各位进行汇报啊。公司的介绍，我们公司是成立于2015年，一直聚焦在农业种植过程的智能化、自动化和标准化，这是我们的一些荣誉。首先是呢，我们参加了中国的“十四五”重点研发计划里边的日光温室全程数字化这个事情。第二个呢，就是我们另外的一项中国的重点研发计划是长江流域的绿色可持续发展。翻译一下吧。
I think what he said is in the text. Yeah.
Thank you. 另外呢，我们在2024年获得了这个中国数据局组织的这个数据要素大赛山东省的2等奖，潍坊市的1等奖。包括这个山东省的工信厅的 AI 加5G 的智慧农业示范点我们呢是全自主研发的就是从前端的传感器到传输的网关，到中央控制主机一直到 APP 这个软件的开发，72项知识产权，其中呢有12项是发明专利，还有1项是美国的发明专利。
The facilities has been developed by themselves, including the 72 pieces of the facilities. Yeah.
这个是中国农学会给出我们的一个评价，是整体的世界先进，部分的世界领先。为什么给了这么高的一个评价呢？首先是我们参与了这个绿色可持续生产的关键指标体系的建设另外呢，突破了3项的关键的技术，你像水分的原位监测，包括恒浓度的供肥等等。还有2个我们中国的一个首创一个是就是奢施农业蔬菜的全种植过程、全要素、光温水气肥的按需精准调控。第2个呢，就是我们这一套装备可以根据你种植不同的作物、不同的生长时期，甚至是不同的处理，全程的实现一个自动化，是一套装备可以同时种植16种作物，是不同的栽培模式，可以是土壤的，可以是基质的，可以是水培的等等。这老师，翻吗？
The facilities can be used for crop planting with 16 kinds of crops.
这个是以番茄为例，它的氮磷钾的养分模型，横轴呢是它的生长周期，纵轴呢它是需求的量。这一个周期一茬下来呢，我们的灌溉和施肥的次数达到了90到156次。
This is the nutrient uptake pattern of tomato with nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. The frequency of irrigation events is 90 events and 156 events in spring season and autumn season respectively.
这个是跟传统的施肥机和传统的管理方式的一个对比，仍然会比传统的施肥机节水和节肥都在50%以上。
The frequency of drip irrigation in comparison to the traditional practice.
这是它的一个工作原理，就是可以同时16个区域或者不同的种植方式、不同的处理运行过程中如果有故障的会进行的智能的判断从而进行报警。
It's intelligent planting mechanisms. Yeah.
这是围绕种植过程的各种数据模块，从数据的采集到水肥的管理，到补光，到补二氧化碳，以及一些可视化的一些追溯，投入品的管理等等。
Also, some functions of the systems in their figures.
这是我们的一个数字孪生模型，也就是说，不管你有多少个基地，从这一张图上可以总览你的整体的情况、种植面积、种植品种、什么时间上市、预计的产量等等，以及
You can view the data from different planting base in their platforms.
这是实际的应用的案例啊。这个呢是在内蒙奈麦齐这个他们本身的没有种植经验的这个农民采用了我们的智能装备进行的这个种植的。另外呢，你像贝贝南瓜辣椒这个番茄等等吧。是传统的种植来说的话，每亩用水量是350到400方我们的这个装备呢是每亩用150到200方就够了。
The facility of control systems used in Inner Mongolia, and in comparison to the traditional mode, 50% of water can be saved.
这个化肥的使用呢，从传统的每亩用68公斤降到了每亩用24公斤，产量呢从每亩的亩产3500公斤到了5000公斤，这个肥的利用率，传统的是20%，我们到60%。
This can increase the nitrogen use efficiency.
这个是在中国的云南种的水果玉米，同样的品种。同样的这个地块就是我们的智能化种植和传统的种植，亩均增产了33%，增产了400公斤。
The facility is used in Yunnan province, Dali, and also increased the production of crops, maize by 33%.
种的就是鸡心果时间的关系我就不会去详细的去介绍了嘛樱桃大樱桃 cherry 在新疆用基质种的辣椒西瓜等等，这是种的一些花卉黑龙江种的玉米等等吧。这个是投入产出的情况。节省人工30%以上，节水60%以上，节肥50%以上，然后亩均增产在13000多元。一套系统可以管理到50亩来计算的话，1年2茬就降本增效70万左右。
All what he said is on the text.
Yeah. 经济效益、生态效益和这个社会效益，就是我们可以在戈壁沙漠用纯沙，也采用我们的这个智能种植的管理装备，仍然可以种出高品质的蔬菜。这是我的联系方式，感兴趣的可以留个联系方式，谢谢。Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Shoot, showing us the very important, very rapid development technology in your
question.
So both the previous speaker and himself, they have both shown the pattern of nutrient uptake. How do they get it? How do they obtain this?
You're talking about the pattern that looks like a bell curve.
Yeah, which is, I guess, transpiration through the day on a sunny day. But because they both showed that they can measure real time, apparently, the nutrient uptake by the plant, and I'm very curious to know how they do it.
你这个养分的吸收曲线你是怎么得到的？
Yeah. How do they get all these points?
Is this during the day or this is over time? Is it during one day or during crop?
这个直接梁老师
During day by day, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it
Days after planting.
Days after planting.
Yeah, it's not in 24 hours.
Days after planting.
It's during a crop, so it goes up very high and then it drops down.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was on a 24 hours basis.
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, how do they know the dynamics of
Daily demand of this nitrogen concentration. Early demand. No. X is day by day.
Day by
Oh.
day.
Days after transplanting.
Okay.
大概的意思就是，我知道它的总需求量，我又知道它的总的用水量，然后它的浓度又有了，然后高峰期也有了，然后从而计算出来的这么个。
They calculate this concentration daily demand using this nutrient uptake
The model? Is it the model?
No. I don't think this is the model. They just calculate the periodic nutrient uptake and to calculate how many days, and then they can divide it.
So this is the nutrient uptake concentration. This
Yeah.
is the uptake, daily uptake divided by daily ETC. Is that right?
No, never mind. I mean, maybe it's.
But you need to incorporate the season. I think planting in August or September, so it's also yeah, seasonal effect you also will see here.
Okay.
Because they usually grow into the autumn, have a mature crop, and then they have loaded with 5 clusters, I think, and then it stays during the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah, hardly takes up nutrients anymore, but it stays there. Yeah, it's cold and less light. That's, I think, the explanation of
Why it goes up. Maybe there's more nutrient uptake than ETC. So the nutrient uptake, the uptake concentration grows up because.
But the middle of the curve should be in the middle of summer because otherwise.
这是哪个季节的？9月份的是吧？Okay, I can explain this to you. I think just we interpret the crop growth curve from August to November. The temperature is decreased. However, during the seedling growth stage here, then this is increased here. But after this peak, the temperature decreased, and then the daily demand may be decreased also.
So when is the peak? The peak is in autumn before the temperatures really start to drop. Yeah, this peak here.
Yeah.
When is the crop planted here? That's August.
August.
Okay, and this peak is.
Yeah, August.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Here, I think
So
here
this
maybe.
peak would
Yeah.
be maybe September, late September. Okay.
所以你们这个图画的越清楚越好。你要不画的清楚的话，对，
他们企业的保密。
这有啥保密
把
的？
那个数值把数值去掉了。
这有啥保密？这是不能的。为什么？
What's the price of the vaccine?
种了什么毛豆啊？啊，设备多少钱？每亩投入1万元，大概40到80万人民币。就是10万欧元嘛，10万欧嘛。
100,000 euro.
100,000 euro.
Yeah.
62,000 euro.
可以管理的面积是在100亩左右。
And do you have cheaper models? Do you have a range of models? It's quite expensive.
你那个很贵，有没有这个模型啊，或者什么？
有啊，
在哪儿？那个设备的模型？
在软件平台在云端。
OK，你能看到吗？在这儿？
登录的话，访问国内比较慢，能看到，但是访问的话比较慢。
看到好几个基地的那个是那个云端。
啊，对对对。对，没登录。那个我马上试了一下，访问国内的网站比较慢，
非常慢。
对对
，slowly。
我们要看可以国内去看，邀请感兴趣的去我们中国去现场看吧，啊。Thank you, thank you.
All right, we do need to take some photos, all right? So we've got a very good arrangement here. Okay, what I can do. I've got the wrong name. I've got to change the name. Well, yeah, no, but I've been asked to change the name by Iona to have a better, a more politically correct name. Just a minute. Yeah. Well, we can. Yeah. Joint stakeholder. So we'll have to say we can have two slides. We're going to take two photos, okay? We have two names. You'll see. El sistema de consumencia es incorporado a parte del día. Hi. No, wait, it's okay, it's okay. No, it's all right, it's all right. All right, we have two names. We're going to take two sets of photos, all right? Okay, this is the first name, and maybe I save first, otherwise I'll probably lose it. Did I lose that? Wait. Joint stakeholder conference. That's what I've been told to put. So I just do what I'm told.
Yeah, three. Going. Okay, thank you. Finish? Thank you, Rob, for organizing the wonderful, very interesting. I'm saying something or straight one more time. We're, I think, it was very well. Very well. It's still have, yeah. Esperamos, vamos a salir a la vida. After yourself. Second one. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's on. En la parada de autobús, ya me digo, vamos a ver haven't stayed now, and then I'm taking my car through. Sí, estaba fregado. I don't think. I saw that was really house. No, pero no, puede.